It's a beautiful thing because we are live from the Fastport Studios in good old Crescent City. It's Road Gang Radio with your host, the one-of-a-kind, truck-loving, fun-having, beard-shaving Jimmy Mack. Let's hit that road, baby.
Hey, man, when Dre says beard shaven, he doesn't shave my beard. He does, however, touch up the back of my neck, and when I do a pretty good job shaving my head. I really do. But I asked Dre to kind of get in there and put the final little touches on that. Dre actually is a barber. Not fully trained, never really got into it because he actually decided to take a job on the radio. But I remember that, Phone Master. I remember when we first met you, the other dream was you and your bro opening up a barbershop, right?
100%. And here's the funny family contradiction situation right now is we have a cousin. He's a cousin on his side, on his dad's side, not my side. He basically opened up his
a can of whoop ass?
He opened up his version, and my brother didn't give him the go-ahead on the branding of the name. I think I told you that. And, hey, it's kind of those things where I'm caught in the middle because I'm like, hey, he's doing something with his girlfriend because she's the hairstylist, but now she got her barber license. And they basically did a Walmart version of the Noble Barber, but –
all right, okay, I'm going to put the brakes on for a second because what I'm going to do here is my job.
Yeah.
You just did what is known as an in media res. MEDIA, next word, RES, which means essentially we're going to drop you in the middle of the shit.
Yeah.
That's what we're talking about,
Yeah.
where it's like you have no context, you're like going on. So Dre's brother actually has a barbershop.
Yep.
And it's called the Noble
Barber.
The Noble Barber. He's got two of them, as a matter of fact, and he's got his own proprietary approach to cutting hair. There's a lot of people that do that, as a matter of fact. If you walk up and down the streets of Shoreditch in London, which is a really groovy neighborhood, there's a lot of barbers up and down the shop. Matter of fact, British barbers are the ones that kind of conceived of the idea of National Barber Mental Health Day.
Yeah.
Which is a really groovy thing because it's supposed to call attention, one, to all the emotional baggage that barbers have to carry, specifically for men who won't go see and talk to people, like we told you to do on Highway to Health. And so a lot of these men over in Britain actually get trained in listening. They don't get trained in, they're not psychologists, but they're trained to listen properly, to respond, to understand how to do that, and then be able to say, hey, bruv, you got to go talk to somebody.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? You actually have a conversation with somebody who can actually take care of you. So he's got a thing called the Noble Barber, and Dre, when we first met him, was going to go to work with him. Well, it turns out that one of their relatives actually, rather than buying the proprietary model and paying his brother for what he actually created, thought, I'm just going to take it.
Well, that and the fact that my brother was like, I just don't want to do one in Ocean Springs because that's where his dad lives. He wants to go there and escape from what he has up in Jackson. So that's kind of his little getaway because him and I had the idea 11 years ago about a barbershop bar. Like you go in there, instead of sitting at the chair waiting, no, you go sit at the bar and you have the products behind it. You got cigars, you get a beer. It's not a full bar, but you get to sit there and have a beer and talk to someone too and then look at other products. And he basically brought that where he has two up north, and he was thinking about the idea in Ocean Springs, and I was going to be the one to manage it, but I had to go to barber school, and I have a messed up hand. So I was like, that was one of the things that held me back. So the fact that he didn't want to do that, and he kind of told our cousin, and then the cousin was like, well, I got a girlfriend that's a barber, and she wants to do it, and he went ahead and went on with it. And I'm not going to lie to you, it's kind of it's weird because I'm in the middle because I'm just like, you never voiced to him that he couldn't do something else, and he's not telling him to shut it down, but at the same time, he's basically copy-pasted.
Well, and the problem is the fact that it becomes almost like a song, where if you change a note, it becomes very, very hard unless the proprietary model is expensive to replicate.
Yeah.
That's a whole conversation about Southwest Airlines we could have about the idea about how they've damaged their brand, but they didn't damage their brand. Their customers damaged their brand. There are... what kind of separates you as okay, so when you open a business, the question is, do you fill a niche? Do you fill a need? And you fill that niche or need either with product or with service.
Yeah.
And service tends to be the proprietary model, which is kind of what we do over here, as a matter of fact.
Touche.
And by the way, we are wrestling with that right now, by the way. We literally have different people, different folks who listen to this show, not as a point of entertainment or enjoyment. They listen to take programming.
Yeah.
That's fine because as far as I'm concerned, Dave's a genius. I'm a pretty smart guy. Claire's pretty clever as well, too. We just kind of make stuff up as we go along. We'll come up with something different. Go ahead.
100%. And I got two things, and I'll let you start this show off, my friend, and thank you for bringing me in. But I want to bring two of my friends on at one point. I'm going to get with Lindsay. I got Mari and Maddie, and they both come in from the aspect of you saying mental health. And when it comes to barbers that sit there and actually have eye contact with you, listen to you, and don't give you just input where it's just like, well, this is what I would do, but basically sitting there listening.
Go on.
Yeah, and being there for you. And I would love for them to be on. They'll be on here one day. Just going to see which one will work, or maybe both one day. But secondly, 615-292-6366.
That's 615-292-NEMO. If you tried to find time on Facebook and you're joining us over here, we're thrilled to have you. This is an opportunity, by the way. We are at 979. We are 21 away from that 1,000th customer, by the way. And many of you, including our good friend Trucker Bosun, have really helped kind of push the needle forward. Our good friend Chowder, some other people have posted. If you actually have access to Facebook right now and you know friends who listen to this show on Facebook, I would love it if you would just pop over there for a second and just write out really simply and cleanly, hey guys, RadioNemo.com is happening over on YouTube. Go over there and get your subscription. It don't cost you nothing. If you are, in fact, yakking it up on the YouTube, good morning to you. If you're leaving your heart on the iHeart, it's great to have you. If you have the audacity to listen on Odyssey, well, you are certainly audacious. Perhaps you've opened that box of Pandora with its collection of weird salesmen and strange talents, or maybe you're just dialing into RadioNemo.com and hitting that 365 dial between the hours of 7 to 11 in the center, 8 to 12 in the east. Of course, it is that raucous reality of hashtag RGR Road Gang Radio, where neither the listening nor the subscription cost you anything. It's a fast and furious format of freight, facts, and fun, fueling your freaky, feisty, flinty Friday.
And if you're listening off some bootleg form or something, or if you're stealing from it, no judgment. But we will find you.
We will find you, by the way. We will find you. Dennis, it's good to have you. Good morning, Road Gang, unloading in Nashville, Illinois. Thank you. Jody Vale is waiting from Fort Peace, Florida. Jody. Our good friend Trucker Bosun, who actually helped push that needle. Mm-hmm. Guys, let's get there. We're almost done. We are 21 away from the big win. If, in fact, you have friends who listen on the Book of Face and say, hey, man, I'm not having it happen this morning. What's going on? It's Facebook's problem. It's the Zuck. There's a reason why Zuck rhymes with another word. Truck, because trucks are positive and Zuck is negative. I'm just going to say that right now. The Book of Face is being a disgrace, so, hey, man, all I got to say is spray some mace on their face and head over to the Tube of You or any place else where you can get it. And there's plenty of places where you can get it. Go on.
Well, I was just going to say, hey, but if it wants to work at some point, we won't be mad with that as well.
We won't be mad with that as well. Matter of fact, one of the great things about being a little fish in a very big pond at this moment, hoping to be a little bit bigger and better with each passing day, is that Zuck don't care. He don't care. I could literally, until I get into like the Epstein list, he don't care.
Oh God!
He don't care. I'm not implying that, by the way. I'm not suggesting that at all. Matter of fact, what are you talking about? I'm not making that suggestion whatsoever. No, he don't care. I'm just not big enough. It's like, if I get to 50,000, 100,000, 200,000, people on the Tube of You, we get up to that number. Let me tell you something, brother. They're coming for us. They come for you at that point. They always come for you. By the way, we have a fantastic show this morning. Woo. Let me kind of unpack that along with the good Pastor John coming up here just in a moment. Chris Berdick's book is extraordinary and highly recommended reading. It's almost definitely on Audible or audio book. It's called Clamor. Chris, by the way, is a science journalist and a former staff editor at The Atlantic and Mother Jones. He's written for numerous publications, including New Scientist, the Boston Globe, the Washington Post, and the San Diego Union Tribune. He lives currently in Boston, by the way. And the book draws on extensive research and original reporting. What he's doing is he shows how too limited of an understanding of noise, focused on loud sounds and decibel counts, has undermined a century of noise control efforts and obscured the full toll noise exacts on us and the environment. It's one of those books that I'm actually going to reread. There was so much that's insightful here, so much about understanding how you perceive sound yourself, how you can control the environment in which you actually hear sound, that sometimes changing the environment without changing the sound can actually either reduce or heighten the sound. Things are louder depending upon what you see. There's an old rule in theater that if the lights aren't bright enough, you can't hear the actors. It's an absolute true statement, by the way, guys. It's amazing how much of sound and what we perceive visually, what we perceive in regards to our olfactory senses, our touch, what kind of mood we're in. There is a lot of complex thought on this, and Chris Berdick's going to be here first up on the gate at 7:30 in the center, 8:30 in the east. Go on, my friend.
I can't see or drive when the radio's too loud, man. Got to turn it down.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's absolutely true. It's overload. And Terry Hanratty, the former great Irish quarterback and the backup quarterback for a number of Steelers Super Bowls, he and I became friends over this issue where he explained that there were a lot of people that people thought had dementia or thought were in the early stages of Alzheimer's, only to turn out they couldn't hear. What? Huh? Ranty Grandpa. Ranty Grandpa might just need a really good hearing aid, and it might return him to the land of the living. Speaking of returning to the land of the living, did you see my post on Facebook, Dre?
Tell me.
I'm saying negative things about Facebook, but I had a good post. My father, 82 years old. It's a wonderful picture. You should go over there and check it out, guys, by the way. It's a wonderful picture of him swimming with his grandchildren. 82 years old. The thought of both his own self-awareness, being self-conscious, Dre, but also his health.
Yeah.
Of getting into a pool. He did it. And it's this great picture of this old man who still has chest.
Oh, I did see that one with the grandkids. That was awesome.
With the grandkids. I mean, 82 years old,
Yeah.
getting in the pool with his grandkids. I mean, he came home light as a feather. He's still a heavy guy. But light as a feather emotionally, because while he's still a heavy guy, he ain't that kind of heavy anymore. And it's a great reminder, just like our conversation yesterday. Boy, was that a great conversation about how you can always start something new even when you're old. As long as you have your brains and as long as you have your feet, there ain't no reason why you can't start a new adventure. And we're hoping you do so with us over here at Road Gang Radio and, of course, at RadioNemo.com and, of course, at 615-292-6366. Marty Miello is going to be joining us at 8:30 in the center, 9:30 in the east. You need to buckle up. God. You absolutely need to put on your big boy buckle, your big girl buckle, because this guy is something else. 30-year retired, disabled, injured in war, military veteran, working at NATO in Belgium, USFJ in Japan, the U.S. Navy, and proud to work for the United States Presidential Service Center as a disabled and injured veteran-friendly employer. He financially supports the Rotary International Foundation, is a member of the VFW, the American Legion, the DAV, Shelby Pride, the NAACP, the Wounded Warrior Project, Iraq and Afghanistan Veterans of America, American Alliance of Museums, Scouts America, the Invictus Games Foundation. Are you starting to get the idea? He's got 12 million fans, followers, and colleagues. He's been featured in 167 newspapers and magazines, on The Today Show, PBS, CBS, NBC, ABC, CNN, and Fox over 100 times. He's still growing. I don't mean in regards to his waist. I mean he's still growing in regards to his presence and his output, and he's got a highly collaborative and loving wife in Stormy as well. They've been doing a great job, and he is a presidential chef.
Yeah.
He's a presidential historian chef as well. This dude is the real deal, and he's going to be joining us not only today at 8:30 in the center, 9:30 in the east, but dig this, Dre, he is going to be joining us on July the 23rd at the big party at the Degas House in the city of New Orleans, the Crescent City, over here at the Fastport Studios. By the way, speaking of Fastport, they solve America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges through research, technology, and, of course, and most importantly, people. From registered apprenticeships to veteran readiness, you can learn more at fastport.com or go to nationalapprenticeship.org. The Fastport Studio gets a little bit better every day. Madison actually chalkboard painted the front door and put the logo of Radio Nemo at the top. When she returns from her adventures in movie making, they're out there on the hustings, by the way. Madison works 30 hours a week. Dre's the full-time guy here. Madison does 30 hours a week. So she got her 30 in early in the week so she could go to a couple of meetings with some producers, because after all, that young woman is a very accomplished filmmaker, as is our good friend Touchdown Turtle. And you probably noticed the content in regards to the videos that have been created has been extraordinary. Really good stuff. I can't believe I've talked my way all the way to the
Jimmy,
break here.
Real quick, that Tara video yesterday,
After,
Chef's kiss.
here's the deal on the Tara video. After you guys enjoy Road Gang Radio, and if in fact you get a 34, I couldn't recommend a better way of spending your freaky, feisty, flinty Friday fun day than the way Tara spends that video.
Dude, it was so cute in the aspect of like her showing her place because she's like, all right, I'm proud of it. And the way that she did it and just throwing her little cute flair, but at the same time humor. But also the other way, dude, she flowed through that place nicely. Like just being like, hey, I'm not trying to say anything, but I can kayak in my place.
Kayaking, by the way,
Yeah.
good pro tip. Kayaking, by the way, is, I think, one of the most best active cool downs you can possibly
it's so
do.
nice.
I got to tell you, Donna and her husband, the warrant officer, the man with the plan, Mr. Jake, one of the smartest things we ever did, we did Tough Mudder together. I mean, what were we thinking? I mean, it was the first thing we did after the pandemic. Donna and Jake scheduled a kayaking ride on the Chattahoochee afterwards. So the next morning, we did it. I was so thrilled, man. It cut down on my soreness so much to be able to get back up the next day and just go kayaking on the Chattahoochee.
Oh, yeah, 100%, because that's like you're stretching in a way, and at the same time you're cooling down, and then you're just enjoying it. You're not racing. You're not having a goal of going to a certain speed. You're just moving, man.
You're just moving, man. Alice says good morning. Chowder says good morning. Scott Cooper, 1677.
Yeah.
The Coop is in the house. He says good morning with a hot cup of coffee from Chicago. Keep on enjoying that hot cup of coffee, guys. We're going to take a quick break here. Before we do, I'm going to say it again. I feel like there's a missed opportunity here. If you have a little league team, if you have an art class full of kids, if in fact you got a gazillion grandkids, if you've got a church group or a Sunday school of kids who just want to record the Pledge of Allegiance and you want to send it to us, we'll give them dibs, man. We'll give them credit.
Did I ever talk about my great niece that's a pretty good singer, that she's done all these different plays, but at the same time she was in the Louisiana Idol?
No, you didn't.
All right,
Let's talk about her after the break.
I'm going to reach out to her.
Now, let's reach out to her, see if she'll actually say, but guys, get some, I mean, come on, we're all great Americans here, man. We're not overrated. This is Road Gang Radio. We need to get something to make us feel a little patriotic.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's get a cup of Java with Pastor John, brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Friday, 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 Friday. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Hey, I am excited because today is Friday. I want to share something with you found in Romans chapter 14, verse 17. It says, for the kingdom of God is not a matter of eating and drinking, but of righteousness, peace, and joy in the Spirit. Now, notice what Paul says. He says, for the kingdom of God is not a matter of eating and drinking, because when you hear a lot of people talk about getting to heaven, they talk about they're going to be walking on the streets of gold, they're going to eat and rejoice in fellowship. But according to Romans 14:17, it says, for the kingdom of God is not a matter. Basically, he said, you're going to do some of that, but the righteousness and peace and joy, and he said, but you're going to also celebrate that you there. He said, you're going to celebrate in the Spirit. The Spirit of God is going to encourage you and usher you. And he's going to, watch it. And it's so exciting to know that you're going to be spending eternity with God. And that's so exciting because guess what? It's telling you that you need to start practicing now. We need to start practicing celebrating with God now. So people of God, celebrate. Don't let people make you feel bad for thanking God for blessing you in this business. Don't make people make you feel God for acknowledging God in this business. Celebrate. Everybody else here.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies. Build a relationship with a carrier for the long haul. Visit drive4bme.com.
Yeah, Pastor John, celebrate because we are.
Celebrate, dance to the music. We'll be celebrating some national days of in short order here a little bit later on in the show, probably at the 8 o'clock hour here in the center, 9 o'clock in the east.
If you want to get in, you got 8 more minutes, and then after that, we got an interview. But after that interview, we got some more time, so jump on in, 615-292-6366.
By the way, yesterday we had a nice long talk with our good friend Colin Long, who said that the week didn't seem to be a week anymore. He just was like here, and then he was here again. We actually didn't even get to his topic because there were so many things I wanted to talk about in regards to the new head of the FMCSA. I wasn't aware, if you guys actually were aware, that this guy is going to get fast-tracked. Barr is looking like a slam dunk candidate. And while he is not a truck driver, I know we have not had, and this includes Ray Martinez, who did not fall into this category either, since the first Trump administration, actually even before then, we have not had somebody so connected to the transportation industry with such bipartisan support. He's going to sail through. Okay. He's going to sail through. And as Colin and I were both saying, we're really hoping that he becomes finally the guy for whom this is a dream job. So many people get this gig, and it becomes a stepping stone either to the private sector or to their dream job back in New York or Minnesota. And by the way, guys, I'm not criticizing those people. I get it. You know, it's like getting angry at the coach at, Ball State for taking the gig, at Ohio University for taking the gig at an SEC school after he's kind of amassed 95 wins at those two places. People got to be what they got to be. We get it. But it's nice to have somebody who it seems, at least in Barr, is committed to maybe the job. We'll see. We'll find it out, by the way. Yeah. We also talked about that pro-trucker package in detail with both Jamie Jones and our good friend Colin yesterday. Mark Schwemmer, another friend of the show who has been out there lurking around my Facebook. Thanks, Mark, for hitting those like buttons and sharing things. As part of a pro-trucker package announced in late June, the U.S. Department of Transportation said it's committed to combating unlawful brokers. The DOT has made a commitment to stop unlawful brokers. The second thing I said was the headline. The first thing I read was the lead of Mark Schwemmer's new piece over in Landline. Over the course of the week, my words, not his words now, the DOT confirmed that doing so could include moving forward with rulemaking aimed at enforcing broker transparency regulations. To promote fairness and stability in the industry, the FMCSA is renewing its focus on combating unlawful double brokering, a practice that harms drivers, a DOT spokesperson says. This is not the same thing as transparency, by the way. That's a different conversation. That includes reviewing the entire portfolio of regulatory action listed in the fall 2024 Unified Agenda, including the broker transparency rulemaking proposal. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been a leader in the fight against broker fraud and general freight fraud. And a House and Senate hearing this year, Louis Pugh spoke out about the problems truckers face with double brokering and other criminal activities. As motor carriers are increasingly victimized by freight fraud, unpaid claims, dubious charges, unpaid loads, and double brokered loads, the current lack of transparency has left them little to no means to defend themselves from these schemes. That's where the transparency actually connects to all of this, because the more you can see, as is your federal right. I had another word. I had another word that I had another F, another alliteration, but I can't. It's too early in the morning to be unleashing those beasts out there.
Mother trucker.
But you have, don't ever forget this. And I've had a few people call and be like, do we really need broker transparency? Is it really my business? Yeah, it's your, actually it literally is. Mm-hmm. Okay? And here's the thing, though. We go back to Eliot Ness. It's the law. And until that law is removed from the books, which it shouldn't be, it needs to be enforced. Mm. And this is what my hope is. Everything is interconnected here. The idea, but you get a new FMCSA guy. Maybe he's actually the guy committed both to the job and the industry. Takes a look at it. We get more transparency. With more transparency, remember, transparency allows you to see whether or not you're getting defrauded. That's an important thing, man. That's what transparency does. Transparency allows you to see if you're going to get paid. If there's going to be dubious charges attached, if in fact you're going to end up with an unpaid load or a double brokered load. That's what transparency does. It allows you to see that the people you're dealing with are legit. And at some point, look, you may develop a relationship with a broker where you and him or you and her trust each other, you're simpatico, and it's always been the same deal, and you're willing to let it all pass. But don't sign away your rights, man. I'm not even sure you can legally do that. I'm signing away my right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Why would you do that? It doesn't make any sense to me. Well, the people over there on the Tube of You don't feel that way, and the people over on the Odyssey don't feel that way, and, well, the people on Facebook might feel that way because they're being cheated. If you got a friend on Facebook who enjoys this particular program, tell them to get their butt over here to YouTube. Tell them to get their butt over to RadioNemo.com. Tell them to get their butt everywhere else we can be found. And that includes Pandora as well, guys. Good morning to you, pack of scat. No. Scat Pack, by the way, his garage and trucking institution is open for business over on YouTube. Jump into the conversation there and be a part of what's going on. We got a great guest coming up. I'm going to do this preview one more time because it's so worth talking about. Chris Berdick is going to be joining us. The name of the book is Clamor, and it is absolutely essential reading. I'm probably going to dig back into it. It's accessible, it's great science, but it's also told in really great kind of compelling prose. He's a science journalist. He's a former staff editor at The Atlantic and Mother Jones. He's written for numerous publications. That includes The New Scientist, The Boston Globe, The Washington Post, and the San Diego Union Tribune. He lives in Boston. I'm going to ask him to talk about the noise differences between what Boston downtown is like and what San Diego is like. Having been to both places, I can assure you it is an ethereal gulf. Here's a little bit of a pitch from the book. Early morning jackhammering from construction down the block, the dull roar of jets fly overhead. Your office mates' phone conversations. We're surrounded by noise. But it is a problem many of us shrug off once the immediate annoyance passes. Yet as gifted science journalist Chris Berdick explains in Clamor, it can have serious health effects. It can disrupt our sleep. It can ratchet up our stress. Do I need to tell you guys? You're in those cabs. Matter of fact, speaking of that, let's take a little break here from my noise and get to the noise of the people that take care of us. And be back with Chris Berdick.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
You've got to be tired of expensive maintenance costs. Well, Max Mileage Fuel Catalyst can make a difference. Experience a longer engine and DPF lifespan, along with fewer regens, so your diesel runs longer and more efficiently. Pittsburgh Power's unique formula allows you to maximize the mileage from your parts while reducing downtime. Keep your vehicle performance at its best and make the smart choice. Visit PittsburghPower.com to order yours today.
Yeah, that's my cue to come on in and say, this is Road Gang Radio, live from the Fastport Studios. There's this little knob on here. It gets stuck here and there, so pushing that down is fun.
The Crescent City, by the way, I wanted to give you that note. I didn't want to do it the moment you said it because you didn't say it this time, which is great. So I can actually say it's the Crescent City, not Crescent City.
Oh, okay.
Always got to put the V in front of it. Oh, that's okay. That's okay. We're all learning, man. You don't live here. It's in your town.
Yeah.
It's in your town yet. You ain't got to know that.
Spiritually it is.
I mean, spiritually, you're linked in. By the way, a lot of great folks over in LinkedIn who actually make a lot of great comments. Marty Miello is one of them, by the way. He'll be joining us in just a little bit. Chris Berdick, we're still trying to get him on the phone here. It's been confirmed. We just got to make sure we get him on. We'll be talking about his book, Noise, here in a second. By the way, Bill Taylor's day job may be trucking, but his passion is music, and for good reason. The Kentucky trucker, singer-songwriter, just made a splash in America's Got Talent with his voice and his band, Bill Taylor, and the Appalachian Heatherns. Bill joins the show to talk about his national TV debut, his music, his family, his trucking career, in a wide-ranging conversation. And that, of course, is today, Freaky, Feisty, Flinty Friday on Trucking with OIDA, as Ashley and Scott take us a little further down the road. One of the great things about having a half an hour available after the half an hour in which an interview is supposed to take place means we will probably be able to get Chris in when he gets in here, as opposed to just lose him into the ether. I do want to talk about this book a little bit before he actually gets here, because there is so much wisdom kind of contained in these pages. I can't recommend it enough. I've been a couple of books with my wife back on the case in regards to finding these books for us. It just feels like there's a quality of book you guys are getting. I hope you guys get a chance to check it out. Okay. One of the things he talked about that isn't directly related to sound, but is a more generalized note, but he was directly relating it to sound, is we all know what it means to evangelize, to spread the good word on something. However, what a lot of people don't understand is the best form of evangelization is not simply saying to people what you want to say. It's the thing itself. It's called evangelism by example, or you become an example evangelist. I'll put it this way. Stop telling people what they already know. Because one of the stories later on in the book, one of the stories that happens later on in the book is that there is a woman named Lisa Lavia who actually moves from America over to this town in England and is brought on to this, well, this is such a funny thing, the Abatement Society, the Noise Abatement Society. She's brought on to this organization that while this town is vibrant, has a lot of fun stuff going on, noise is actually killing the community, because a lot of the late night behavior, while fun, is getting more rowdy, is getting more nasty, and she is brought in and makes a terrific suggestion about actually increasing the volume of the district, of the, I guess you would call it the adult play district, the place where adults go to play. You know, it's kind of like City Walk across from Universal Studios. The kids go to Universal Studios, and then in the evening, everybody makes their way over to City Walk. Every city has a nighttime place to play. The problem was that it was getting rowdy, it was getting nasty, and while the people who lived down there loved the sounds of the night, what they didn't love was the sounds of danger, the sounds of unpleasantness, the sounds of cacophony. So what they kind of ended up coming up with, they couldn't afford to do it in the end, but it did work as an experiment. They increased the volume down there, but they increased the volume with more calming sounds, not Sobonek sounds. I don't want to make this really clear. They actually played certain songs louder than they would normally play them. It actually led to better outcomes and all that kind of stuff. But the thing was, when this woman, Lisa Lavia, first joined the Noise Abatement Society, what she found was she thought she would have to go around and get public awareness up about how bad the sound was in the community, how damaging it was, not just from a place of noise pollution, because one of the things that Berdick's book does is he says there's been too much of a focus on decibels. Everybody knows about the danger of decibels. But one of the things that she says, it's not so much the wrong sounds, but it's the wrong time. That's the big thing we've got to somehow manage. And Berdick seems to suggest something like that too, that most sounds are not bad. What throws us off about sounds is when they come at inopportune moments. If I'm making sense there, I'm sure you dig where I'm coming from. The idea that there are times that you hear a horn, it doesn't bug you at all. Other times when you hear a horn, it could surprise you. It could be inappropriate. But when the sound doesn't match up with the moment, that's what causes the problems. But to kind of get back to this idea of being an example evangelist, which means you're not preaching the good word, you're living the good word. So they went around the entire community to, kind of get on top of the sound problem in the community. And she thought she'd have to educate people about this, Trey. Well, every place they went, everybody knew there was a sound problem. Every single person knew it. They didn't have to tell them. As a matter of fact, you can make a case that learned helplessness, in fact, had creeped in, which is a crazy thing. I don't know if you know about learned helplessness, but that's when something happens and you just kind of accept that's the reality of it. So once they figured out that everybody knew there was a sound problem, they then realized the next problem is that everybody, when there's a problem, articulates a problem that everybody already understands. What they do then is they then tell people what they should do, which is also not a good step, because telling people what they should do, many of them know they should do it. They don't have the money, the resources, or the time. And then they start telling people what they would do in that situation. Well, when people hear you say that you have a solution and you're telling them what they should do, your solution should be your solution and not their solution. Do you follow me? Am I making a little bit of sense here, folks, in the sense that often when you tell people, you know what you should do, how many times have you wanted to tell somebody when they tell you what you should do, you want to tell them you should do that? Because 9 out of 10 times, they're not doing that. How about that? They're not doing that. So you say to them, you should do that. And if you start doing it, you then become the evangelist by example. The example evangelist. You are the one abating the sound. And it applies to everything in life, that the first place you should begin with the change is with yourself. I know it sounds so simple, but it's like a checklist, isn't it? Everybody knows we have a problem with hours of service. And everybody is telling everybody else what they should do. And everybody's telling everybody what they would do if they were them. But nobody is doing the thing itself. And there are ways, even with the bad HOSs that we have right now, that you can actually figure out solutions and give examples of how you can manage your hours of service. Plenty of folks do, by the way. I don't know, guys, if you know this, Junker texts me every morning about his whereabouts and his locations. Always love hearing from him. Many of you do, too. Many of you guys are evangelists by example in how you manage your hours of service and your sleep. And that's a really groovy thing, if you dig where I'm coming from. 615-292-6366. I want to pivot here for a second and actually remind you guys that this sports report is brought to you by ShadyRays.com. Cut down on the glare of the hype with Shady Rays, lost and broken protection game plans. Their custom service and their knowledge, like a good major league team, is first rate. By the way, they've got your back. Do I got a Chris Berdick on the phone?
100%, but here's what's funny. The poor girl's number that we had, she's got some voicemails. So I have Chris on the phone. We're hanging out with him. I highly appreciate him being able to join us today.
Hey, Chris, good morning, man. How you doing?
I'm great. How are you?
I am fine, and we've been talking about your book for the last 10 minutes or so, my producer and I, until you graciously gave us a call. Appreciate that as well. This book is terrific. My wife is a sound designer along with being the programming director over here. And, of course, given what we do for a living, we're obsessed with sound. I've already done your introductions, by the way, so people know who you are and they know the book is called Clamor.
Sure.
But in going through the book, there was so much that, so much that I understood. There were a lot of aha moments. But I really wanted to talk about the end of the book as well with Lisa Lavia, because I found that whole idea of solving a problem by actually engaging with the problem and figuring out kind of counter solutions really amazing. But before we get to that, can you kind of talk about the overall project of the book? Because there is a 30,000-foot view before we dig into specific examples. And good morning, by the way.
And good morning to you. So the book began with a kind of just a bit of fascination. I was assigned a story for the Boston Globe Sunday magazine to do a feature about a noise researcher, a public health researcher at the Harvard School of Public Health who was focused on noise. And I hadn't really thought about noise as a pollution or a public health issue until then. I started to see all this epidemiology connecting noise exposure to not just hearing loss, but to cardiovascular disease risk and hypertension and diabetes. And you kind of run down the list. There was this impact, and what struck me was how could we have such a huge public health impact from something that people can't even understand or agree on the definition of it. So I started to kind of push that a bit. I did some more magazine stories, and it kept being interesting to me. And just to complete this thought, when I started working on the book, COVID hit, and all of a sudden, the roads were empty, and nobody was hanging out together, and the skies were clear, and businesses were shuttering, and it was a catastrophe, but it was also quieter. And it made me realize that quiet is not just an end in of itself, that there's context that really matters to any kind of soundscape, whether it's stillness and silence or lots of sound and noise. Context really matters. So that kind of gave the book its shape.
I'm going to say something. As I was reading the book and we got to some of the passages on silence, and you're quick to point out that some people have this blessed rage for silence. They desperately want it. They think they want it. They think they know what it is. But I've got two examples from both my movie watching life and my actual life. The first of which is silence can be a pretty terrifying thing, as 28 Days Later has proven on numerous rewatchings. The second thing is that my family lost everything during Hurricane Katrina. The levees broke, and my mom and dad got 13 feet of water in 30 minutes, along with 60 first cousins, aunts, uncles, and beyond. We returned to the neighborhood, Chris, and I was so unnerved in the immediate aftermath when I actually got back into the city a few days later to kind of do a tour of what had happened. My dad was the first to point out when we were over at the lakefront community. I'm like, what is that sound? I heard this dark, low whisper in the background. And he said, every bit of white noise is gone. Every stoplight, every car, every bird. What you're hearing is the lake.
Yeah.
And,
oh, yeah.
And it completely unnerved me. And, you talk about the idea that sound is all context, that great quote towards the end. It's not a matter of the wrong sounds. It's the wrong sounds at the wrong time. And so much of the book really examines that. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's fair. For sure.
So can you kind of talk a little bit about, and like I said, talk a little bit about what the public health crisis that is actually being engendered here by noise pollution, that it's deeper and darker than people imagine?
Yeah. So the first part is hearing loss, and this is just a numbers game where the estimates are that there are about 1.5 billion people on the planet now who have some degree of hearing loss, and that is a mix of aging and noise exposure. And the projections are that could rise to 2.5 billion people in 2050. And the way that we measure hearing loss is with an audiogram. They kind of put the beeps on, different frequencies, and then you raise your hand when you hear it. The thing about the audiogram, it's a screening tool. It doesn't really measure hearing. We don't go through life just to detect beeps. We have to understand what we're hearing, differentiate one voice from another. Hearing is a really complicated task that involves our brains as much as our ears. And that part of the connections between our brains and our ears involves a bunch of little nerve endings in our inner ear. And those start to get damaged well before the audiogram starts to show anything. And so you have another level of hearing loss that people are not even measuring. So then you get into sleep disturbance and stress, and that can happen well below the decibel range that will hurt your ears. That's just kind of your hearing is like a evolutionary defense mechanism, because when you close your eyes at night, you're sleeping, your ears are still awake and they're listening for things. And when they hear something, they perk up, and it perks up your entire body. Your resting heart rate raises again, your blood pressure goes up again, and your cortisol starts pumping. And when that happens on a chronic way, that is kind of what cascades into things like cardiovascular disease and those sorts of impacts. So these are systemic issues that we don't realize when we just have noise in our ears for a time and we're annoyed, but then it goes away and we forget about it.
It's interesting, by the way, we talk about this with truckers all the time, that if you're thirsty, it's already too late, and if you are tired, it's already too late. I didn't realize this until going through this book. By the time you start having hearing problems, the damage has been going on for quite a while before you actually start to realize what has happened. Is that fair?
Yeah, because if a lot of people will say, that they can hear you when you're trying to talk to them, but they can't understand you. And what's going on there is that the ears are intact enough, the hair cells inside the inner ear, the cochlea, are intact enough to detect the sound. But those connections that kind of do that fine-grained work of differentiating the sound, localizing it, those have started to go already. And those go, like I said, before the audiogram will tell you, you will, think, okay, I've got fine hearing, I'm clear, but there's damage underway already. And there's been a lot of research into mice with this. It's harder to do this kind of research on humans because you have to be dead for them to get into your inner ear to that degree. But mice research on this has been pretty extensive and shown how much damage can be done before something like an audiogram will pick it up.
I had a chance many years ago to make a friend in Terry Hanratty, the former NFL quarterback, and he was the first one to turn me onto this idea. The idea that the people who are getting older, often people think they're in early stages of dementia. People often think that they're actually having, a whole lot of problems that aren't actually caused by dementia or, in fact, Alzheimer's, but, in fact, people are isolating themselves and shutting their brain down because they can't hear the world around them. Is that a fair way to kind of put that?
That is a possibility that some researchers at Johns Hopkins in particular have been looking at, where they've just been doing the correlations. So you look at people who have mild hearing loss, who double the risk of having dementia, and that is the kind of probable cause, which is you can't hear people, you can't engage, you withdraw, you start to, as you say, shut down your brain. You just are not exercising that muscle, and that can potentially increase your risk of dementia and depression.
Yeah, and that goes back to the synaptic connections you talked about too. The idea that it's like, we've got to be able, like you said, I can hear you, but I don't understand you. Is often an issue with people as they get older, but often an issue with a lot of people who have hearing problems. Like I said, it's a hearing problem. It's not a lack of hearing. It's the inability to kind of connect what one is hearing to the brain to then process the information to do what is necessary in response. I wanted to pivot for a second too, because like I said, that last part of that book, when we got over to that British town, was gave me a lot of hope, as a matter of fact. There's a line from there that says it's not necessarily done intentionally, but it can be done intentionally. And one of the other things that kind of I realized in reading the book, how deeply important in urban settings green space is. Can you kind of talk about the idea of the impact of public planning, not just with parks, but where we put traffic lights, where we put subway tunnels, where we put anything that creates sound in particular ways, how we angle buildings, all of that. Urban planning is more and more getting at least studied from a point of how do we basically create the best soundscape that we possibly can.
Yeah, well, from your lips to God's ears, that's kind of the goal, right? Right now, a lot of time urban planning is done with, modeled decibels, and then that they kind of do that at the end, and then they call it a day. But the idea is, and they were creating these tools so that you could do a simulation auditory of say a commercial district that you're creating, and how are you going to situate where the bus stop is going to be? Is it going to be right next to the park where you want people to be relaxing? Is it going to be a block away? How are you going to have the air conditions? Are they going to all be in the back of the buildings? Are they going to be on the top of them? How is that going to affect the sound of the people that are walking down the street trying to have conversations? So these are all kind of the whole idea being that you are doing sound-aware design. And when I went to Brighton in England, I was walking with Lisa Lavia, who is managing director of the UK Noise Abatement Society. It's kind of like the big noise control group there.
It's such a British
She
name,
realized-
too. It is such a
Yeah,
British
right?
name. I mean, it's like, the Noise Abatement Society. I just love that. Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's true. But we were walking through a park, a beautiful park, between rows of kind of Italianate row houses going down to the sea there. And at the top of the park was a really busy stretch of road, and there was a bus stop there where one after another the bus would come in with the kind of growl of the diesel engine, and it would idle there for a while. People got on and off and had that wheeze of the hydraulic brakes and all that. And of course the regular traffic also making a bunch of noise. And so what happened was at the top of the park, nobody was there. Nobody. The benches were empty. The grass, completely vacant. And then as you went down, the landscaping changed. So you had a bit of a berm that kind of blocked the sound. You had more trees. You were just farther away, obviously, from the road. And you had a water feature down there that made its own masking sound. And so you saw people there sitting there, enjoying the park, walking their dogs, saying hi to one another, joggers laying out in the grass, having a rest. You realize that the park is there for those purposes. And when you design it without thinking about how the sound can impact those purposes, then you've missed something. And so that's kind of the idea. She said that was sort of, maybe not done on purpose because this was a park that was built and designed, 150 years ago, but it can be done on purpose. You can think about these things ahead of time.
The other thing is, and you kind of alluded to this earlier too, is that you also you never leave out the fact that this is all interconnected. This isn't simply an issue of sound, but like I said, the wrong sounds, not the wrong sounds, but the wrong time often. And so some of these attempts to kind of figure this all out often involve the replication of other sensory realities, and the idea that you'll get like certain scents are introduced, certain contexts are introduced, certain textures are introduced into the environment in an attempt to replicate. Because I got to tell you, as a guy who loves cities, every once in a while, the slight smell of gasoline, the background of a jackhammer, followed by walking by a bodega where there's some music coming out, then going around the corner to a bit more quiet, it can be a lovely sort of landscape. And they point out also that there are people who like to live. We talked to Mark Graney, the author, who was doing an interview with us from a porch in Washington, D.C., where the city was coming to life. That made him happy. So this isn't,
Sure.
And you have there's another great line, too, about the idea that this is subjective but not arbitrary. Can you unpack that as well, too? I thought that was groovy.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, so, I mean, the idea is that noise is famously subjective, and people will often take that as kind of like, oh, it's, it's like a personal taste sort of thing. And my point is that there is a lot of, there are layers here. You have certainly the influence of how we interpret sound will be based on our upbringing, our cultural background, our mood in any given day. That's all true. But below that, there are certain things that connect us as humans. We have shared vulnerabilities in our inner ear in terms of that anatomy there that does so amazing, but it is kind of vulnerable to loud sounds. We have a shared connection, a hair trigger between our hearing and our fight or flight reactions. We have limited ability to focus our attention on multiple things. So when the signals are coming at us, and a lot of sounds are just that, they're just signals, we can only handle so much. We all need sleep. and there are all these things that connect us in our reactions to sound that mix with that kind of personalized, subjective piece of it. So it's both of those things.
In the limited time we have left here, by the way, and I can't tell you how much we appreciate you making the time for us. I do want to say one of the other things the book does is that it challenges the idea that this is simply about decibels. This is almost kind of like, people cutting out fat in the 70s. Yes, people should cut down on fat, but you have to be careful that thinking that there is a magic bullet to this situation, and for too long, the reduction of decibels became kind of the holy grail of all of this in regards to audio, figuring out audio damage here. That's not the entire case, is it? There's a lot more at play than just decibels and changing that narrative. Is it fair to say, once again, that that's one of the points of the book, to change that narrative a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. You have, on the sort of negative side, like what is bothering us about sound, you have things like duration. There's these new data centers going up everywhere all the time. And the sound that people have a problem with there is not super loud, but it goes on 24/7 because those servers need to be cooled all the time, or they're going to overheat, and that the sound is coming into these people's houses low frequency. You can kind of feel it in your chest. Again, that's nothing to do with decibels, and it's happening, and it's coming in all the time. So that's kind of the negative piece. But on the positive side, there are so many sounds out there that we love, that give us restoration and that give us joy, and we want to hear those things. And when we talk about a certain loudness level, that's all that decibels are. It's just the acoustic energy intensity of a sound. It doesn't tell us whether that acoustic energy is from, the babbling brook and the birds as we walk, or it's from, an annoying buzz of a drone flying over our head. Those could both be the same decibel level, but they'll have very different impacts on us.
We're going to run out of time here. I'm going to say it again, by the way. Clamor, how noise took over the world and how we can take it back. And by the way, as he points out, the book is not a slog through a gloom and doom sort of scenario. It's an absolute celebration of sound as well, and a really enjoyable read, along with getting the science so very right. You guys can go to Chris Berdick at BERDIK.com to find out more about this author. What are you working on next, other than doing the hitting the hustings for the book?
Well, right now I'm doing most of that, and I'm trying to come up with the next topic that's worthy of a book. So I'm a freelancer. I'm omnivorous. I've been doing some work writing about education and ed tech. So that's kind of my grab bag right now.
And by the way, I have to ask this question. This book is available on Audible, is it not?
It sure is.
As you probably guessed, the majority of our listeners, one of whom actually has 600 Audible books under his belt since he became a truck driver. It's a very important part of their thing. The other thing is, I don't know if you were aware of this, but when they tried, it was the technology was too expensive, but it worked. When they tried to fix the comfort of people sitting down in trucks, Bose actually came up with technology that completely worked for it. They realized that the vibrations that were happening to truck drivers inside of the cab were reduced by using Bose speaker technology to kind of offset the long, low rumble. And the number of people who actually drive in this profession who actually have had damage, and I'm talking about incremental 20, 30, 40-year damage, and proving it's interconnected, because so much of that is about the shaking that goes on as much as it's about the hearing. And that's one of the other final notes I wanted to make. The book talks about the way other things can damage our hearing outside of just straight sound, because it understands what sound is. I'll give you the last word.
Well, I just want to say, we will never be free of noise in this world, and I don't think we should aspire to be. But I think if we think about sound broadly and proactively, there's lots of ways that we can, make our world sound not just less bad, but potentially better. So that's my last word.
Thank you very much. As I said, a good-sounding world is a good-sounding world to me, because I have to talk on the radio for extended periods of time. I hope it sounds pretty good. Thank you so much, Chris. You're welcome back anytime you got something else cooking, okay?
All right, appreciate it. Thanks so much.
You got it. #RGR. That stands for Road Gang Radio. That means Freaky, Feisty, Flinty, and Really Fun Friday. Head over to Facebook and tell people to come over here and join us on the Tube of You, the Odyssey, the iHeart, and all other platforms. We love having you here, guys. It's Friday. Give us a call, 615-292-6366.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
You know Sap Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires, so hold on to that fifth wheel, because when you buy 4 Salem S624 EFTs, the perfect line haul trailer tire, mounted at Sap Brothers, your price is an amazing $199.99, originally priced at $299.99, and prices are good through June 30, 2025 while supplies last. Save on 4 or more at Sap Brothers, and nobody's going to beat that price. Salem Tires, advanced compound technology for maximum mileage and rolling resistance without compromise. When you think tires, think Sap Brothers.
We are back with more Road Gang Radio, streaming live on iHeartRadio, YouTube, roadgangradio.com. Yep, all that stuff. Jimmy Mac's back in the driver's seat.
On the road here, guys, on this freaky, feisty, flinty Friday. Big thanks to ChrisBerdick.com. You can find his book, Clamor, How Noise Took Over the World and How We Can Take It Back. Like I said, that's the really cool thing about this book, too, is that it's not saying noise is bad, you know. It doesn't say that rock and roll is noise pollution. That's not what it says at all. As a matter of fact, it says there are times when some noises should be loud. You should often rock out. That's a good thing. That's a positive thing. That's not what the book is saying. Like I said, it's one of those books, too, that is a science book, but I'm telling you guys, as an audio book, it is pretty terrific. That's one of those long-form conversations. You know, we have a lot of those here on the show, and it's important that we get Chris back at some point. I'd love to, and actually get a full hour with him, because there's a lot of groovy things that we didn't dig into that make such a difference for you while you're on the road out there. By the way, before I actually get to our friend Chowder and just drop him in mass tack, this sports report is brought to you by ShadyRays.com. Chris arrived, and so I cut it short. Cut down on the glare of the hype with Shady Rays lost and broken protection game plans. Their custom service and their knowledge are like a good major league team. Hey, man, they've got your back at ShadyRays.com. It was 5-5 in the bottom of the 10th when Aaron Judge popped up to right field. He popped up, as a matter of fact, to Julio Rodriguez, who's got one of the best arms in the majors. So when Anthony Volpe slid just ahead of guaranteed Rookie of the Year Cal Riley's tag from Julio Rodriguez's perfect throw, the Yankees became just the second team in the expansion era, 1961, to win a game after going hitless and trailing by 5 runs through 7 innings. They didn't get a hit for 8 innings, Dre. They were down 5-0, and they ended up winning it. New York 6, Seattle 5, in front of a mad celebration in the Bronx. I had to share this, by the way, because, man, this is just too groovy. In 1976, it's Fulton County Stadium. 34 couples before the game marry at home plate. Immediately after the marriages, immediately after the wedding ceremonies, they had a wrestling match for an evening that was called Headlocks and Wedlocks.
We love it.
And here's the best part. Anybody who went to those weddings and stayed for the wrestling match, if they stayed for the baseball game, dig this. On this day in 1976 at Fulton County Stadium, Hank Aaron became the oldest major leaguer at 42 years, 5 months, and 7 days to hit a walk-off homer when he went deep in the bottom of the 10th inning off of Steve Foucault in the Brewers' 5-4 victory over Texas at County Stadium. The Hammer will hold that distinction until Cleveland's Jason Giambi hits a pinch hit game-winning round tripper in 2013. He, by the way, is a month and 15 days older than Hammer and Hank when he accomplishes that particular feat. Normally I give you some odd news with the sports report, but I got to tell you, man, headlocks and wedlocks, chef's kiss.
Chef's kiss.
Chef's absolute kiss. Hey, our good friend Chowder is lean and mean and on the scene. What's going on? Make it green.
Speaking of wrestling and headlocks.
What's going on?
Hey, buddy. First of all, good morning, everybody. No Red Sox fan ever wants to hear anything good about the Yankees, especially when it cost us moving up a game closer to them because they bumbled and stumbled their way into a victory.
Oh,
just saying.
I'm going to make you feel good about the Red Sox. Last night, they won their 7th straight.
They won 4-3.
It was their 7th straight win. So they didn't gain any ground, but they certainly held serve. How you doing, my friend out there?
I'm doing good. The other breaking news we need, Jimmy, you're going to have to help us with this. When the terrific pterodactyl, the turtle of terror, comes on, Dudette and I both comment, we need to know what kind of fish are in that pond and why was there not a fishing rod being used in the filming of that reel yesterday.
I think it's one of those no fish were harmed in the making of this video kind of thing would be my guess. But
nonsense.
By the way, what my favorite is that she's talking, and then if you guys have seen that video, there's a jump cut to a dog sitting right next to her, just looking at her.
Yeah,
the chocolate lab. I mean, the chocolate labs are just the best.
That's right. I was more distracted by why there wasn't a fishing pole in the use during that reel in a kayak in a fishing pond. But anyway, you were talking. I wasn't up to date on the live stream because I was too busy dissing on that other channel on how they're ruining the program, and we appreciate everybody coming over, especially if you hit the thumbs up like on the new platform. And I heard you talking about the noise thing, and it got me thinking and remembering some experiences I've had with noise. I always am intrigued by noise, and I got to get this book to read. That you know, back in the day and even nowadays, when you go to an old wrestling at the Sportatorium or the Omni, or even in the armories of your local, more regional wrestling, to get a better reaction from the crowd, they always darken the lights around the crowd and keep a low light on the ring, because people feel better and sound covers in darkness better, so you will get a louder reaction, especially for studio shows and taping, which I always thought was intriguing, which is totally opposite of the few times I've gone to operas and plays that they dim the lights because they actually want you to be quiet then.
Yeah, let me explain. This is really, really complex stuff, and the fancy pants term is called the semiotics of sound, where you use visual clues to actually engender how you want people to behave in regards to the sound around them. And there are all kinds of little tricks you'll have, like when you go to the opera or you go to a play or you go to anything that involves it's weird because we actually, when you we go to a play and you'll hear the orchestra do that kind of strange warm up, that kind of that sonorous growl it does. It happens at the beginning of Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. The reason they put that in that album, by the way, was they wanted you to stop you in your tracks and bring you to attention that something different was happening on a rock album than had ever happened before, and what happens in those situations is that it focuses the eye. But what they do with the crowd, before they darken the lights on a wrestling match is they make sure the crowd is already raucous, and then they indicate on the lights going down. There is usually a visual indicator that as the lights go down, you're supposed to increase your volume. So you'll get like what they call a prime pump. Somebody will be up there kind of firing the crowd up and making them get louder as the lights go down, whereas there are other visual and audio signals in an opera or a stage play where they're telling you, hey, man, shut the living hell up. Important things are happening here. It's a really interesting dynamic, isn't it?
It is. And I also like, the woods in the really dark or the really calm of the morning. Something about bringing out the wildlife noises and really enhances your other senses, and that's never a bad thing because we all know we should use some other senses more than we do, common being one of them. But I just kind of got in, and I really enjoyed that interview you had with the guest about that book and the science behind it a little bit. So if Chowder's interested enough that he's actually going to go get the book and read it, that's not a bad thing.
That's not a bad thing. And by the way, I'm telling you this, Chowder, I tell everybody this, 4Art has actually practiced this policy. If you ever read one of these books and want to get into talking about it, you call. I don't care where we are or what we're doing, unless it's a national emergency, call, and we will chat about that particular book. There's some groovy...
That's right. 4Art, he rags on me pretty hard about not reading enough books. I told him I only know 2-syllable words, and I can only pronounce 1-syllable words. But I use a lot of words I can't spell, but it doesn't mean I don't know what they mean.
I actually was able to follow you there. I'm not sure if that's a measure of where my brain is at or how brilliant you in fact are. We'll figure it out
I'm
together.
not very brilliant, so it's got to be on you.
It's all over
Have a
me.
good one, guys.
You too, man. Thanks for calling. Chowder, be safe out there on the highways and byways. Our good friend Tom Bray, who was on the highway with us yesterday. By the way, big shout out to you, Tom. Dave Nemo walked in and said Tom was really on top of it yesterday. I could not agree more. And that content will be available on the Tube of You and everywhere else that we actually do our replays. He says Hammerin' Hank was my favorite Milwaukee player. Loved watching him play. Every time he came to bat, you knew anything was possible. By the way, watching Hank Aaron hit that record home run when he breaks Babe Ruth's record really is peak 70s stuff too, just like Chris Chambliss's dramatic home run in the 1976 American League Championship Series against the Kansas City Royals. It's a different time, man. If people storm the field today the way they stormed, this is one of those great examples of people say things are so much worse now. Let me tell you something, dude. Disco night is all I'll say. Cleveland's death to disco night is all I will. You know about that, right?
A little bit.
Where they burned all those disco records and they blew up the box of disco records, and in doing so, the crowd then stormed the field and destroyed Cleveland Stadium.
Nice.
I mean, in agreement with the action. I don't mean they were like angry that he blew up like the Bee Gees. Which, by the way, I'm angry that you blew up the Bee Gees, but people weren't angry that he blew up the Bee Gees. They just wanted something to do. And if you think about the courage of Hank Aaron, dude. Think about the courage of that, man. There are people writing him all kinds of racist letters, telling him he shouldn't break Babe Ruth's record, and then he's literally rounding the bases on the home run, Dre. And there are people who are running on the field to pat him on the back. He doesn't know what they're doing. He doesn't know what's going to happen next. Imagine how dangerous that is. I mean, can you imagine? If, in fact, it happens in college football, that's different because those kids on the field often go to class with the people who are storming the field. They know them on a personal level. But, dude, although it's too expensive now, the people who actually buy tickets for Major League Baseball games and professional football games, they're the kind of people who have too much to lose by getting pulled into the drunk tank. But can you imagine that, though? You've just won a game, and you have to fight your way to get out. Chambliss has to fight his way out in that 1976 debacle. What you got?
Man, I think we got a Weasel on the line. I was going to get him all queued up, but maybe he wants to talk baseball. Maybe he wants to talk sound.
Drop him in. Hey, Weasel, what's happening? Good morning. Welcome to Road Gang Radio.
Hey, morning, fellers.
What's happening?
And a little bit about the noise.
Oh.
Talk to us.
And
ours or the book?
The book.
Go on.
I can hear loud stuff, of course, and I can hear very quiet, but there's a mid-range I cannot hear. And, like, if I get in some place where there's a lot of background noise or bad, where the sound seems to just bounce all over the place, then I can't understand anything.
You're not just talking about when your significant other talks, huh?
Well, I need to have one of those first.
Yeah.
Touche.
You walked into that one, Dre.
Damn it.
Weasel, actually the book does get into that, by the way, about why people can hear like certain low frequencies and high frequencies and often miss a lot of stuff in the middle. It gets into that. And what he kind of talks about, when we touched on it as well, too, the damage that people are doing to their ears before they start to have quote-unquote hearing problems. It's like when people lose their eyesight late in their life. Not go blind, but their eyesight gets worse and worse as they kind of go on. But it happens so gradually they don't know what's happening. It's those inner ear follicles. It's those hair follicles inside your ear. They are so crucial to how you hear and how you feel that they wear down. They get broken up. They dry out. Wax gets in there. It gets crispy in there, and then you start slowly and gradually losing sound, and you don't even realize that you're losing it because you don't really pay attention. I think this is weird too. I think you and I can't do anything about it because we're at an age now where we can't. But I think it's important to teach younger people to really be mindful. This is where mindfulness can be really helpful, because if you become aware of all the sounds around you, you need to check in every once in a while to see if you're still hearing them. Am I making sense?
Yeah, and I know when my kids, not hunting, but when we went out shooting, it was always make sure they have earplugs or not earmuffs, but earphones on. So they don't get, they cut down on the damage. But when I was growing up, we'd go out shooting and we'd shoot all day, and we never had earplugs or anything in. And when we're out hunting, you don't want to have earplugs in then, just for the actual kind of safety fact. But another thing that will drive me nuts is he talked about that continual low hum or whatever. If I hear something like that, I'm going to go nuts. That just drives me batty. And just things like that, just do it.
By the way, and this will make you, I'm pushing the book because I really enjoyed it, but what you'll also enjoy is that he talks about ways to mitigate the hum, that there are other sounds you can introduce. It's interesting that one of the things the book talks about is that combinations can negate the unpleasantness of sound. There's this great chart they do. It's this nexus where you have eventful noise, uneventful noise, calm noise, pleasant noise, unpleasant noise, monotonous, and exciting. And it's finding the perfect place where pleasant kicks in, someplace between exciting and calm and uneventful. All of that stuff really kind of plays through. And one of the things they talk about is that sometimes it isn't a matter of eliminating the sound, but introducing a new sound that either masks the sound or creates... Okay, so if you get a monotonous hum, right? Monotonous hum drives you crazy, right?
Yeah.
Okay. If you introduce something that is rhythmic with variety on top of it, the hum actually then collaborates with the other sound and stops being the sound that originally was. That's a complicated theory, but I think you got what I'm talking about, right? That literally, rather than eliminating the sound, because it might be the sound of the air condition, it might be the sound of something that needs to be on that's actually making us comfortable and happier, but you need to introduce a second or third sound to give it a rhythm that prevents it from being monotonous and driving you crazy. Make sense?
Yeah, I can't say the commercial or commercials, but there's actually a couple of them in the background. There's a rhythmic thump, bass type deal, and it almost sounds mechanical. And I'll shut it sounds like it could be something going wrong with my truck, and I'll shut the radio down, and that went away. And why the heck they have that noise in that commercial? Because it has nothing to do with it. But it's just in the background of that.
Hey, by the way, when we get off the phone, don't hang up. I want Dre to pick up the phone because I want you to tell him what the commercial is so he can tell me over the break. Or you can actually just text me. You can text me, actually. Why don't you just text me and tell me what the commercial is, okay?
I can't remember the commercial.
Oh, you can't remember the commercial. Okay, I thought you were doing the thing that people usually do, which is withholding, not wanting to jump on a sponsor's case or something, because I'd love to know what that is. If you think of it, though, please send me the name of the commercial. I'd love to know what that one is, to see if I, in fact...
If I hear it again, I'll definitely text you right away.
By the way, here's my final question for you, Weasel. There are other things, too, that, once you see it, you can't unsee it. Have there been things, like I said, I'm almost kind of frightened to ask about what commercial it is, because once I hear it, I might not unhear it. Have there been things like that somebody pointed it out to you, that there's a sound someplace, and sometimes that can be delightful. Like I will point out to Dre, or he'll point out to me, hey, if you listen to this song, you can actually hear how they're stealing from so-and-so, and it's like, oh my God, they are, there it is. But you ever had a situation where once you heard it, you couldn't unhear it?
Certain, like Billy Joel channel's on right now. And the other day he pointed out he did, in the heat of the night, a cappella deal with a group, and just the snapping of the thumbs and stuff. And I can't stop thinking of that song now.
Earworm. That is the vernacular term for that, earworm. And by the way, that's why, I forget the name of the artist, the guy that basically Tom Petty had to say, hey man, you're actually just singing Don't Back Down, I Won't Back Down. What was the name of that? There was a song that came out recently where the guy basically stole I Won't Back Down and didn't realize he'd done it.
Oh, yeah. It was on Country Western News.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't realize that he had done it. He just did it, and then when he figured out that he had done it, he then turned around and gave him the money for it and said, I'm so sorry. It was kind of a crazy thing. Can't remember the song.
Remember back, this has been several years ago, I believe it was Travis Tritt and Billy Ray Cyrus, Achy Breaky Heart,
Oh, yeah.
and Tulsa Time.
Yep. And there's a point where, and I got to tell you, most people kind of go, oh, sorry, here's your money. And it happens. It happens. I mean, there are only so many notes. Remember this, too. There are only so many notes. And all sounds are monotonous when there are no other sounds around them. Weasel, I got to let you get out of here. I got some news to do and people to meet and all that kind of groovy stuff, and you got to go be safe. Thank you, my friend.
You bet. Thanks a lot, fellers. You guys have a good day.
You as well. By the way, OIDA, the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association, petitioned the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration in 2020 to create a broker transparency rule as one way to combat the problem. And that problem, of course, is broker transparency. That problem, of course, is broker fraud. That same year, hundreds of truck drivers traveled to Washington, D.C. to protest the lack of broker transparency in the trucking industry. That's in 2020. Truckers believe that without transparency, they're at a disadvantage in terms of receiving fair rates as well as potentially being victimized by bogus claims. This was in Donald Trump's first term. He paid attention to the protest and posted on Twitter, "I'm with the truckers all the way. Always dance with who brung you." Under former President Biden's administration, the FMCSA did issue a notice of proposed rulemaking regarding broker transparency. That comment period ended in March with about 6,900 comments submitted. Truckers argued that broker transparency would promote fairness, while brokers argued that the regulations are outdated and un-American. Okay, I mean, my response to that, of course, okay, let's go with that. So then the overtime rule is also outdated as well, too, right? Oh, nothing, nobody, didn't think so. Crickets, by the way, are a wonderful sound. As I was telling you, often they mean the reduction in the amount of That's the other thing too, is the fact that look, sound can create emotion. And sound can help you see better as well, too. That's kind of a really cool thing as well. So you get the crickets at the end of the evening. There are synaptic suggestions that our eyesight begins to Pavlovian adjust to the fall of night. Did you know that?
Nope, I did not know that.
That literally the sun will start setting, you'll hear the crickets, and the combination of that, we won't even see the sun setting. It just started setting. The crickets will kick in, and your eyesight will adjust.
I love the nostalgia of certain sounds and where they just make you feel absolute safe or remind you just of simpler and better times, because that's crickets for me, growing up in the bayou. Love it.
Oh, yeah, crickets in the bayou. Crickets in the bayou also means, we were saying the other day, it means less mosquitoes.
Oh, 100%.
Meaning they're going to go to work.
And that was also when lightning bugs were actually around. They ain't around no more.
By the way, people always say stuff like mosquitoes are completely useless. They're not. They're food.
Yeah.
Keep that in mind. They suck on us, but they are necessary for a lot of bugs that we do need that make a big difference, and a lot of birds in particular that we absolutely need around here. By the way, birds aren't real. I have it on good. You ever heard that group? They came on the show. You weren't with us on the weekend show when we had them. It was a long time ago. You might have heard it, but birds are not real. That was a thing we had. We should get those guys back. I'm telling you, it's unclear still how the Trump administration plans to move forward under the DOT with the broker transparency push. The agency has announced it will take action to combat unlawful broker activities. What that looks like is still on the table, by the way. And all of that is part of that June 27th pro-trucker package that was announced. It's been announced for two reasons. One, it was a priority of this administration. Two, as you all know from our conversation with Dean Croak, I'm going to be reposting that conversation. It is a real problem in the market right now. The slump that should have ended did not end. A lot of market uncertainty has created that situation, and I think the Trump administration realized that it was sooner rather than later it should introduce this 9-point plan to actually tell its folks that while they're still in the middle of kind of a don't know which way to go trucking market, that actions were being taken at the federal level to at least ease regulatory pressures while at the same time acknowledging there are economic pressures. Those regulatory pressures are creating a great deal of anxiety in the midst of the anxiety being created economically. So I think what the Trump administration is doing, along with fulfilling a promise that it made, good for them, it's also covering its ass. Straight up. It hasn't resolved with all the tariff today, not tariff tomorrow, all that kind of stuff going on. Fine, it's all groovy, but this is a way of saying, look, we're still figuring that out. So here, this is this thing that we talked about that we promised we'd give you, and we're giving it to you. We're making a real full push and effort. It's smart politics. I will say this. Sometimes smart politics and smart policy intersect. You should enjoy them when they come along. So we're going to enjoy that as well. Marty Miello is going to be joining us, by the way. Buckle up and get ready. Did you hear that song, Dre?
I did, and I'll be honest with you, I didn't finish it, but let me tell you, man, it bringing me back to a different time, and at the same time, I like it.
I have to tell you guys, if you really want to find out about his B&B, cooking school, on-site, and world-class classes are held across the earth at epluribusyum.com. That's right, I just said that, epluribus, not unum, but epluribusyum.com. You can also find his B&B, which... Guys, go to this B&B, theinnofthepatriots.com, and he's got a really, interesting marketing firm called mangielloassociates.com. He will be joining us. I'm not even going to try to give you his full resume because it is extensive. I can tell you this, though. If you want to eat the same breakfast that Andrew Jackson had, albeit with probably better nutrients and preservatives in it than Andrew Jackson had, this guy can make it for you. He can make President Grant's favorite breakfast as well. He can make a lot of presidents' favorite breakfast. I'm a big breakfast obsessive, and so the idea of having Marty come on and talk about just that is fun. Look, our good friend Diver Driver is going to make his way over here for the 23rd, for that big party on the 23rd at the Degas House at the Historic Fastport Studios. Historic Degas House at the Fastport Studio. Want to make sure we got that straight. He's going to be coming over here. He's going to be joining us. You should too. This is not a fancy pants snobatorium. We're talking about gumbo. We're talking about potato salad. We're talking about a whole bunch of groovy stuff. A really great band, a lot of fun folks, a lot of great people, a lot of veterans, a lot of truck drivers, ATA captains, behind the wheel of the truck. They're going to have the truck parked on side of the Degas House. There's some groovy stuff going down, and you are invited. You have not been excluded. Simply write us at weekends@radionemo.com. and just say, I want to come. I'm RSVPing. The Turtle will take it and put it into a list so that we know how big this list is. It's getting bigger by the minute. We're not going to cap it. We just need to know. If, in fact, you're coming. And Marty would love to hear from you, too. Give Marty about 10 minutes on the air with me alone, and then you guys can give him a call at 615-292-6366 and jump into the conversation as well. We'll get Marty on the phone here, and you need to buckle up, though, guys. This is an extraordinary raconteur, a veteran, a master chef, a great personality, and a truly great American. We got to take a quick break here. We're going to come back on the other side. Like I said, give us about 10 minutes of just talking. Marty is going to want to hear from you, but let us kind of settle into the conversation first and see where we're taking things. Our good friend, BB the King, is walking in here now. How dare you, sir? The umbrage, the temerity. We are at the Fastport studio, so the guy from Fastport has arrived here. We'll be right back on the other side of all of this stuff here. Guys, go to theinnofthepatriots.com. That's where I'd start. You can also find his museum site at uspcm.org. We'll be right back.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Pittsburgh Power's OPS EcoPure gives you cleaner oil and saves you money with extended oil drains. The proprietary synthetic microglass bypass oil filter captures particulates down to 3 microns and gets rid of liquid contaminants too. Pittsburgh Power's industry-leading oil analysis allows them to monitor your engine's health and anticipate maintenance needs. Catch potential issues early and extend your engine's longevity with practical solutions tailored to you. Don't wait for breakdowns. Visit PittsburghPower.com and learn about OPS today.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop. Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
You know Sap Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires, so hold on to that fifth wheel, because when you buy 4 Salem S624 EFTs, the perfect line haul trailer tire, mounted at Sap Brothers, your price is an amazing $199.99, originally priced at $299.99, and prices are good through June 30, 2025 while supplies last. Save on 4 or more at Sap Brothers, and nobody's going to beat that price. Salem Tires, advanced compound technology for maximum mileage and rolling resistance without compromise. When you think tires, think Sap Brothers.
We are rolling back into another half hour of Road Gang Radio here on RadioNemo.com. Phone Master Dre is setting up something pretty groovy here in just a minute. I'll give him the high sign. Before I bring on Marty Miello, before I do that, before I unleash the beast that is that reality, I'm going to ask Phone Master Dre to, play a little song that Marty actually wrote the lyrics to and then cooked up a little something for us. We're going to go really quick on this, Dre, so take us away.
Hopefully it plays. Is it not playing? Nope. All right, that's not going to work out.
We could hear it.
It was? Okay.
I mean, I can ask people if they're listening right now.
All right, I'm going to start it over.
No, keep it going.
He
Own
said,
it.
I want bold, I want rich and wild. Give me comfort food with a smoky smile. Stormy stirred and Marty dreamed, and what they made was a savor scream. Brisket mac, Jimmy Mac, that flavor train ain't never looking back. Pulled beef melts and noodles divine. Cheese so creamy it'll stop your time.
Yeah. How about that? By the way, Morning from Marshall Platter, which I think is kind of an appropriate name, by the way, for people we're talking to. You can take that out now, Dre. Just cut it out. Marty Ellis, by the way, says, good morning from day 2 of the Walcott Truckers Jamboree. Hey, Marty. By the way, Tom Bray said, my dad told me my rock and roll at the volume I played it would make me deaf before I was 40. Turns out he was kind of right. Army, trucking, fire sirens, and loud music did reduce my hearing to the point I can't hear my wife's voice at times. Tom, are you telling your wife that? Is that what you're telling your wife? Is that working for you? Joe J, by the way, says, how was last night, Marty? Heard there were some bad storms over in your way. Marty Ellis, of course, is talking about, not Marty Miello, who joins us this morning. The one, the only. I gave you his bona fides before. If I attempted once again, as I have done in the first couple of half hours of this show, to try to read this man's bio, it would be the interview. So instead of that, without further ado or don't, Marty in the house, how are you, my brother?
Jimmy Mac Brisket Mac Attack! How are you, buddy? How are you?
I'm good. I actually have a little surprise for you. Tell him hi.
Good morning, Chef Marty. It's Brad Bentley.
Hey, Brad. What's going on? I'm glad you're there. Yeah, doing great. Happy Friday to all the family out there driving today. Yeah, we got a lot of family out on the road today.
Let's kind of jump in on the deep end. We've been doing what I've been calling the media rays this morning, kind of just throwing people right into the middle of the shitski. Can you talk a little bit about your service to kind of give people your bona fides? I mean, I gave an overview of it, but I would like a lot of these men and women out there, many of whom have served, many of whom are, as I say,
Exactly.
great Americans top to bottom. Tell them about your own experiences.
Yeah, I mean, my wife and I, Jimmy and Brad, both of us at the age of 17, signed up for the military and decided we just wanted to devote ourselves to something bigger than us, very focused on teamwork. And at that time, my wife was bit heavily by the Top Gun film, and
I was already in, actually, but I also was, of course, deeply affected by Top Gun. Both of us Navy, and it was tough. It was not easy. I mean, I stayed, but every 4 years came around, they want you to re-enlist, and I pissed off a lot of people. I would go out and do
No,
Shocker.
No, not you, Marty.
I would want to make sure I was doing my due diligence, check the job market, rustle up a resume, go on interviews, and ultimately every time it was funny. I re-enlisted, 5, 6 times. Every time I decided to stay Navy. But, that was just my story. I served all over the world. I lived in Asia for many years. I learned about 11 languages to speak. I lived in Europe for many years. I went into the desert 5 times. I went to the DMZ in the jungle. I just was very lucky, and I often say I feel super fortunate that I'm not too damaged. Like some of my friends were severely damaged and blown up, shot or attacked. I just pray to God that they get all the assistance that they can. And that's a huge motto in the Veterans of Foreign War is we are able to talk and walk still and have our ligaments. So we have to stand up and defend and fight for those who cannot. And that's a big thing for us. So, yeah, that's my story, and I'm sticking by it.
One of the really cool things too is that you're going to come down here for a little bit of a party where you get to be where you're not on the spot having to deliver the goods. You just get to have a really great time. But I know that you and Brad Bentley, if you get a chance, are going to head over to another friend of this show, Jackson's place, the Bastion community, and get a chance to kind of check out that and to check out how their unique approach to taking care of those who have been traumatically damaged by the war on terror, those people who have the kind of lifetime disabilities that are caused by combat, and you very dedicated to those men and women, to bringing them not just the joy of your culinary talents, but the joy of a personality that knows no bounds. And Marty pointed this out as well too. I want to make sure we're clear here. Stormy is his partner, not just his wife. I mean, they are absolutely in lockstep on this in regards to their patriotism, in regards to their commitment to all of these men and women who have served their country, and everyone who in any way has served their country. Big cheerleaders. Anybody they call a friend is the best person in the world, and that's a great kind of friend to have. Marty, okay, so let's pivot. We're going to pivot into your culinary expertise. Talk about how we go from the Navy and then end up a master chef at the highest level.
Yeah, I just got super lucky. I actually started telling people again that I was going to leave the Navy. I was bored. And again, as I mentioned, that tends to anger some of the lifer dogs. Next thing I knew, my captain of the submarine, Pat Casey, called me up to his stateroom and said, get in here and shut the door. And I had only ever been in that stateroom on my knees to, clean the decks and dust and make his bed and do his laundry and things like that. And so he said, stop standing there at attention, at ease. In fact, sit down. I was like, oh, my God. The old man wants me to sit down at his table. This is outrageous. And he started telling me about the White House chefs and the White House military office and how we have 75 Navy chefs that are there, and we take care of the presidency for all these years, and we also run the Naval Observatory at the end of Embassy Row and the entire vice president's house. And he said, but I'm not going to send you to any of those places. I'm going to send you to a very isolated place called the Camp David Resort. You'll still work for the White House, and you may come down to the White House and do state dinners and stuff like that, and I did, and special events at the White House. But you're going to be working at the top of a mountain. I was like, oh my God, this is unbelievable, Captain. I've never heard of Navy chefs cooking in the White House. He said, well, we do for a long time. We have 2 restaurants underneath the Oval Office. So I was like, I got to tell you, Captain, I've never heard of anything about what you're talking about. I've heard of very fancy French-trained chefs that are the executive chef of the White House, and that's about it. I've never heard of this. And he said, well, you need to get your head on a swivel and come to grips with reality, because I'm nominating you for this role And it's probably going to take about a year and a half for you to get there, and your whole family's going to be investigated. And so I went and did that interview, and it was pretty wild. It was about 14 months, Jimmy. It was the longest HR review before I could come to work of any place I've ever worked at. And you go immediately to a top-secret Yankee White clearance. You're in the president's bathroom. You're in the president's bedroom. You're in his living room, dining room, obviously the kitchen. I became a butler. I became a bartender. I was a housekeeper. You have to be able to do all of those roles, and I often say it's a lot different than being like the White House chef. If the White House chef was found inside the president's bedroom, they'd probably be arrested. But in the military, you have to do all 5 roles. So, you know, it really was kind of crazy, and my whole family went into the, stratosphere, I would say, just into orbit when I called and said, I'm going to be reviewed for this role by the Secretary of the Navy, and you guys need to get ready and strap on, because they are going to come around Delaware County, Pennsylvania, and interview with 2 guys wearing suits and sunglasses. And they did that for a long time. I got a lot of crazy calls from people cursing into the phone. Why the hell did you involve my family? I'm going to when I see you. Why would you mention me? I'm like, bro, hello? Relax, bro. I could not tell people that I was up for this job. It's not a federal lawsuit. This is a good thing that's happening, Joey. But why is there people in my living room when I come home at 5 o'clock at night terrorizing my father for 4 hours with questions about Marty Miello? I'm like, Joey, hello? Joey, this is a good thing that's happening. I'm being reviewed to become a White House chef, okay? They have to do this. I had to list like 1,004 references and 2 people for every week of my life for the past 10 years with your phone number and address. It took me 2 months just to get that reference list together, Joey. And finally, friends and stuff from around the area would calm down, Jimmy. But it was a trip.
Oh,
and that's how I got the job.
By the way, in case you're just joining us, Marty Miello is joining us this morning. He's a former White House chef, private investigator, security expert, executive chef, and GM of the Camp David Resort and Conference Center, working with the past 6 presidents for 25 years, from H.W. all the way to Uncle Joe. He's, by the way, a disabled and injured military veteran. He's got 30-year U.S. Navy retired certificate serving in wars across 3 continents. He's been a butler, a housekeeper, a military aide, and a bartender, carrying the proverbial chalice for Her Majesty to drink from. He's a raconteur, storyteller extraordinaire. And by the way, you're going to be at this party, but you also came up with a special recipe for me, that song, which you wrote the lyrics to. I wanted to kind of ask you to tell our friends out there, because after all, it's 8:42 in the center of the country. What we need to do is make all these people really hungry. Tell them what you cooked up for me, Marty.
Yeah, we figured let's take a mac and cheese and put brisket into it and a few other secret ingredients, and we came up with Jimmy Mac's Brisket Mac Attack. So you can't get much better than that, of beef melting and noodles divine, cheese so creamy it'll stop your time. These are the lyrics in the song: from the pit to the plate, it's a southern snack, raise your forks from the Brisket Mac Attack. Yep, I just keep on laughing to myself every time we listen to it. And people love all the inclusion of trumpet, of course, the piano, saxophone.
Had a real New Orleans feel. Matter of fact, what's so funny about it, it sounds something like my co-host, who's actually going to be here at 10 o'clock, Lindsay Lawler. So we're probably going to pass that song on to her and be like, hey, dude, you got to learn something now. At which point she will bury me.
Oh, my God. Can you imagine if she can sing that on the 23rd live?
Oh,
what's Brad have to say about that?
Oh, Marty, you know what's been in my head the whole time? I have had so much fun, not only with the poem, but with the song. We've sent this out to a lot of folks. We've laughed. But in my head, I've got this rap battle. And I can see a rap battle potentially on the 23rd, whether it's Lindsay Lawler.
Jimmy Mac.
Drake can do the beatbox.
Exactly.
Yeah, I think it'd be a lot of fun.
The band.
One bite in and you'll never go back.
By the way, guys, the band might have something to say about all of this, by the way. Marty, the other really kind of cool thing that I wanted to talk to you about, and I'm such a history buff, and so are you, and you are a culinary history buff. We've talked about this before on the show, but never with you. You kind of specialize in actually conducting what I call food seances, breakfast seances in particular, where you summon the spirits of past presidents through their breakfast that they really were gravitationally pulled towards. Can you tell us about a couple of them?
Yeah. So we do use a Ouija board, and I think Larry Oliphant is the best one at that. When Larry is not busy breakdancing and spinning around on his back, he generally will bring a Ouija board with him to everywhere that he goes.
We're going to call him Ouija from now on. His new nickname is Ouija. Ouija Oliphant.
Ouija, I like that.
Ouija Oliphant. Go ahead.
Ouija Oliphant. Yeah. No, I'm just kidding. What we do is we jump into history. We start digging around and festering. We get these crazy recipes. We ask ourselves, Jimmy, a lot of them say like a bowl of this, a bowl of that, a pinch of this, and you have to decipher that so humans can make the recipe today. So take General Grant. I know you loved Grant's. You were really interested in seeing his buckwheat pancakes. So come to find out that, of course, he had those made and served the entire time during the war, and, of course, his fried apples. And then when he went to the White House, he told his chef from the trail and throughout the Civil War to come to the White House, and so he was his big chef, there. And, of course, naturally, every morning for breakfast would have sorghum or maple syrup on the buckwheat pancakes. So we kind of went into deciphering that and let's put it together and figure out how to do it. And then we had just done it actually for Memorial Day on Fox Television, and that was really cool up in Washington, D.C. Another one, Warren G. Harding's butter waffles, big secret.
Wasn't that his mistress?
Wife.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, this guy, honestly, he had so many mistresses, he actually was debunked as having sex live in Central Park, New York one day. Nice. This payoff with all of the checks to that lady was revealed through the records of the National Archives finally, and proven to be this is true. And I think Paul Brandis, the White House correspondent now for 35 years in the White House press pool, he really debunked all of that and showed that it actually was true in one of his books that he published, 5 books, as maybe the foremost presidential historian. But Paul doesn't pull any punches as a White House correspondent.
No, he basically makes him look like an old goat in that book. By the way, I want to tell you both this completely side note. My favorite nasty exchange in all of American politics is, you guys know that Grover Cleveland supposedly fathered a child out of wedlock and all that big
true.
scandal. So his opponents would always say, "Ma, where's my paw? Ma, where's my paw?" What's really funny, the night that Cleveland won his second term non-consecutively to become the first person to do that, his supporters said, when they said, "Ma, where's my paw?" they all said, "Gone to the White House." Ha ha ha. I just love that.
That's right.
I just love that.
Often attacked for that and made a fool about that. Many people said, he was hiding the information for his former law partner, who had passed away and died, and he took the fall for him. They could never figure it out. The one crazy thing he did was he whipped out a check, a receipt for $500, and showed it to the press one day, Jimmy, and said, her accusations may be this and that, but here is a check for, her, and this is a receipt for $500. If you do about how much that is today, it's about $50,000 that he gave her. And he said the kid is well taken care of, and I have paid this money. Whether I did it or not doesn't matter. I have done this, and on behalf of my partner who has passed away, and of course, he married his partner, his law partner's daughter. She was very young when they married. She's the youngest first lady in American history, 21 years old.
Yeah, and by the way, she is played by Shelley Duvall in the movie Buffalo Bill and the Indians. Don't know if you guys know that either. We get totally into the weeds here with Marty Miello.
No, it's fun, man.
It's not weeds. Every interview with Marty is going to be like this. We already know
it's
this.
the absolute weeds. I did want to talk. There's a possibility of maybe making a little Andy Jackson breakfast here, and then Brad's got a question for you. Tell people what Andrew Jackson liked to have for breakfast.
Well, I mean, his big recipe that we have planned down there, we're looking at being on, of course, ABC and CBS. CBS, the morning news for WWL with Angela Vance. ABC, Good Morning New Orleans. Good morning, New Orleans. Bill Wood over at One Galleria. I have been talking with them about doing Jimmy Mack, but I've also been talking about doing Jackson's leather breeches, which is one of his most famous recipes. I don't know anybody that doesn't like bacon. So my secret, Jimmy, has always been start with 2 to 3 pounds of extra thick cut hickory smoked bacon, at least $18 per package. And from there, my wife has said, I will eat greens now for the first time in my life. This Yankee has gotten a Southern woman to eat greens. In fact, I'd eat cardboard if he put that much bacon on it. So I haven't gotten my wife to eat cardboard yet, but
Marty,
we start with bacon.
Marty, as you know, a lot of our friends out there comment on YouTube as they listen. Our good friend Trucker Boson said, I love brisket smoked for 15 to 16 hours. And Stormy, by the way, has actually joined the chat saying good morning to everybody. Our friends Earl and Joe Noble are there saying good morning. Yeah, by the way, just lots of good stuff happening over there. Brad had a question for you.
More of a comment, but Marty, we broadcast from the historic Degas House here in New Orleans. Not everybody knows that it's also a bed and breakfast to go along with the museum. And you talk about some of the recipes you're going to be sharing. We're very excited about that and all of the things that you're doing with your appearances. But I want to circle back to something where we were talking about your background and really focus on your family, because our listeners, a large portion of them, are truck drivers, and you've got a lot of those connections in your own family, including kind of a traveling road show. Why don't you tell our listeners a little bit about that?
Yeah, so the guys are out on the road today. I'm so proud of them. When I was younger, Brad, I would see truckers and view them as taking up the road and stuff until I married into my wife's family, which is a trucking family. We got Uncle Kai out there today in a 2023 Freightliner at Cascadia. Cyrus, we just call him Uncle Kai. He is driving today, listening. Brother James, my brother-in-law, is in a 2025 International, works for Southeastern Line. Kai, of course, works for Kaiser Howers. James is driving an LT Series 2025. And then our traveling roadshow has 3 more trucks. Let's not forget my nephew Spencer is a dispatcher in Kings Mountain, North Carolina for a trucking company. But Darren and Jessica, they own Big Round Wheel, bigroundwheel.com. They have 3 trucks, a Kenworth, an International 2011, and a Peterbilt that Jessica has said, we just drive that thing around the yard. It's a 2014, so 5 trucks in the family, 2 guys out on the road, and Big Round Wheel traveling coast to coast with up to 4 Ferris wheels and an entire carnival that has even been set up at the White House, has hired us to come with President Trump and set up an entire carnival. But that's what Big Round Wheel is, bigroundwheel.com. They set up an entire carnival, and it's kind of your choice, Brad. You want the 84-foot observatory, Ferris wheel. You want the 57-foot traditional Ferris wheel. You got your pick of 4 different Ferris wheels, and then every ride there and in between that you could think of. So it is a huge trucking family, and total respect nowadays for trucks. When I see a truck struggling on the road, I tell my wife, get out of his blind spot right now.
Good stuff there, Marty.
That's it.
And hey, listen, we're not going to have room for that 84-foot Ferris wheel at the Degas House, for the record. Maybe even the 54-foot one. But I can see us doing some things down the road in some different places.
Yeah.
We're excited to have you come down with the fun, Ferris wheel or not, and bringing all that energy you're going to have with you. And just so glad that you were able to be marry into that trucking family, because that's one thing about all the guests that are curated here at Road Gang Radio. There's always a connection to the industry, and you have a very special one. So I hope everyone in your family is staying safe out on the road.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to getting up in a cab. I've been studying and analyzing the crock pot that plugs into the 12-volt. There's also, at the truck stops, Barry and I have been looking at the plug-in skillet, and we're going to do some Jimmy Mack in a cab. and call into the show from 60 miles per hour on like I-95. And what I want to do is get into a couple of different cabs, meet up, and then Stormy can just follow us in the SUV, and we'll do some live cookery on the road and call in, and whoever those lucky drivers are going to do the taste test of Jimmy Mack.
Well, Marty, maybe
That's my plan.
maybe we'll have an opportunity. We're going to have the ATA, the American Trucking Association's Workforce Heroes truck and trailer are going to be parked aside the Degas house here. You could crawl up in the cab of that, see what it looks like. Maybe that's something for down the road too, because we're going to be involved with that program, have it at several places later this year, and maybe we could get the Jimmy Mack brisket Mac Attack served at some of those upcoming events.
Yeah, and I also
we gotta.
Marty, I wanted to kind of do two things here. Both of them are for me because I'm selfish like that. The first of which is that I got Marty here, so I'm going to ask him, and I'm going to ask all of our listeners out there. We are now at 979 subscribers. As I told you before, Marty, these remarkable young men and women that work with me have somehow in 6 weeks done 6 months' work. The one thing that we have to do is kind of jumpstart that, because we are still getting phone calls from people asking us where we are, what's going on, how they can find us. A lot of that stuff's going on. So I'm making you like the ambassador for getting us across the finish line in regards to getting us to that 1,000, because at that point we're really going to take off. The second thing is I want you to tell people what you're up to right now, what's going on. So promise me the first and tell me the second.
Yeah. So we did actually start to blow it out this morning. I know at 2 o'clock in the morning, we went live up with all information and a link to the show on Line, Viber, YouTube, Facebook, maybe close to 25 different channels that we own on Facebook. Of course, Instagram, LinkedIn, everywhere in between, Threads, Blue Sky, and you got to hit Telegram and various other channels up and down on WhatsApp, starting to now crank towards our 12 million listeners, colleagues, fans, and followers. And as you know, that takes a little bit of time to hit that many channels. It's almost 100 channels total that we are on, Jimmy. And then, of course, we're cranking on the America 250 experience. This is going to be a 30-week fall and spring tour. We got about 75 stops, one of which is going to be a 4-day event at the very end. And the America 250 experience is jacked and psyched with Larry Oliphant. We're going to be cranking at Bike Week is another one, yeah.
Yeah, and I'm really excited about Bike Week. We got big plans. We're dreaming and scheming with Bike Week, and I'm so glad you brought up the America 250 experience because that is going to be a road show of the first rank, and right up your alley too, as a matter of fact. Because there are people out there, by the way, I tell people this all the time, who really love the going and the doing, and no two words better describe you guys, you and Stormy, than going and doing. That's what you guys are all about, and seeing.
And don't forget RadioNemo, CDL Life, Fastport. Everybody's involved in all this, including the firefighters' food fight, everything that is fun, prize money, winners. Everybody is psyched about the traveling museum for the U.S. Presidential Culinary Museum. This is going to be a really, really fun year, starting here in the fall and leading all into 2026. A whole lot of fun.
By the way, our good friend Marshall Platter says, if I come to the party, can I get a room at the Degas house? And I wrote him back and said, yes, there are still rooms available. And if you get one, there are 3 rooms available. There are 3 rooms left now. Yep. If, in fact, you get one of those rooms, you'll be staying in the same place as our good friends Marty and Stormy. It is so good. Brother, we're out of time. I knew this would happen. We're out of time. Any final shots or thoughts you want to have? I mean, you got about 30 seconds here. Go.
Yeah. I just want to let everybody know I am going to be doing some of my own break dancing and spinning on my back. I'm trying to beat Larry. We're going to have a dance-off, so be ready.
Nice.
The most important thing he's done is invent the brisket Jimmy Mack Attack.
Hands down.
Thank you so much, Marty. We love you.
Love you, Marty.
We're going to get you back soon. We're going to get you here in 2 weeks, by the way. Be safe, be good, be well, and
See
do
you
good
soon,
work.
guys. See you soon.
Thank you,
Have a
Marty.
great weekend.
All right.
Take care.
Always good to hear from Marty. He's going to be lean and mean and on the scene here on the 23rd. Will you be here? Marshall Platter is actually making plans to get his butt down here. We've got 3 rooms left at the Degas house, but there's rooms all over the place. It's summertime in New Orleans. You'll find something. We'll be right back. Got a great guest I'm introduced you to on the other side of this.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop. Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
Back to the talk that keeps America moving. This is Road Gang Radio. So let's rejoin good old Jimmy Mack from the Big Easy.
By the way, Bad Dad Joke is brought to you by, but is not the responsibility of, Truck Down. Since 1997, Truck Down has been a cause for celebration for truckers searching for maintenance providers. By the way, here's the joke. You ready? Why did the bacon break up with the egg? I don't know. It just couldn't put up with the bad yolks. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I'll be here all week, and the week is over, fortunately, thank God. Jeff Cleland, however, we are very thankful that he is here. He's the Senior Manager, State Transportation Public Policy for Amazon. It's an absolute thrill to have him here. He's an experienced leader. He's got a demonstrated history of working in public, private, and nonprofit industries. Those are three separate skill sets, I kid you not. He's skilled in operational planning, team building, organizational leadership, public sector modernization, and process improvement. He's got strong professionalism and a background with a master's in public administration, as we like to say around here, with an MPA from Syracuse University, Maxwell School of Citizenship and Public Affairs. He's also a proud veteran of the USMC, as is my brother. It is a thrill to have Jeff on the show this morning. Good morning to you, sir. How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing fantastic. I appreciate you having me on this morning.
Well, we got our good buddy Brad Bentley here, and I know he's got a couple of thoughts that he wants to say, but I want him to tell you good morning.
Jeff, how are you, man?
Good, Brad. How you doing?
Good to reconnect. It's been a while since we've crossed paths. I think the last time was probably up at maybe the U.S. Chamber for our Hiring Our Heroes Gala, but I know you're doing great things for Amazon in your new role.
Yeah, no, I think that was the last time I saw you, but it's been too long.
Okay, let's kind of give people a sense of your bona fides here, because like many people who actually rise to a position that you've risen to, you do it the way that a lot of these men and women who are listening right now understand. You actually were a driver for a moving and storage company. We'll get to your service in a second here, but let's kind of get to the main shot about driving. You know what it is to actually, drive a truck.
I do. It's my family. They actually recently sold the business this year, but my father and my uncle are still working for the company that bought them to kind of get them on their feet in the central New York region. But that's trucking company's been in my family for about 60 years or so. My grandfather started, and we were a North American agent, so furniture, moving and storage. And, I grew up working around the warehouse and out on jobs carrying furniture. Post-military service, I got my CDL and hit the road for my dad, and it was a great, this was 2008 when I got out of the military, so not a great time economically for our country, but I was lucky enough to have that opportunity in my family and be able to make a living, and I was on the road, but then I was also unloading and loading 35,000 pounds of furniture. So it kept me in great shape, and I got to see a lot of the country.
I'll tell you this, in the immediate aftermath of Hurricane Katrina, my brother, who now is a very successful, having sold that business and another business after that, he got his start as an entrepreneur with a moving company helping people either move back to the city of New Orleans after Katrina or actually make their final exit from the city. And he said that after actually having human beings that you transport in a bus, and he said, and organs, he said there is very few precious cargo more precious than people's lives when you put it in there. And he said that, and I got a chance one summer when we were getting him up on his feet. I took time off of my job to help him get the business going. It keeps you in shape, man, and you are literally playing Tetris with people's lives. Is that a fair assessment of what that job is?
I think that's the best way to explain it. When you load the back of a truck, you'll see someone in a U-Haul kind of loading their own stuff, and there's a lot of empty space at the top, and that's lost money. That's an inefficiency. And so, learning how to properly cube up a truck is probably one of the harder skills I learned. But like I said, I grew up in the business, so from the time I was 10 years old, I was playing Tetris with people's goods.
I'm gonna give people a sense of the emotional weight that sometimes goes along. So we had to move a lady out of the Garden District in New Orleans who was moving back to her childhood home in Chicago. And my brother actually called everybody together, the moving crew around, and he said, this woman is very organized and she's very reticent and she's very shy. He said her husband of 40 years died about a month and a half ago. And she made a decision to move on from her memories. He said, I need you in there. I need you not joking. I need you not being your typical jocular selves. He said, it doesn't mean you can't talk. He said, I need you to be incredibly respectful. She's organized this perfectly. We need to acknowledge the fact that this is a house of grieving. And people don't understand that it's also one of those trucking jobs where you actually, in some ways, have to be a hand holder for a lot of these people. I'm setting up where we're going with the rest of what it is you do. But I think you follow me here, right?
Oh yeah, no, I definitely. These are people's lives. They're children moving on. A spouse that passed away and handling their goods. It's a big piece of people's lives. It's some, like you said, 40 years or so in somebody's house. I mean that's a lifetime, and you're moving their goods.
Okay, so we go from driving, and we're gonna get, like I said, we're gonna go back to the origin point here in a second. But you go from driving, then you had a stint with the Maryland State Highway Administration. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, there were a few steps in between there. I got out of the military in 2008 without a college degree, and so I was just an enlisted guy. I actually had a pretty bad injury, which ended my driving career. I hit my hand with a chainsaw doing work around my house and had to have some pretty nasty surgery. And that was the point in my life where I realized I probably should start my education, and went to a community college locally and was doing some construction work for my father-in-law after my hand had healed, just to work my way through school. My wife and I had our first two kids while I was a college student at Syracuse doing my undergrad, which I will say is a non-traditional student experience, being a husband and a father while also going to class.
With a chainsaw injury. Also want to point out, with a chainsaw injury. I just, you got that going on too. There's a lot of stuff you were dealing with.
Yeah, of all the injuries I've had in my life, that was probably top 5, I would imagine. So I'm going through school, and I had some really good mentors along the way that helped me kind of figure out what I wanted to do when I grew up. And one of the things I wanted to do was help veterans. And after I was retired medically from some injuries I had in Fallujah, Iraq, and so I really wanted to help other veterans. And like I said, I had some good mentors that got me into some internships with congressional offices to do Veterans Constituent Affairs and got a really cool job post-graduation helping homeless veterans find houses through a VA grant. And that kind of grew into a bigger interest in it's awesome to help individual veterans. Like you can help a family get into a home when they're really struggling. But I really saw the structural issues of this, and I'm like, I really wanted to influence kind of the policy side of it. And it led me to a job at Syracuse University at the Institute for Veterans and Military Families, which is a really interesting kind of research center on campus, but also they are practitioners. They run programs in that, and we built a really cool program that would scaled across a few cities in America that helped veterans find services through a digital platform. So if you were looking for a job, you could go on this online, and then you're like, oh, also I maybe need some mental health care, or I need help with my education, and all these services were put together on one technology platform. And you know, from that role, after a couple of years, I was actually ended up scooped up by the George Bush Presidential Center in Dallas, which is President Bush's library on the SMU campus. But on the backside of his library, he has a policy institute, and so they do research work around economic freedom in the world and some HIV/AIDS work in Africa, and then I was on the global, like the military affairs team. So I was doing work there for veterans education and workforce development, which is actually probably where I met Brad, I would imagine, while I was doing that work with the U.S. Chamber and the Bush Center.
Absolutely, it was, Jeff, with our buddy Miguel Howell, who we're going to see in a couple of weeks.
Who, by the way, is going to be co-hosting with me in about 2 weeks' time.
July 22nd.
July 22nd, he's going to be co-hosting the entire show with me. So, yeah, there's a real connection there. Good dude, huh?
Well, Miguel actually, he lives up the road from me here in Maryland, and like I said, I had some good mentors in my life, and I will say Miguel is definitely one of them because he's the one who hired me from Syracuse, and so really gave me that opportunity to spread my wings professionally. And you know, we did a lot of really cool work there. You know, working with some awesome organizations like Student Veterans of America. There was an updated version of the GI Bill that came out during those times, and some really big policy issues. But it was at that point, my wife and I had our third kid in Dallas, so we have a little Southern belle. As a former New Yorker, my wife and I first of all, I have to say, I've known my wife since like middle school. I've been in love with her since that point, and we're very fortunate to have our three kids. But we had our third kid in Dallas, and we're both from New York. We're like, it's a little far from home. We should maybe get closer to family. And a connection was made to Governor Hogan's team when he was governor here in Maryland for Department of Transportation. So that's how I ended up at MDOT. I was the chief of staff and director of this Office of Organizational Excellence at the state DOT's Highway Administration, which I will say, if you're going to move to a new state, there's no better place to work than the Highway Department, because I ended up learning every road in the state that we're not from. We ended up in Maryland, and we're both New Yorkers, like I said. So we got to learn the state pretty quickly and, do some deep dives into infrastructure and that. And, having a former transportation background as a driver, I think it was really helpful in that role of just kind of understanding what goes on in the road. So when we talk about safety programs and things like that, it's like, yeah, we can talk about that at a high level, but like, what is actually happening down on the road, and what did I see while I was driving? And so it was a really unique opportunity I was given when I came here.
And that kind of pivots us all into what you're doing now, with what you're doing with Amazon. Can you kind of unpack that as well? And like I said, it's funny because we've talked about this with numerous guests where they kind of lay out their biography, they lay out their story, and even for them, they begin to realize, oh, wait a minute, my destination suddenly makes a lot of sense, that the David Byrne song of, my God, how did I get here, is not, in fact, their reality, but they can actually piece it together. There's a lot of different pieces you've talked about, from actually being behind the wheel and being on the roads and getting the 30,000-foot view and dealing with people, all kind of uniquely positions you for your new role and your activities with veterans. So do you see how it all kind of comes together at Amazon?
Yes, I guess a little bit when you unpack it, but I'll still say I still have a lot of imposter syndrome. I've been with Amazon a little more than 6 years, and it's a fascinating company filled with, brilliant people. I go into meetings and I'm like, I can't believe I'm just a former trucker, and I don't know if I belong in this room, but I think the background is really helpful in a role like this. And so I'm on our public policy team, leading our kind of last mile delivery network, public policy work. And so it's helpful. I've done last mile delivery. I've done over the road, obviously, but when it comes to moving and storage, you really are kind of that last mile piece to it. And so, I understand the business, and I understand the kind of government side of it, and those two kind of come together and make me pretty successful in the role I'm in.
Last mile delivery. So this is a really funny story. Sharon Mann, who is the general manager for Republic Services over in the Baton Rouge, their sector in Baton Rouge, she actually was able to onboard a lot of female drivers onto Republic Services. And the way she did it was, she was going to a PTA meeting and she saw all the women bus drivers, the school bus drivers, and she went, wait a minute. She said, here's a group of ladies who can in fact know how to drive around precious cargo in neighborhoods, which is really the skill there, isn't it? The amount of I call community relationship. So much of what happens in that final mile really is about actually understanding the communities that you drive into, isn't it? I mean, it really is about finding the people that understand that they are driving around, they're bringing precious cargo, but they're driving around precious cargo. They're around kids playing in the street. They're around families walking their dogs. So much of this is about actually knowing these communities. And it just feels like I said before, the idea of you getting a chance when you were with Maryland's DOT essentially to really kind of understand where you were going and where you were putting these men and women. Is that fair?
Oh yeah, that's fair. That's, our delivery network in the last mile, our delivery service partners, there's a lot of, women-owned businesses and veteran-owned businesses. These are, local entrepreneurs that start delivery companies and contract with us. And so I would say that's absolutely fair. I mean, these are the communities that they live in and then they operate in, contracted with Amazon.
I want to now pivot back. Really, we're actually going to have the, I call it the epic poem pause here. I do want to go back to your decision to serve. I know it feels like, well, why didn't you start with that? There's a reason why. So can you kind of unpack your own service and kind of talk about that? Because all of this makes, I think, even better sense once we contextualize that. Tell us a little bit about what it meant to be in the USMC.
Yeah, absolutely. So like I said, I'm from Central New York. I'm in high school, and we were a pretty good lacrosse team. We were, I think, my junior and senior year, we ended up being #1 in the nation. And we were, it was a fun time. I could have played some small colleges, but in 2001, as we all remember, on 9/11, I was a freshman in high school. And I remember the day vividly. The towers coming down. I was in art class, and had always kind of touched the idea of military service when I was younger, but I think a lot of young men in our country, and women as well, do. But I remember going home that day and just telling my parents, I think I'm going to serve. And they were like, yeah, okay. Well, this year, what was it? We were 14 and 15 in freshman year. But it really stuck in my head, 9/11. It was, I just was so upset. I wanted to do something bigger. Military service wasn't a big thing in my family. My grandfather was drafted the end of Korea and didn't serve in Korea, ended up, I think, in Germany, and then was shipped home when the war ended. And so military service wasn't necessarily in our blood. It's in a lot of families' blood in America. Really, it's a family business at this point. And but I was serious about it. And so when I turned 17, I guess I'm a junior. And I went to a recruiter's office, and I needed my parents to sign because I was only 17. And I didn't tell my parents, and they showed up home from work at the end of the day, and there's a recruiter. I forget his name. Big guy, though, tattoos all over his arms, like a very, very Marine type guy. My parents were like, whoa. And he's like, here's the paperwork. Your son wants to join, and you have to sign. And they just looked at me, and they were like, you really want to do this? I go, yeah. So they signed. I had about a year to work out with the recruiters my senior year before going. We ended up winning the New York State Championship, both my junior and senior year in lacrosse. And I was supposed to leave at the end of summer, so I was going to have all fun with my friends before they go off to college. And this is 2005, so post invasion of Iraq, but still things are ramping up pretty quickly. And my recruiter called me and said, hey, can you leave in a week to go to boot camp? And I jumped on a plane and went to South Carolina. I was actually in Parris Island during Katrina. And I know that y'all are in New Orleans, so you remember that time very well. That's the time frame I went to boot camp. And things moved quickly from there. I was, boot camp right to infantry school, where I was selected as a machine gunner in the infantry, and then spent about 2-3 months as a ramp up with 2nd Battalion, 8th Marines, and we were deployed right to Fallujah, in the outskirts of Fallujah, in this little area called Sacawea and Karma. Don't ask me how to spell that.
Oh, man.
It's, northwest of Fallujah.
Oh, man, that's an interesting place, to say the least. I wanted to tell you before we go on with the conversation that our good friend Trucker Boson just wanted to say hello to a former bed bugger. He was a Mayflower driver for quite some time, and just wanted to share a little commiseration with you as an over-the-road moving specialist, as it were. I wanted to ask you, in regards to your service, what was your big takeaway from it? And when I say the big takeaway, of course, that's going to be a couple of different things. There's no one singular thing. But how do you feel like your service shaped you for all the other steps you've taken in your life? Of course, it affords you some level of education. It affords you connections as well, and a certain cachet when you actually talk to folks. But on an emotional level, where do you feel like it constantly gives you strength or gives you guidance?
I think that's a great question. There's so much you can take away from service, and I grew so quickly, matured, mentally grew. Physically, military service can obviously take a toll on you, but I think the big thing that I took away from my service is just like you learn to endure so much. And that has kind of played into nothing in my professional life, nothing with my family will ever be as bad as some of the training I did or how hard the deployment was and things like that. And it puts a lot of things in perspective. I'll hear somebody complaining of just like, oh, I'm just having such a hard day. And I'm just like, yeah, trust me, it can get worse. And I think like that mentality has helped me succeed, that like it's everything in life is pretty easy after you do something like that.
It's funny. I'm actually going to bring up my Army friends. My apologies to you because my dad was Army. I'm actually born Bethesda, Maryland. While I'm a New Orleanian through and through, you can guess what my dad did during the Vietnam War. I was born in Bethesda. A couple of friends of mine have had the same phrase. They said that there's enough in military service that has the requisite amount of suck. And because it does, it actually kind of, inoculates you towards the day-to-day suck of what life can throw at you, that it often seems very, very manageable, given what you've had to manage in the past, correct?
Yeah, no, I think the saying was "embrace the suck" was just how we did it. I mean, there were times I just remember back in training, we're out for days at a time in the rain and everything soaks through your socks and you're hiking and you're shooting machine guns and that, and you're just I have a bad day at work now and just like at least my feet are dry.
Yeah, I was actually thinking about Fastport is the sponsor of this studio and we're going to get all the signage up here in just a little bit. I was thinking about actually now putting that up as a poster, "Embrace the Suck, Fastport Studio." But I don't think that would really be probably appropriate, would it, Brad? Probably not.
That describes my day pretty well.
Oh, okay, fantastic. Yeah, I mean, embrace the suck. Okay, I want you to talk about, in regards to our friends out there on the road and last mile driving, in regards to how, if I'm an owner-operator out there, you have some insight on with community relationships, and I don't just mean with the people who live in homes for last mile driving, but how one goes about forging relationships with the people on the docks, with every step along the supply chain, because part of what you do and part of what you've lived is you've actually gotten a chance to meet everyone every step of the way, from behind the desk to in the warehouse to on the dock to over the road to in the restaurants to every single location. If you were giving advice to anybody who has to deal with all of these different folks, which, by the way, I just described a truck driver, what would be the biggest takeaway you could give them in how to manage all those different personalities and all those different people from your own experience across all of the platforms and worlds you've existed in?
Yeah, if I'm understanding you correctly, I mean, I think one of the things that I like to do, let's say, like when I first came into the state DOT, one of the first things I did was go to each of our district offices and meet the folks that are actually doing the work. And I think it sounds cliche and like you would just assume everybody does that, but sometimes they don't. You just hang out at the headquarters and you can make decisions and dictate down. But you really need to get out there and listen to those conversations. And if you want to make like structural change within your agency or within your company, really kind of take that advice from the ground level. And so, maybe a little bit of working out there is helpful. There's a program we use at Amazon that is fascinating, that our corporate workers go into the warehouse for 2 days. You learn about how the warehouse operates. You do a little bit of time on the line, picking and pulling packages and boxing, and you learn those processes. And so the idea is that it's going to help you make better decisions because you're going to understand it a little bit better. And so I'm a people person. I understand that not everybody is. During some of the early days of the COVID lockdowns, I was losing my mind at home, not being able to talk to other people. But that's what I recommend, is just really kind of get out there, learn something new about each individual role that's going on out there. And I think that's a way for you to professionally develop, for you to personally develop, and just have, more empathy, I guess, for what's really happening on the ground.
As my brother likes to say, get your ass in the grass. Is he would put it. He said, if you actually get down there where other people are, you actually figure out what they're experienced, by the way. And it's a really kind of great tip, because it really does connect you. I mean, it really does put you in a position where you actually have not just sympathy, which often is easier than empathy, but you actually know what they're feeling because you're standing in their shoes, and that makes a big difference. And that's kind of the kind of final takeaway I wanted to give you a chance to kind of talk at length about this before we actually have to shuffle off this radio coil with you. In the future, where do you see all of this going in the future in regards to shipping and receiving? Are there still new twists to be made? Are there still new technologies that are going to continue to accelerate the process? Because Amazon was one of the big beneficiaries of COVID in the sense that it accelerated the already growing trend of having people no longer go shopping in the real, but have the shopping brought to them.
Yeah, I think that it definitely expedited that kind of growth, but I think we were on that trajectory anyway. I just think of my personal situation. My wife has her own business, and I work full time, and like the convenience of online delivery is something that it saves us. Even just groceries. If you're going to an hour and a half of your day to go grocery shopping, I can spend an hour and a half with my kids and have it delivered. And so I think that's going to continue growing. I think that pie continues to grow. I'm really fascinated in kind of like the technology side. I get to do a little bit of work on drone delivery at the state level and we're expanding our drone delivery operations. I think that's going to be a thing. I don't know, what the future of that looks like as far as how many companies will be getting into that, but everything that moves through our supply chain, through other companies' supply chain, is going to be moved by a truck. And so I think the trucking industry is kind of the backbone of this, and it's not going anywhere. And whether it's my background in the moving and storage, people are still moving around the country, or it's just goods moving more generally. The industry is going to continue to grow. I think there's strong growth out there.
By the way, my father-in-law Dave Nemo and I would completely agree with you. I think that we were headed in that direction already, and our great term that we've come up with for what happened during COVID was simply the great accelerant. It took trends that were already beginning to develop and actually dropped us into fifth gear and kind of throttled us along the way. Jeff Cleland, veteran, deep experience in the supply chain, joins us. He is the Senior Manager, State Transportation Public Policy over at Amazon. We're thrilled to have you. You can find him on X if you care about such things at Jeffrey J. Cleland. It's good to have you, my friend. You're welcome back anytime. And I'm inviting you to our party on the 23rd. I know you can't make it, but you've been invited, okay?
All right, thank you.
Brad Bentley and I have been thrilled to have Jeff Cleland here. That's, like I said, it's interesting too, Brad, because his contribution is directly related to his service, and his service is actually what makes him good at what he does, but also what he does afterwards and how he utilizes that service, utilizing both his own personal contacts, his standing as a Marine in good standing, and taking advantage of the programs that are there. That's in many ways what Fastport does, is help people figure out what the next step is, right?
Yeah, it's interesting. Jeff mentioned something in the interview. When we first met, we were working on some technology for President Bush and his military service initiative. And it was really a way to consolidate all the different resources that were out there. So there's a lot of good veteran service organizations, a lot of things that people just don't know how to find. So the terminology we would use is there's a sea of goodwill out there, but no one shows you how to navigate that. And Jeff has certainly proved that in his career, and we're glad to play a small role in doing things like that for our nation's veterans as well.
Yeah, and that goes back to what we talked about earlier with the book, with the book Clamor, the idea that being an evangelist by example is often the best way you can help anybody get to the next step, and you can actually take his career and show a veteran how that kind of played itself out. Now, granted, he has family, that makes a difference, but there are also things he takes advantage of.
Yeah, one of the things that struck me, too, with his interview is he talked about kind of that career path being highlighted. And when I first started going out representing Fastport at military bases, that's what we would talk about is look at the entry-level jobs, learn them. The driver, like he's talking about going on the line, pulling packages, doing those kind of things, you'll have a better understanding of it. And we would highlight success stories of people like J.B. Hunt, who came out of World War II, just a truck driver, and look what he's done now, and show people that you can come into the industry. The best way to learn it is behind the wheel. Be in the seat of that truck. You have a better understanding of how it operates. And then if you want to be, whether it's in recruiting and operations, if you want to be management or even own your own fleet, that is the best place to learn it. And I think he proved it, and it's good to see a company as large as Amazon, they don't get much bigger than that, incorporate that into their training. It's very important.
And the other thing is, finally, too, this is one of my actually few complaints about the younger generation. I'm actually crazy about younger generations. The idea that I'm not supposed to be here to carry coffee. Oh, yes, you are. Because you need to understand the person that carries coffee for you eventually. And that's really an important thing. We got to take a quick break here, come back on the other side. Joyce Lynn David is talking about respect on the road. Guys, go to joycelyndavid.co, not com, .co. This is a great conversation we need to have. We'll be right back. Thank you, Brad.
Glad to be here. Take us away, Dre.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
Live and rolling once again, this is Road Gang Radio with your host, Jimmy Mack, coming at you from the heart of Esplanade in the beautiful Crescent City. Crescent City.
Nicely done. And the beautiful you can say the beautiful Crescent City.
Ah, okay.
You can say that, the beautiful Crescent City, but you can also say, we're coming to you live from the Crescent City. But you're coming to you live from the beautiful Crescent City or coming to you live from the Crescent City. See how it works?
Noted.
It's fun. It's kind of fun. You can get to play with it, all kinds of possibilities.
You're fun, and so is our next guest.
Yeah, we're so pleased to, here's the topic. Here's the pitch.
Lay it out.
Respect on the road, how we talk to each other matters. You're darn right it does, and a lot of people out there know exactly what I'm talking about. According to 2024 data, racial and ethnic diversity is evident within the trucking industry. 18.3% of drivers identify as black, 4% as Asian, and 23.3% is Hispanic or Latino. However, the fear of making mistakes or being canceled can prevent people from engaging meaningfully with people from different cultures. Joyce Lynn David can discuss how different cultures express respect. Multicultural marketing expert, Joyce Lynn David. How misunderstandings happen and why a little cultural awareness goes a long way in tight spaces like truck yards or dispatch calls. RESPCET. Find out what it means to Joyce Lynn. She joins us this morning. Good morning and welcome to Road Gang Radio.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
You are quite welcome, by the way. And I just want to kind of jump in here, too, because part of what prevents people from talking is they're afraid of saying the wrong thing. One of the areas you specialize in is making sure that when people engage with one another, they do it in a warm, inviting way that invites further conversation and further sharing of the self. Can you kind of talk about that and why this is so important?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for the question. You know, the stats that you shared, really highlight the diversity that is happening in every industry. I work with Fortune 500 companies, frontline staff, and managers of staff across many industries. And diversity is happening at the front lines, and whether it's policy or not. And it's super important for organizations and managers to first be aware of that diversity and find ways in which to open those doors to bridge cross-cultural communication. And one of the simplest ways to do that, whether you're behind the wheel or on dispatch, as you said, is really understand and connect first through language. Not everybody has English as a first language. And we've advised many retail companies over the years, and frontline staff who speak multiple languages are in fact an asset. And so if you have frontline staff who speak multiple languages, whether it's English or Spanish or Tagalog or Urdu, I could go on with all the languages, I would leverage that strength within your frontline staff and use that language skill to bridge connections by saying hello, saying thank you, saying goodbye. In these daily interactions, the language of someone's comfort may or may not be English. And I think if you start with that point of view, it can open up a world to getting a conversation with somebody who may not look like you, who may not come from your background, but who may be more open to that interaction because you've extended, in their language of comfort, a greeting that might spark a conversation.
This is I'm going to go a little bit sideways here, but you actually opened the door on this as well, too. So, the English proficiency issue has become, once again, a forefront of this current administration. And I was kind of curious because there are people, and I kid you not, I used to teach English as a second language over at Catholic Charities, who desperately want to get better at their English, but they're often afraid of letting people know that they need to do that because they're afraid of putting themselves in an awkward position. How do we let people know as well, too, in a very friendly way? If they come, how can we encourage people to come to us and say, hey, I want to be able to talk to you just as I want you to be able to talk to me? How do we then begin a conversation like that without it sounding awkward? There's always the thing, too, people get into an Uber and they often feel like they hear an accent, they hear different idioms out of somebody's mouth, and they say, where are you from? And many people don't mean anything other than, you sound interesting. I would like to know your story. And in fact, it ends up sometimes offending people who are saying, are you suggesting I'm not American? How do we bridge that gap? How do we allow ourselves to ask questions? Because, people want to know where people are from, but there are people who ask the question either insensitively or sometimes for the wrong reasons. But most people just want to know, Joyce Lynn. They just want to know their story. How do we engage people about their personal story without putting them in a position where we feel like we're interrogating them?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. And on the language, proficiency piece, I think, the language of comfort might be, in my family, for example, Tagalog. We're originally from the Philippines. But the language of commerce and the language of business is, for the most part, English. And for many people who are not speaking English proficiently or as their first language, who want to learn and increase that proficiency, it's so important to actually practice, right? And those Uber interactions or the daily interactions that you have are perfect opportunities to do that. This really great mentor once told me, if I wanted to have all Filipino friends, I could have just stayed in the Philippines. I came to North America to immerse myself in a new culture. And this is the thing about, it goes both ways. We do need to immerse ourselves in the language of the commerce, language of the business, and not just the language of our comfort. Because if we stay in our comfort zones, then we'll never get out of it. And so how do we bridge that, without offending? I totally get that question. What people can do to reframe it, instead of saying, where are you from? They can, maybe start with, something that is a little bit more, less, divisive, because people can be from many different places, especially today where people are often multiracial or multicultural. They may have lived or worked in multiple countries. You cannot maybe start with something a little bit more like, like obviously in Canada, we like to talk about the weather, and we don't want to necessarily, always lead with the weather. But I usually open with, that's amazing. Could you tell me more about your background? And it's more like, tell me more about your background. It's acknowledging that I'd like to know more about your background, and that generally is not as offensive as tell me where you're from or where are you really from, which can open up the can of worms that you mentioned. That's a great way that I would recommend. And another way to also bridge that gap is to really, you know, if you know and you hear that maybe you hear a bit of an accent, say hola instead of hello. You know, and that right there, that breaks down that barrier, that bridge. Say "cómo está" if you know that they're Filipino. Say, if you know the basics of hello, thank you, and goodbye in at least, you know, a couple of languages of your staff, you'd be surprised how much they open up because you've reached out in the language of their comfort, and that there is a powerful gesture.
Boy, that is a really great point. I mean, we don't need to learn 20 languages, but it wouldn't take too much of an issue to get 40 flashcards of hello and goodbye in 20 different languages, though, and to kind of drill ourselves and kind of getting used to that as well. One of my favorite things to do is, you know, my wife and I moved out to Los Angeles, where we lived for a number of years. She's still out there, by the way. I've always kind of approached this when I get into I like talking to people. Obviously, we're doing it right now, by the way. Joyce Lynn has joined me this morning, by the way. And one of the things I've always done is I'll tell people if I hear an accent that's interesting or somebody who seems kind of compelling, I'll say, look, I've been a Los Angelino for 5 years now. How long have you been able to call yourself a Los Angelino? And you often, I find that by reminding them that you totally accept them as your fellow citizen or your fellow North American, that it often puts them at ease. And then they're saying, well, you know, I've been here 25 years. My family came from Armenia. And then the conversation gets flowing. But there's a sense of welcoming that has to go in there. And that language thing that you just talked about, the hello and the goodbyes and all the other greetings in their language can make a big difference. I also wanted to kind of talk about this too, because so much of what happens that is awful in the world today in regards to personal relationships is happening online. And one of the great surprises a lot of people who are too online find out is when they go out in the real world, people are a whole lot nicer than the internet actually advertises them as. How do we separate ourselves from some of the toxicity on the internet and get ourselves out more in the real world and engage with people?
I love that question. In the book I wrote, the Multicultural Mindset, it's my first book. It's published with Advantage. I really frame 20 years worth of what I've learned in boardrooms, you know, in festivals and working in the community as a woman of color in North America. And the framework is 100% rooted in getting off online channels and immersing in culture in real life. And the framework for me that has been my formula to success as a business owner, as a manager, as a leader, has been rooted in immersing in culture and immersing in culture in everyday ways that can build, you know, literally synapses and connections that you cannot replicate by scrolling or liking on a platform, you know, today on social media. Culture moves today, unfortunately, at the speed of clicks and of likes, but it doesn't mean that our understanding of culture is commensurate to that speed. I advocate in the multicultural mindset to actually slow down and immerse in culture with all of your senses. So what does that look like? So for example, you mentioned your wife's out in Los Angeles. So maybe you go explore a new neighborhood, like, I don't know, historic Little Manila, or historic Little Italy.
Koreatown is a great example.
Koreatown,
Great example, yeah.
And you immerse yourself in a community by meeting the business owners, by trying the food, by going to local festival. If everyone only stayed in their own enclave or in their own community, we would forever be segregated and forever, you know, only see the world through our lenses. What I try to advocate for, which is difficult in today's society because we're all creatures of comfort, right? I'm comfortable with my Filipino food. Do I want to try something else and go to a neighborhood that is completely foreign to me? The point is, it's supposed to be uncomfortable, and we want to encourage people to get past that discomfort because that's where true cultural bridges and cultural understanding can happen. And as someone who's worked globally across borders, I can definitely attest what with the stories that I share in the book, that the greatest learnings happen at the intersection of cultural discomfort, but the discomfort leads to learning. And if you open yourself to that, whether you're in dispatch or on the road, try a different place, try a different neighborhood, open up and try. You'd be surprised how much further you can learn by not just, I don't know, going on Google Maps or online. And so I'm a big advocate, and maybe this is my age showing, for telling young kids, especially millennials and Gen Zs who work for me, you're never going to get ahead working at home in your Lululemon pants or yoga pants. You need to get out into the world and serve that coffee or drink that coffee with somebody across the table who may not look like you, who may not speak like you, and that's the point. Start there, and you'd be surprised how deep that immersion can go. And that's my desire in sharing the framework in the book.
Well, and the other thing is, too, is you talk about the discomfort. My producer and I, we are, we're big into physical fitness. I mean, we're not bros or anything like that, but we also believe in kind of taking care of ourselves. And, I would tell younger people all the time, it's like, look, you work out all the time. You know what muscle fatigue feels like. I hate to say no pain, no gain, but you need to feel a little bit of discomfort. I mean, anybody that's actually lifted weights and gone up in their weight category knows that the muscles are sore after they've tried something new. But that's an important process. Guys, if you're just joining us, Joyce Lynn David is the author of Respect on the Road, How We Talk to Each Other Matters. By the way, is one of the leading thinkers in marketing, period, in North America. It's a marketing background that has spanned 20 years at numerous global organizations. She's a big picture thinker who brings her signature anything's possible approach to every single strategic challenge. I wanted to share this with you because I also wanted to talk to you about having people out there on the road recognizing when culture is changing. There is a wonderful community in New Orleans East. The Vietnamese, when at the end of the Vietnam War, a number of Vietnamese communities relocated to southeast Louisiana. There is a shrimp boat community that actually located out there in the swamp area of New Orleans East. Wonderful little area called Little Vietnam. It has gotten smaller over the course of the last couple of years, and part of the reason why I was very sad about it, but my dad reminded me, he said a lot of those kids are moving in to the general population of New Orleans, and that, it's going to be up to the people who care about it to preserve it. He said, but you remember, this is assimilation. This is them blending into the cultural gumbo that is New Orleans here. And it's important for us that we all have an obligation to make sure that the multicultural status of America maintains its presence. We don't want everything to become picket fences. And, because out in New Orleans East, they have pagoda roofs. And that's something amazing to see that out there and to remember that, we all have an investment, no matter what culture we're from, to make sure that other cultures thrive. Is that fair?
Oh, yeah, I love that story, and you're absolutely right. You said cultural gumbo. I just got hungry hearing you say that. But it's very much true of how I view culture today, which is it's not like, I know the stats and, Nielsen reports, population Black, population white, population Hispanic, and then other. I would be in the other. And the other is like a beautiful gumbo just waiting to be explored. But unfortunately, the data that's sometimes collected is very color driven. And it's, culture goes beyond skin color. And gumbo, in the analogy of gumbo, is exactly the analogy that I love, which is culture is complex. Culture is mixed. And we need to be comfortable with that, mixture, because that is ultimately how the world will be today, especially for our young people coming up in our organizations and those who are learning, the trade and growing with organizations. This is normal for them, right? Gumbo, multiculturalism is normal for them. It's actually, us who need to reframe how we think about culture, especially with now the advent of AI that is threatening to change how work is done in certain industries, but certainly in this industry, the last mile is human. The person who is doing the work, in this industry on the road is still very much human driven. And this is why cultural intelligence at every industry is so important today. And that includes understanding, loving, and embracing the cultural gumbo that you talked about, including in New Orleans.
Thank you very much, by the way. And have you actually trademarked that sentence, the final mile is human?
Oh, I have not, but I do say it quite a bit.
You need to do it. You need to do it. You need to get on top of that right now. We will not take it from you, but you need to get all over that right now, because the final mile is human is a T-shirt waiting to happen. I'm not even being funny. And by the way, why am I not surprised that you came up with it? You are an absolute genius when it comes to marketing. I do want to talk about that a little bit as well, because one of the things the trucking industry has done has made some progress on, but continues to struggle with, is, as our friends at the ATA, and I had a contentious kind of thing with this, but tell your story is an ongoing kind of thing that they tell people to do. How do we, as an expert in telling stories, because that's what you are, at the end of the day, a marketer is an expert storyteller, how is it that people can tell their own stories in a way, and I mean beyond just marketing ourselves, beyond just the advertising, but to actually make connections? How do we tell our story? We've talked about how we find out about other people's stories, but how do we tell our own?
Yeah, I repeat, maybe I should trademark this one. I often say to my team that great storytelling comes not from great storytellers, but from storytellers who have listened to their audience first. And storytelling is very one way, and a lot of brands do this, right? This is why we see so many bad ads out there, like buy here, click this, discount there, come work in this industry. It's very one way, and it's like a giant megaphone, if you remember megaphones, that are just blasting information at you. And that's a push method that unfortunately is pervasive because of the platforms and the technology that exists today. But human connection and human communication is largely relationship driven. I'm going to listen more if it's somebody I trust who's talking on that megaphone versus if it's somebody I don't. And we forget that as brands. We forget that in storytelling. If it's my grandfather telling me a story, I'm going to listen. If it's some person standing on the street with a megaphone telling a story, I might listen differently. And the key is actually great communicators and great storytellers are actually great listeners first. And they place themselves in the position of humility first to be able to listen with empathy and intent to understand what is the need of the audience, that I can now turn my story to address a solution to meet their need. And that's what great brands and great marketers and great storytellers do, is they listen intently. They immerse intently. And this is why I believe brands who immerse in this, and this is the extent of the multicultural mindset, by immersion and knowledge building beyond kind of passive what I can get online, your knowledge and your relationship level just become 10x. And for me, ultimately, that is one of the tenets of success. And hopefully people will identify with that as they tell their own story, because we don't need more bad stories or bad ads out there. We need ones that genuinely understand human behavior and human connection. And no matter the technology that's out there, the last mile is human. And that means the last story and the great storytellers will be human. And I trust in AI to a certain degree, but I also know that when I got into a driverless car for the first time in San Francisco, I got into a Waymo. I hated the experience, actually. Why? Because I enjoyed the human interaction of, talking with an Uber driver, for example. And so while the efficiency of a driverless car seemed cool, it was void of the human mile that I think is so critical today. And the more of us who recognize that, I think will be the ones who continue to tell great stories.
Joyce Lynn, I'm actually going to do something that was incredibly insensitive at the outset because we didn't get a chance to talk beforehand. It is David, right? Is it David or is it David? I just
Oh,
realized.
I go by it's David. David, my married name. I go by both. I've been married 20 plus years, and my husband says it both ways. So
Oh, he
all
says it
good.
both. Okay. I wanted to make sure because actually I made a couple of attempts and you never said your name. And I actually, on a couple of different recordings, I'm like, wait a minute. Is anybody going to get this consistently so I can figure out how to say this? And then I got about halfway through and realized, you know what? We're talking about opening yourself up and listening to people. And like, maybe that's a really great place to start too, isn't it? Like, hey, can you say that for me again? It's really a great icebreaker too when you hear somebody's name to say, hey, tell me your name again one more time, just so I make sure I get it right. It's such a big deal. Guys, go to Joyce Lynn David, by the way, and it's spelled exactly that way. It's Joyce, Lyn, David.co, not com, .co. I want you to check it out too, by the way. The book looks wonderful. And I was kind of curious, marketing is such it's one of those things that is like good stage management. I don't know what it is, but when it shows up and it's good, I know exactly what it is. Can you talk about your own journey towards telling stories? Can you let our listeners know a little bit about yourself in regards to how it is you have gravitated towards the art of storytelling and the art of being a good listener of stories?
Oh, thank you so much for the question. I actually began my career in marketing as a web designer in the 1990s. I was the person who was really interested in technology, was a good writer, and I ended up in the field of marketing. But I started as a web designer, and the reason why I share that is the way we did web designing back then in the 90s is completely different than the way that it is today. And so what I love about the industry that I'm in, marketing, advertising, and MarTech really, is that it's constantly changing, and there is no like status quo. It's constantly changing. Brands, technology, consumer desires, constantly moving. And so for me, that kind of constant state, like non-stasis, has really honed my skills, if it were, to really being comfortable being uncomfortable and constantly having to be curious and learning. And I believe that anybody in business, and I'm an entrepreneur, I have 2 companies today, we're one of the top growing companies in Canada, as a result of, me adopting, that constant curiosity and being comfortable with being uncomfortable. My journey has been unique. I became an entrepreneur at the age of 40. I didn't think I would become an entrepreneur, but I was comfortable being uncomfortable. And now I'm comfortably growing a business across the world, leading with culture, hiring and encouraging multi-generational and multicultural staff and diversity. Because why? It's good for business. And when I embraced that mindset, my business grew 5x, and businesses that want to grow, I believe, in the future, including in the trucking industry, will need to embrace diversity at the front line, in the boardroom, and at the executive level. And my hope in being a storyteller for multicultural mindset and business is that I can share a little bit of what I've learned over my 20-year career in a condensed format so that people can get there faster than I did. And if I can help do that, I've done my job as Joyce Lynn.
We always talk about media savvy. That's media savvy right there. The name of the book is Respect on the Road. How we talk to each other matters. You can find not only that book, but Joyce Lynn David's other books, joycelyndavid.co. You can find her on the gram of Instant, Multicultural Mindset on Instagram, Multicultural Mindset on TikTok, by the way, and Joyce Lynn David on the X, formerly known as Twitter. Omnipresent, understands all the newfangled technologies. Joyce Lynn, you are welcome back anytime. You are welcome in this house. You're also welcome to come to New Orleans anytime and get some gumbo with me, okay?
I would love that. Thank you so much for having me.
Best of mornings to you on this freaky, feisty, really fun Friday, by the way. Our good friend the Turtle is coming on here in short order, as is Lindsay Lou. Lindsay LaRue, no more than 2. Hey, man, she's coming in as well here. We got both Breaker Back Talk and country and western music news. What more could you want to end this fun, ferocious Friday with? Nothing whatsoever, except for a little music to take us into the final hour of Road Gang Radio. And don't forget, Trucking with OIDA is coming up immediately after this show. We'll give you the preview for that as well. We'll be right back.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values. You know Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires, so hold on to that fifth wheel, because when you buy 4 Salem S624 EFTs, the perfect line haul trailer tire, mounted at Sapp Brothers, your price is an amazing $199.99, originally priced at $299.99, and prices are good through June 30, 2025, while supplies last. Save on 4 or more at Sapp Brothers, and nobody's going to beat that price. Salem Tires, advanced compound technology for maximum mileage and rolling resistance without compromise. When you think tires, think Sapp Brothers.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Live hard, drive hard. Shady Rays has got you. If you want a pair of sunglasses that keeps up with your adventure on the road, Shady Rays has got you. If you want to keep your eyes on the journey ahead with a price point right for your lifestyle, Shady Rays has got you. Premium polarized sunglasses with a lost and broken protection program and 30-day risk-free returns and exchanges. Drop in that code RadioNemo at ShadyRays.com and get a 35% discount and make sure you can see where the action is. They got you at ShadyRays.com.
Back to that conversation that drives America. This is Road Gang Radio. Let's rejoin Jimmy Mack and good old Nola. And I think we got Lindsay Lawler in the house now.
We got a whole bunch of stuff in the house, by the way. And before I actually say good morning to Lindsay, I want to drop this on her. This National Day is celebrated by truckdown.com because the quickest way back to the party is Truckdown. Since 97, they've been a cause for celebration for truckers searching for maintenance providers. Go to truckdown.com, and after that, you can celebrate. Here it is, National French Fry Day. Yeah. National French Fry Day. How about that, Jack? How do you like your fries? Are you a Wendy's Frosty dipper?
No, I'm not. I want my Frosty separate from my French fry. But I do need my fry. I like a crinkle fry. I don't like fancy fries. I like crinkle, or I like a OG McDonald's, just basic. Get at it. And here's the other thing. I really like it at J. Alexander's, which is a fancy restaurant, but it's because of the honey mustard. I like doing fries and honey mustard. It's really just a vessel for me to drink the honey mustard.
By the way, speaking of that, we should probably ask our good friend, the Turtle, how she likes her fries. Good morning to you, Touchdown Tara, Pterodactyl Turtle of the Big Farm Compound Complex Insanity.
How do you take your fries?
How do you take your fries?
Shoestring.
very thin. I like a thin and crispy fry. I love those.
You have to come to J. Alexander's with me because that's what they do so well with the club sandwich.
Love.
You guys both know I'm a pretty big foodie, not as big as the guy that was on the show earlier, Mr. Bentley. You guys know I like all kinds of fancy pants food, both kinds, all kinds. We have country and western music and a little bit over here. But this is one of those crazy places where I'm willing to try your fries, but there's this whole thing. Went to this restaurant. You need to try my fries. They were basically McDonald's fries in duck fat. I mean, they were that level of cut of fries. Like, it's in duck fat. Isn't it amazing? I'm like, they're fries. They're really good and they're salted. Terrific. Moving on. It's one of those few places where I can't. The transcendent experience of a French fry for me is when I eat French fries with a hamburger by a swimming pool on a summer day. I need that. I don't need I like crinkle fries, Lindsay, and I like thin
I don't
fries.
want to. I want to eat them alone in my car in a parking lot.
Oh,
Yes.
man.
I want to. That's how I indulge. It's like my time to be alone. Like no one talks to me, and I'm on the side of the road, and I'm just shoving my face. And maybe I have things from two different places. Like Taco Bueno is my favorite place ever. It's a fast food Mexican place. It's crap. I get it, but I grew up on it and love it. Thank you. Grew up on it, love it so much. And when I would go home to visit my parents when they still lived in Texas, I would lie. If they're listening, they're finding out now. I would lie. I'd be at the house and I'd be like, I need to run to Walgreens to get some of female things. And I would go eat Taco Bueno in the parking lot while my mom was cooking dinner. So I'd have first dinner, and then I'd come home, and then I'd have second dinner. This is a truth. This is a safe space.
I want to ask all the men and women out there a question. If you guys are actually participating on the tube of you right now, those who are in the chat over there, is this a guy-girl thing? Because man, oh man, the statute of limitations for me in regards to what my parents found out pretty much ran out right around 18, 19 years old. And
no, not me. There's still stuff that Mom and Dad, I know you're listening right now. There's still stuff they don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's like
maybe that should be the new segment. Lindsay tells Mom and Dad another secret today at 10.
One of my favorite things my brother Patrick, the Marine, ever told my mom. We just literally burst into laughter, and she said, "Patrick, please tell me that we never had any guns in this house when you were like still 17 and 18 years old." When and you know his response was, "None that you knew of." Best response ever.
So you're saying there's a chance.
So you're saying there's a chance. They're saying there's a chance that had there been home invaders, Patrick would have been on the case. Tara, is that the deal? I mean, although I don't know your backstory, I don't know your life, but you strike me.
I don't know you. I don't know your life.
I don't know your life. I ate a whole box of fried chicken. I was kind of curious though, Tara. Is there anything that you still feel like you can't tell your parents you were up to when you were up to no good as a kid?
I was kind of a goody-goody, I will say.
I knew it.
Just stayed home. Yeah, kind of just stayed home. I met my husband at 17. Like, our neighbor just came over yesterday and was, like, kind of trying to hint around to see what kind of new neighbor they have. They're like, you guys have friends? And, like, you guys party a little bit? And we were like, no. You guys are in your 20s,
you got swinger
right?
neighbors. Sounds
they
like
were
you
like,
got
you guys
swinger
party?
neighbors.
I was like, I don't know what they want, but I was like, no. And they're like, you're in your 20s, like your early 20s. You guys don't like have friends? And like, not really. We just kind of stay home.
That is a strange conversation for someone to come over and say.
The first time meeting.
Oh, by the way,
That's
it doesn't strike me as strange at all, Lindsay. I have to tell you, I was thinking about this the other day. I was walking down the street, guys, and I walked past this guy, and he just reeked of Mary Do You Wanna. And 20 years ago, I'd have been like, ew. Oh. Now I realize that's just kind of the coin of the realm now, man. People, it's one of their, it's a great icebreaker. Hey, man, do you party? Is it 420 yet? I mean, basically.
Listen, one of my biggest pet peeves in the entire world is people who use party as a verb. I hate it. It makes my skin crawl. If you use party as a verb, I'm already like, you're a douche, lay douche, and I'm out. You can party. I'm not saying I don't like if you do party. I don't like when you use it as a verb. That and sitting on the same side of a booth at a restaurant. Both of you are going to hell.
I kind of like what you stand for. I kind of dig it. I kind of dig it. I'm kind of down with it.
I kind of feel targeted.
We have a thing where everybody knows I hate when anybody says my team. I don't mind the word team. Team doesn't make me crazy. Our team, these are my fellow team members. I got no problem.
team.
My team. Because my team always reeks, I'm really in charge and these people work for me. But this is a euphemistic way of saying it. You call me my team again, I'll punch you in the team. There is no I in team. There are 3 in arbitration, and that's all I have to say about that. Really quickly, Joe J.
You know what? You know what there is in team?
What's that?
A T. You know what else starts with T?
Touchdown, Tara.
Tea time.
Touchdown, Tara.
Pterodactyl. Really quickly, by the way, our good friend Tricker Boson likes curly, thin-cut steak fries. Wait, which one do you like? Oh, question mark. I get it. French fries on the burger is the Paranormal Pie Man with onions and barbecue sauce and seasoned with seasoned salt. That's kind of crazy. Joe J says, I'll never get the frosty dipping, but I love me some fries. Hey, Tracy's also joined into the conversation as well, too. All right, since we're talking about things that people say on the air and on the line and on the newfangled technologies, it's Breaker Back Talk. Tara, take it away.
Do it.
I just want to say, Tracy is my mother-in-law.
Oh,
And
shout
she
out,
dropped in the
mother-in-law.
chat.
Tracy.
She dropped in the
Shout
chat
out.
when she heard that you have swinger neighbors, and she's worried
She's like, wait,
about
what?
her son.
Yeah, literally. Hi. But
Hey, girl.
Okay. Hey, girl. So, Jimmy, I'm putting you on the spot. Lindsay, I know you've been listening on and off this week, but you've been on vacation, girl. I didn't even know you were going to be here. So most of this
I'm
stuff
here.
is not aimed at you, but you're here, and I'm so happy to see you.
I'll aim at Jimmy any day. I got you.
All right, go on.
Aim and fire. But, Jimmy, I'm putting you on the spot. I want to know. We've had so much this week.
The spot.
Kind of tough to the spot. We're putting you on the spot. We've got incredible guests, returning friends, regular segments, new people. If someone did not listen, if someone missed one interview this week, what is your must-pick listen of this week?
Well, it's actually it was back to back. I'm gonna slip 2 in for the price of 1. I mean, I and there are a couple with Lindsay and I we've had recently that were pretty darn groovy as well too. There was one with Lindsay, by the way, one she dropped in on. Andy Thomas, man, guy's a maniac.
Yes.
And a fantastic one. I want to make that really clear. Maniac for me is not a pejorative term. Maniac are people who were inspired to go out there and really embrace life. Andy Thomas was great. Andy Thomas was great. I also thought on a personal level, in regards to what kind of deep thinking can be done around here, Scott Shea and I got into the weeds, but that's a different thing for me. The Scott Shea discussion about the Monterey Pop Festival, Lindsay and you and a lot of our listeners know my obsession with that particular event, not because of the event itself, but because of what it represents. All of those pieces, in the same way that Lindsay and I love that movie, Saturday Night Live. For the same reason, I love
the coming together, how it came together,
how it played out, how it played out, all of that kind of stuff. But I thought I would really send people in the direction of Andy Thomas's interview. It's inspired, and it is dealing with the woo and the cosmic seam and the tear and all the stuff that Julian Simpson fictionalizes. I'll tell you this, Lindsay. All I kept thinking about when I read his book was Whisperer in Darkness, the second season of the Lovecraft Investigations. It really is that woo. It was really fun. I'm not going to lie to you, I thought Tom Bray was spectacular yesterday. Yep. I thought he was spectacular yesterday. Over the top great.
Well, all of those are up on the YouTube channel right now. They're split up. You can go to our YouTube channel.
I like what you did there.
At RadioNemo, and they're all up there right now if you missed them.
Well, thank you very much. That's what I put so Lindsay, you got a chance to listen to all this stuff. Was there anything that you weren't involved in that you were like, oh, that was great, as opposed to being like, okay, Jim, get through this guy, or Jim, stop talking.
I told you I liked your toilet testimonial. I loved hearing the trucker turned triathlete and knowing the origin story of that trucking company, but then I also didn't mind when you lost reception, because we got to find out about your toilet testimonial and when you really got your what and together.
By the way, speaking of that, testimonials, did you guys see the picture I posted yesterday with my dad? I am so proud of him. He wouldn't take a picture before. He was ashamed to take pictures. And Lindsay, the fact that my dad at 82 years old is giving a thumbs up in the pool surrounded by his grandchildren is like one of the most awesome things I've seen in a long time. I couldn't believe
It
he
was a
did it.
moving photo. I didn't even need to read the caption to know that was a moving photo.
Well, you saw him. I mean, you've met him, Tara. You met him when he was using a cane and having to, basically be essentially carried around on his arm. He'd have to hold on to my arm. You were there for that. And for you to see him in that pool with that smile is about as genuine a smile as my father has ever issued. Just amazing. Yeah, it was really groovy. Sorry, I got very excited about that though, but it was just
It's a
really
good thing to be excited about.
Took us all into the weeds here. Sorry about that, LaRue. I'm just like talking about my dad's picture on Facebook.
I love it.
Congratulations
no, I'm
to
here
him.
to celebrate
Yeah.
your dad all day, every day.
Yeah, fantastic. Go on.
Go on.
Go on. So, speaking of, we've been doing highlight reels and actual reels on our Facebook page, our Instagram, our YouTube channel for the lineup for the show. Dave, Jimmy, Lindsay, Andre, Madison, and I have been putting out fun, personality-filled reels where we deliver the guest lineup to you in brand new ways, and you guys have been crushing it. It's been so fun to see you guys go out in the wild. I went out in the wild yesterday. The turtle tour guide happened. I was like literally in a kayak on my pond, got a comment from Dude on Man, and he fished in that pond. We have a couple of small fish, mostly turtles though. Chowder dropped in and said, "Nice place, great job. We love hearing from you. Paddle safe, turtles." Thank you, Chowder. I did paddle safely. I even took 2 work calls on the water. You, Jimmy, and Brad Bentley called me. Our general manager, Nick DeMeo, called me, and I'll say I enjoyed every minute of a floating conference call. It's never happened before. I'll probably just go take all of my work calls out there. You're going to see my laptop out on the water. It's going to be great. But
do they make waterproof laptops? Is that a thing?
Yeah, it's called a Ziploc bag. Yeah.
Oh, that's going to be a big Ziploc bag.
Very big. Very big.
But
go on.
Special shout out, Jimmy. You're real, monkey boy, and that's all I'm saying. You have to go watch it to get the reference. Someone in the comments said, "Laugh while you can," and if you get it, you get it. If you don't, go watch the reel. It was my favorite.
By the way,
YK.
By the way, our good friend Diver Driver actually looked up the reference and watched the movie.
Oh wow, commitment.
By the way,
Love that.
and what I told him, and Lindsay will love this. What I told him, if you actually
no longer being recorded.
What's happening there?
Are we being listened to?
Wait a second. Quality trips going
I hit a
on.
button. I hit a button that I didn't know I had access to.
Exactly,
Yes,
we
he's
got
listening to us.
this call is no longer being recorded. Wait a second, it's the Suede Denim Secret Police, and they've come for your uncool goody two shoes niece named Tara.
I'm wandering around my sister-in-law's house. There's kids. There's people walking in and out. So I'm trying to find the right room.
Oh, it's fantastic, guys.
Apologies.
It's like
Go on.
I wish there was a video of this, but yeah, I mean,
Oh, I
it was
know.
just it was the thing about that particular one is I also told Jerry Bowers, Diver Driver, I told him point blank. I said, "Listen, dude," I said, "if you ever want to know what I want this show to look like and feel like," I said, "add a couple of more ladies to that movie, and you will have a sense of what I'm going for. Buckaroo Banzai across the 8th dimension." It's fantastic, dude. It's a fantastic movie. But go on, please.
I know you wish I would take some of your movies and just watch them immediately after getting the reference. I'm sorry. I don't deliver.
And I know
as much
you
as
wish.
Driver.
I know, Terry, you wish that Jim would stop asking you if you've seen the movie. Be like, just assume the answer is no.
Same. Yeah, the answer is no. So sorry. The answer is no. Unless it's what is it? The third movie. I forget. We're just going to move on. Paranormal Pie Man dropped in on my reel and said turtle in a pond. Perfect. And yes, I was one with the turtles. Lindsay, someone commented on your lineup reel this week and said, "Is that a pug?" And then someone commented back and was like, "That's a Frenchie." So at least someone's coming for your defense in there.
I appreciate it. Used to have pugs. Now we've turned Frenchie. Swore I'd never have a dog that snored again, the brachial dog, and really ruined that.
So adorable.
That's Mimi
So
the Frenchie.
adorable.
You'll see her in real. I feel like Mimi's going to be an ongoing kind of like Where's Waldo. Like she'll just pop up every once in a while in my reels.
Same with my dogs because I can't get them to go away from me, so they're just going to be in all of them, and that's great. But Madison and Dre, another iconic entry to the lineup reel lineup, and John T asked, "Is that Dre?" And yes, it is.
I
And
love
we're so
that.
excited how Dre's stepping more into the spotlight on social platforms.
One of the really groovy things that Kevin Lindsay talked about, our good friend Rebecca Brewster talked about how much they like that Dre has become a character on the air. And I enjoy that as well too, but I've always kind of amazed at the number of people who have actually seen Dre in the reels, and it's such an important reminder about why we do videos too, because you get a chance to see who we are and what we look like to some degree. To some degree, by the way, I will continue to be better looking over the course of each subsequent video as I get engaged in tweaks and all sorts of adjustments.
Wow, bold statement.
Yeah, I'm gonna get him on contour and eyeshadow.
Keep getting better.
By the way, Tom Bray just said to Tara Garris, Buckaroo Banzai should be mandatory viewing. There it is. Tom Bray has issued the challenge. Answer the challenge, folks.
Fighting worlds, Bray. Fighting worlds.
No.
Pure evil from the eighth dimension. No, Tom is in his lane, dude. Science fiction specialist Tom Bray.
Oh, okay.
All right, go on. Continue.
Hey, Gregory commented and said, "This is way better than Sirius, LOL." And I'm just going to leave that there. No comment from me on that one.
Like, I'm hitting the like button.
Like button, favorite.
Thumbs up.
Top fan.
Hey, you
Top
want
fan.
to hit a button, guys? Hit the subscription button, man. We are at $9.79. This is like absolute agony, by the way. It's like I feel like it's like this slow march to glory. Everybody get on top of this right now.
21 people.
21 people.
You got everybody
Share
out
with
here.
your friends.
Call your
everybody
wife.
on the chat now. Do us a favor, share it with one person. If we get to 1,000 a day, I'll do something for everybody. I'll send everybody a song.
We're making a lot of
everybody a free download. If you comment on like a Facebook or whatever and that you shared it with somebody, then we'll send you a free download of a song.
Love it. I love it. Bruce Almighty commented and said, "Smoking hot producers" for the Madison and Dre reel this week.
I
mean, agreed. Agreed.
I love the equality of that too. I love the equality of that.
Well, of course. Yes, you can't. Scott Cooper added, "I am gobsmacked by the creative team producing these smokin' videos. Cheers." Scott, thank you. We're seriously having so much fun with it, though. Like, I'm glad you guys are enjoying it because we are so much enjoying it. And none of us know what the next person is going to do the next day. And it's so fun to just, like, see what ends up going up. We have no idea.
Nobody tells nobody nothing.
There were no drugs in that video.
Hey, man, do you party? Do you party?
No one parties like I party.
Yeah, okay. All right. I'm sorry. Go
Do you even have an upside down pineapple?
Go on.
Definitely that show. Definitely that show.
Go on. On a different note, Josh D. commented on your interview with author Sean McGee and said, "Great interview. I wish we could find some more national unity." We could find unity with pineapples, or we could find unity on the YouTube channel, so go subscribe.
That's a terrific interview, too, by the way. I was really proud.
I agree.
And I'm not going to act like I was good on that interview. I'm just going to basically say I gave Scott a platform in which to kind of exercise his absolute genius. When I just love the idea that you read that piece, the Declaration of Independence is literally a pink slip to the King of England. Get out.
Get out.
By the way, you've ever heard how somebody once described the Revolution, the War of 1812, and the American Civil War to the British? It's get out, stay out. Oh, yeah, and take your colonies with you. Thanks. It's been nice. Independence arrived. He was terrific. Thank you, by the way, for the nice comment about that. Go on.
So I've been, just as of last Breaker Back Talk, I've been bringing a couple comments to the table that are maybe not so nice, maybe not so in our lane, in our corner. So, and that's okay. I wanted to do this. It's okay. So someone wrote, "I listened to you on Sirius for trucking info. Now it sounds like you're trying to attract folks who stumble across you online, not the truckers who kept you on the radio. Sounds like what Jimmy wants." Now, Jimmy, I want you to address that because we have a lot of trucking-centric content still, but you guys are pushing this, like, the living, make a living versus the life, and that's the whole point. So I just wanted to bring that here just to address that because I don't think that's true.
I hope that whoever wrote that, and by the way, I love how the fact that anything that people don't like, it's never Lindsay, who is adorable, and it's never Dave, who is adorable. It's always me who's up to that kind of stuff.
You're the a-hole, okay? It is what it is.
It is what it is.
You're opening the doors now for people to give all the backlash against me and Dave. I think you just opened the door.
No. I believe me, I've seen Dave call some really choice stuff. And some of those people that are out there commenting are Many of them are concerned. I understand that. But like I said, there's a misunderstanding. Okay, there is a misunderstanding about why we are here. And by the way, people are still discovering this, by the way. I am always kind of surprised. I will post stuff on Facebook. I got, it's weird because I am a public figure only in the sense that I'm a public figure, that I'm on the air and doing this thing. My Facebook is a little bit harder to access than a lot of people who normally do what I do. I could open the floodgates and probably get 5,000 followers tomorrow. I'm not bragging, but I do that because I like to curate who's coming in. I really do. I won't lie to you guys. If I have friended you, I have looked at your friendship, I have said, this is the kind of person I want involved here. Now, every once in a while, because of Facebook algorithms, it gets a little lost in translation, and I have gone back and been like, oh my God, I know this person. Why didn't I friend them? I understand that. But one of the things I want to make really clear here is that we are absolutely committed to the men and women who drive over the roads. Absolutely 100%. Committed to them. If other people decide to come along for the ride, well, God bless them. But we are here on this platform. We are here on this platform not by choice. We are here on this platform by circumstance. And the fact that you and Nick and a number of other really dedicated people got us on in 6 weeks is a miracle of technology and a miracle of your efforts. That being said, the first 2 hours of every show, we actually have had over 200 guests now on the air, the majority of which, 65 to 70%, have been utterly trucking and transportation centric. Nemo Nation, which is every Monday from 7 to 11, the first 3 hours of that show in particular, and last Monday it was the entire show, was 12 guests. Every single one of them, 3 of them members of trucking associations, came on the air. Every single journalist was a transportation journalist, and the first 2 hours of every show, and I'm sorry, any show that has Tom Bray appear on a monthly basis, any show that has Dean Croak appear twice, any show that has Rebecca Brewster send her people before she even arrives on the air for that terrific Atri interview we did. I don't know what to tell people other than the fact of we've got great information, we have great guests, and we have great folks who are continuing to contribute here. But here's a crazy idea. That maybe we're creating a space where it isn't just about the rules and the regs, it isn't just about the laws that are put in place, and it isn't just about how your engine's doing, because maintenance does matter here, that it's about what you're eating, what you're drinking, what you're listening to, what you're enjoying while you're on the road. If you listen closely, every single guest is curated for the inside of a cab, full stop. That's it.
And let me also say, because it's been sort of my biggest thing when working in trucking, especially on the entertainment side and singing, has been like, hey, these men and women do other things than trucking. They're humans. Yes, we're going to give you 70% of the time it's trucking, but we're also going to give you the other things. You've got to be entertained rolling down the road. So this is it's like the first half of the show, yes, you get the trucking centric. The second half of the show, you get trucking adjacent. I have so many drivers come up to me, so I beg to differ with this person. So many drivers come up to me when we're out on the road and say, thank you for understanding that we like other things than trucks. So that's the balance. And the biggest message I want to say here is that, before we wrap up with Tara, is that if you want trucking to be seen and heard out on the road, you got to expand outside of the trucking. All these conferences we go to, we do a great job telling each other within the industry how great trucking is. It's the people outside of trucking that need to understand that for us to get back to the quote-unquote good old days of rolling down the road and 18 wheels and a dozen roses. So I believe that by taking our message outside, having singers and songwriters and authors and speaking even to our guests to understand, oh, wow, I could come talk to the trucking audience, that's where the balance happens. That's where the magic is. So we're giving you every single segment you want in trucking, but also trying to expand the audience so that people outside of trucking understand the backbone that it is.
I would also, well said, I would also tell anybody, go listen to all of those non-quote-unquote trucking interviews and watch how many times every single one of our guests acknowledges who they're talking to. I mean, we've had Pulitzer Prize winners on here. We have had action writers who have been celebrated across all platforms who never forget ultimately they are here for those men and women. And so I would say to that guy, I would tell them, stick with us if you want to. And by the way, if you think that I can make Lindsay Lawler or Dave Nemo do something they want to do, you don't know Dave Nemo or Lindsay Lawler. I got a phone call coming in, by the way. Who I got?
Well, speaking of Dave Nemo.
Dave Nemo's here, wants to say
I
something.
was just about to say, real quick, let's say hi to Dave, but I think the bad comments about Dave online are from Dave, if I'm not mistaken.
Absolutely.
Yes.
My evil twin. Listen, I'm going to take 30 seconds here to respond as well, Jim, because if you're listening to the sound of my voice right now, if you just heard what Jimmy Mack had to say in response to the lack of trucking in what we're doing now, let's go back to why we call it road gang. What Jim and Lindsay, Tara, Andre, what we are all doing Monday through Friday, Nemo Nation, that's my day, is exactly what the road gang, the original foundation for everything that goes on from 1971 to today in every form of media in the world of trucking, radio / broadcasting, whatever you want to call it, goes back to that. There was no talk in the 70s about rules and regulations. They had been in place since the 30s and 40s. It was only about keeping people awake, alert, and alive, and it was about fun, games, interesting stuff, making them happy, making them smile, going 106 miles an hour in the Montford lane on I-80. So I really reject the idea that we have abandoned anybody or anything pertaining to the WWT. And I'm afraid.
Dave, we got to get out of here, brother. I couldn't have asked for a better way to end this other than our good friend Driver saying, is John Lithgow not just amazing in anything he does? Dave, laugh while you can, monkey boy. Thank you, brother. Dave Nemo, everybody. Touchdown, Tara, Turtle. Thank you, Dave. We're out of time. We're out of time, Tara. We're out of time.
It always does this every time. I have so many things. I was going to ask you about your favorite non-alcoholic beverages, but we'll save that.
What's that?
Right.
Go on. Get out of here, Tara. Hit the bricks. Go enjoy that wonderful farm. By the way, and when you come back next week, tell us why you didn't do any fishing out there on that lake. We'll talk about that later.
All right, guys. Thanks for having me. Talk to you later.
Bye.
Hey, guys, I want you to head over to ShadyRays.com. They got a lost and broken protection plan that is the absolute shizzle. ShadyRays.com, they got your back. Lindsay Lawler and I have got your back. We got country and western music news coming up on the other side of this break. Bye.
Bye.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop. Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
Well, hey, y'all. Welcome to the Ho-Ho. What did you call me?
You heard her.
Welcome to the Ho-Down, because it's time for country and western news with your Music City mistress, the honky-tonk queen herself, Lindsay Lawler.
Oh, laugh for a while we can, monkey boy. Woo!
Yeah, boy. Hey, Monkey Boy. Well, this country and western music news is coming to you live from Cape Cod in my niece's bunk bed, where I finally found a quiet spot in this house.
For now.
For now. Oh, no, there just another child walked in. All right, welcome back to your country and western music news, because, boys, on this show we celebrate both kinds.
Oh, both kinds.
On this show, we celebrate all kinds.
All kinds.
Okay, we're going to start talking about Post Malone because I've been listening to his new record sort of on repeat lately. I'm really into it, the F1 Trillion record, where it's like, 14 tracks, and they're all duets with Chris Stapleton, Brad Paisley, Lainey Wilson, Dolly Parton, and the list goes on. He's partnered with marketing genius behind this. When Posty says, hey, I'm going to go from pop and make a country record, and his label's like, why don't we get every single person on this? It also speaks to the likability of Post Malone that these other artists are putting their stamp on his album. So anyway, he's preparing for the next chapter in his country music career, followed by his last record that came out in 2024, the F1 Trillion I'm talking about. So in the midst of he's on a massive tour right now. It's called the Big Ass World Tour. And he's working on a new album. Yeah, that's what it's called.
The Big Ass World Tour is coming at you. Laugh while you can, Monkey Palone.
Monkey boy. So the new album that he's working on, they say, I'll be interested to see if this is legit or not, that it's going to be a deep dive into quote-unquote traditional country music. So Jim, started off as a move that he said into classic country sound. It's really, he's fully submerging in it for the new record, according to one of the guys in his band, his guitar player. So they say that the next album is really going to be a step back in time. There's going to be more fiddle, pedal steel, guitar solos. So his move into country music, Jim, it was inspired by much of the music that he was introduced to as a kid. His mother was a fan of it. His father was a DJ. He spun country music growing up in Texas. But here's what's interesting, Jim. I noticed this on personally making my last record. I'm like, why have I never made a record on what I listened to growing up? Why? And I think it's because, I wonder, Jim, if you were a singer, a musician, songwriter, and we're going to make a record tomorrow, off the cuff, and I know we talk about no genre on here, but what genre would it be? Would you lean into what you're inspired by, what you're listening to, or just what came naturally that maybe fit your voice? I don't know.
By the way, we'd love to hear that from everybody out there, too. Our good friend Paranormal Pie Man said #founding listener. We'd love to hear your answers as well on the chat. I'll tell you right now, Lindsay, the older I get, the more I so much have become enamored with not just punk rock music, but punk rock style. The idea of slapping things together, letting high energy and octane kind of carry the day, planning.
You want the wheels to go off the road at all times.
I really want the wheels to almost be coming off on a regular basis. I've become so enamored with films and books and podcasts and music that just feels like it's one step away from falling apart. The slicker the production, the more. If you're going to do a slick production, you better be Christopher Nolan. It better be so big that it absolutely feels like the monolith from 2001. I want things down and dirty and nitty and gritty. I want things to sound like you recorded them at the VFW hall. That's what I would do. I'd go back to the Black Flag, the Minutemen, all that kind of groovy stuff, or those indie bands from college, REM, early REM at the 40 Watt Club. That would be my bag. That's why I was such a big fan of Benjamin Dakota Rogers, his album that he recorded over in his barn on his tobacco farm. I thought that was just absolutely outstanding. And yourself, too, by the way, LaRue. What would you do?
And what?
What would you do? What would you do?
My next one, I think my next record is either going to be a cover album or a Christmas album, or both. But also, if I do the cover record, I think it would be all different genres. I would have rap songs that I would put my take on, and they wouldn't necessarily have to be country versions of it. It's let's just figure out what song is working and make a cover of it. But I also love the idea that I'm putting out a bluegrass song, and then I'm putting out a rap song, and then I'm putting out a Mike and the Mechanic song. I'm leaning into Every Day's a Mystery.
I don't know if this album title's ever been used. I was actually thinking of you. I actually sent a text message to your good friend and a guy I bother the living hell out of on a regular basis, Evitz. And I was listening to ELO's Wild West Hero. Have you ever heard that song?
No, I don't think I do.
Okay, so give
Wait,
it.
what is it?
It's called Wild West Hero by ELO, by Electric Light Orchestra.
No.
And I said, I actually wrote Evans, and I said, man, we should just reorchestrate this into a country song, a straight up country song with like violins, and just give. And you'll hear why. Jeff Lynn, of course, is the singer on it, but you'll hear why as a showcase for your voice. I think you should take songs from every genre, make them all country, and call the album Another Country. That's just my thought.
Not bad.
That was my thought. I was thinking about you. I had that exact thought taking my walk yesterday. I said Lindsay should have like all of these really great like cross-genre songs and give them all this individual stamp of like herself and country, and just put them in another country. That's all. That's my thought for the day. Sorry.
That's a good tip.
I got excited. Keep
it in the notebook.
I got it. Put it down.
Keep it written down in the notebook. Well, there's not a title or release date for Malone's new album, but he's already recorded 35 songs. Apparently, he's going to keep recording. And here's where it doesn't make sense to me, Jim, because he says, and then it's just a matter of which ones to rock and which ones will knock your socks off rocking. I'm like, well, that's already not traditional country. It's kind of a contradiction. So we'll see what comes out on it. He's currently still out on, as I said, his big-ass world tour that runs through September 14th. He's in North America and Europe for that tour. Jim, here's some interesting Post Malone fun facts. So in 2020, he talked publicly about his $3 million Bugatti Chiron. Is that what it's? Chiron?
Chiron.
Chiron?
Yeah.
He owns a $3 million Bugatti Chiron and 3 other cars valued at nearly $1.5 million. There's a Rolls-Royce Phantom, the Lamborghini Aventador SV, and a McLaren 720S Spider. That's kind of fun. He also owns, here's another Post Malone fun fact, Jim. He has a doomsday bunker in Utah. After he started to make some real money, he bought a piece of property near Salt Lake, and he's referred to it as his bunker, which is important because he's definitely a prepper. He's a doomsday prepper. He admits it. And so his bunker, Jim, it's a 12,000 square foot, 5-bedroom, 6-bathroom, 7-acre property, includes a professional gaming room, a massive kitchen and master bedroom, a gym. All kinds of art is down there and these beautiful views of the mountains, but it's a bunker. He says he's building it underground. How do you have views of the mountains if you're underground? Am I dumb?
No, you could actually build it in the side of a mountain, so you're under the ground of the mountain.
Okay.
I mean, I still think.
Right. Well,
by the way, does he have a doomsday bunker bed? I had to do that.
He's got a bedroom, doomsday bunker bed.
Yeah, you like that bunk bed? You see what I'm doing there?
Yeah, I get it.
From your own bunker. Lindsay actually broadcasting from the bunker right now, the bunker bed.
Good dad joke. Good dad joke.
Thank you very much.
Also, a little bit on his tattoos, Jimmy. He has tattoos of celebrities like Johnny Cash and Kurt Cobain. He has words like always tired on his face. He's got barbed wire skeletons, numbers. He has Travis Kelce's signature. Now, keep in mind that a decade ago, he had none, and now he has over 70. Over 70 tattoos in 10 years. And on the side of his hand, he has a picture of President John F. Kennedy because he was the only president to speak out against the crazy corruption stuff that was going down in our government. That's post what he has to say. And so for his overall body of work, he said it all comes from a place of insecurity to where I don't want to look like how I look, so I'm going to put something cool on there, and I can make myself look however I want and say, hey, you look cool, kid. Interesting take on tattoos.
When you come down here, by the way, for the 23rd, for the big party, I have a friend of mine, Kyle, who is a very handsome man, and he is literally, except for his face, covered in head to toe in them. And I have to tell you, if you're going to do that, guys, you better have a plan. Too many people put that together, kind of hashtag unbalanced, and you can see when
hashtag unbalanced.
You can see it sometimes.
Can we get matching? You don't have any tattoos. You want to get matching tattoos when I come down?
I don't. Nope.
I know a tattoo artist though.
No, I'll tell you right now though. I'll tell
Can
you this.
Get me an appointment, Dre?
She works with us.
Yeah, she works with us. By the way, you just have to ask her.
Oh right.
Yeah, there you go. I will. Once I get back down to 185, I've told Claire, I've told everybody, if I get back down to 185, if I get on a scale and it says 185, I will in fact get a tattoo.
What? A scale?
I have a couple of ideas.
2 W's on each of his butt cheeks.
Oh, that's good too. Maybe a big fat donut on your chest, on your stomach.
There you go.
Absolutely, positively not.
Yeah, I like the W's one. So whenever he does a cartwheel, it says "Wow, Mom, wow."
All right, take it easy.
I like that. I like that. Okay, moving on. Guys, Tim McGraw, and this we're going to talk baseball and cars and country music all in this story. So we're hitting all of our major food groups here. Hashtag balance, all the major food groups. So Tim McGraw and Faith Hill's daughters, they were really young when their grandfather, Tim McGraw's father, passed away. So Tim McGraw's father is Tug McGraw.
Oh,
and
yeah. You
Tug
got to
McGraw
believe.
played for
You
the
got to
New York-
believe.
Got to believe. He didn't know that was his father till later on in life. But Tug McGraw, of course, he played for the New York Mets and the Philadelphia Phillies from 1965 to 84. He won a World Series with the Mets in 69.
69 and 73 as well, too.
69 is when he won the World Series with the Mets. And Tim McGraw didn't know that Tug was his father until he was 11 years old. So Tim's children, in fact, his youngest daughter, Audrey, she had just turned 2 when the former Major League Baseball star, he succumbed to cancer in 2004. So years later, she joined in on this new sort of family tradition where the other girls had already done. They would drive his car around, this car that he had. So about a decade ago, Tim McGraw talked about how his dad used his $7,000 bonus check he got for winning the World Series to buy a Mercedes convertible. $7,000, that was it. And so when he died, Tim McGraw's brother had the car and it was falling apart, so he traded him, he said, for a motorcycle. And he went in, he restored this Mercedes, he repurposed it, and each of Tim McGraw's daughters, they learned how to drive that car. It was a white Mercedes 280 SL.
Family tradition.
Now Tim McGraw says family tradition. McGraw says he will never sell this car. It's not only a prized possession in the fleet, but they also have an old SUV. I know that for a fact. I've seen it. I'm friends with his sister. That is true. They still have this SUV. They had it forever. He said, we'll never sell it. It has so many memories, including hauling cheerleaders to football games, going to basketball practice and softball practice, and having Happy Meals and French fries.
National French Fry Day.
From McDonald's all over the floor, so he's never getting rid of it. Tim McGraw's song Paper Umbrellas, which is very sweet. It's his new single. It's a duet with he and Parker McCollum. On October 2nd, this is pretty cool, Jim, Tim McGraw's partnering with Major League Baseball to play a pre-game concert for the first Speedway Classic game at the Motor Bristol Speedway. My husband Seamus is working at that event, and he will play a concert at the Field of Dreams Field on August 30th. Now that's pretty cool. Baseball lovers, right, Jimmy?
I'm just so moved by people like doing stuff like this. It's like this giant nostalgic ball that I just get to consume and eat. I don't even know how to respond.
All right.
I don't know how to respond.
Because he wasn't listening.
I was.
I'm just kidding.
I was.
All right, Jim, before I go into the next story about our beloved Dolly Parton, of course, we always love Dolly Parton.
I got a Dolly
What is coming
T-shirt.
up today? Yeah? I
got a Dolly T-shirt. I'm going to wear it when you show up down here. Okay, go ahead.
I love it. I got Freya a Dolly Parton shirt that she's wearing today that says, I beg your pardon, with Dolly on it. So I have one too. What's coming up with Trucking with OIDA here in just a bit?
Oh my God, I am excited to tell you about it because they are actually getting in the swing of how we program this stuff, and that programming is so much at the center of what we're talking about here. Bill Taylor's day job might be trucking, but his passion is music, and for good reason. The Kentucky trucker, singer, songwriter just made a splash in America's Got Talent with his voice and his band, Bill Taylor and the Appalachian Heathens. Bill joins the show to talk about his national TV debut, his music, his family, and his trucking career in a wide-ranging conversation. Well, I guess that shoots our programming all to hell. Damn it.
Dude, we're going to have him on too, but we'll ask different questions.
Well, no, but I'll tell you this. I'm actually very thrilled. It's a great get for them, and it's all part of, by the way, look at that. Trucking with OIDA is making a decision, as we've all made here, that maybe you guys like more than just one more rehash of the 9-point plan to help truckers out. Good for them. Excited about that. Real big deal, guys.
That.
Hashtag balance. There it is. Go on, Lindsay. Go on.
Trucking with OIDA every Tuesday, Thursday, Friday.
Got it.
Right after we get done with Road Gang Radio, they come on. So hang out for that. That'll be up in just about 15 minutes. All right, Jim. We know this won't be the last, but Dolly Parton says that she is putting the pen down. I say we should write. She says maybe not for a little bit. She's closing her songbook. Due to the passing of her husband, Carl Dean, she said, I just can't write songs. I keep trying, and I'm not able to. She actually sat down, Jim, of all things. She went on Khloe Kardashian's podcast.
Not surprising.
Okay, if Khloe Kardashian can get Dolly, certainly can we, right? Dolly wants to talk to the truck drivers. I wonder if whoever said we don't do enough trucking content, if we got Dolly on, if that would be okay, or if that wouldn't be enough trucking for them, because Dolly fits in every facet of every syllable of everything in this world. So that would probably be embraced, I would think.
Before you ever got here, we got within an inch of getting her on the show during the pandemic. We got to the final yard line, and it just happened that the only time she had available, then the air got sucked out because Dolly Parton gave so much money to the vaccine situation over at Vanderbilt. Some big event turned on there, and she had to be there, and that was that. Was our one window. We came real close. So it is possible.
But she's one of those, and she's one of those people that would get it. Like, you see Dolly popping up, like I just said, on a Kardashian podcast, but then also going, like, Dolly does everything. Dolly, like, I feel like she's the type of person that she's like, if I can fit it in, I will do it. And Dolly understands how important truck drivers are. I think she would see this show as a total positive for her. But anyway, she's putting the pin down for a bit. She said that she's just been having a lot of difficulty trying to write since Carl Dean passed away. He passed away just in March, just a couple months ago. She says, there's several things I've wanted to start, but I just can't do it. I just can't. She said, I will later. I'm sure I will later. I'm just not coming up with the beautiful ideas. But she said, I'll kind of start something. I won't finish it. I just can't do it. I have to focus on something else. And it makes me wonder, too, like, I'm sure, Carl Dean was such a safe space for her, and I'm sure she wrote it at home, and to realize your safe space and so much of your content that you wrote about, that's gone, that's just that's a hard one. She says she can't afford the luxury of it, and I can't get that emotional right now. So I don't know, Jim, if that's not dealing with it. I'm not saying Dolly isn't dealing with it, but she has been busy. Like, she has been out there. It's the anniversary of Dollywood, which she's appearing at. She's kind of everywhere in the media, and we have a friend here on the Cape whose mother just passed away, and he got a little puppy, and we think and that's why he's got all his focus into the puppy. And I think people subconsciously do things to avoid dealing with the thing, but also if it's bringing you joy, maybe that's okay, at least in the meantime, as long as you eventually deal with it.
Yeah, it is. You want to take a phone call real quick here? Want to take one phone
I'd
call?
love to.
Let's take a phone. Who we got in the air?
Oh, it's your cigar buddy there, Lindsay. Marshall's in town.
Marshall's in the house.
What's up, Marshall Tucker Platter Cigar Man?
I'm working on getting down to the party, and if I'm at the party and you buy me with enough liquor, I'll be happy to get matching tattoos.
Who invited you?
Let's do it. What would we get? Cigars? I'm going to get a cigar on my face.
Whatever trips your trigger.
Hey, by the way, a smoking cigar in an ashtray would not be a bad tattoo. By the way, if you had it illustrated right, would be kind of cool.
And you got to make sure it looks like a cigar.
Cigars.
If you smoke cigars,
yeah, it wouldn't make sense for me, but it would make a lot of sense for Marshall.
But if you quit them, I mean,
It's got to work for both of us.
I understand.
Now, earlier you were talking about learning different languages and stuff, and I spend a lot of time down on the border. And I also want to help Lindsay out when she's down there in New Orleans with the key phrase. So when I'm down on the border, I need to be able to communicate. So I learned the key phrases like "Adonde los baños?" Where are the bathrooms? Sí, muy hambre. Yes, I'm very hungry. And then the other really important one I learned is "Dámelo un besito, mi amor." Give me one kiss, my love. So those are the key phrases you need to know when you're on the border. Now, for New Orleans, you only need one key phrase, and it's the answer to every question you'll be asked. Le bon temps roulé. Let the good times roll.
Let the
So
good
they
times
ask you,
roll.
How you doing? Let the good times roll. Are you hungry? Let the good times roll. You can just say le bon temps roulé to almost any question you're asking. You'll be fine in New Orleans.
Le bon temps roulé. Am I saying it right?
You said it perfect, actually. That's how you want to say it. And you go le bon temps roulé. I mean, actually, because of the New Orleans accent, you can actually butcher it a little bit and be like le bon temps roulé. You can go all kinds of different. Le bon temps roulé.
I kind of make it sound a little more Spanish than.
Well, the thing is,
it's French.
It's French.
No, I know, but I said when I say it, it sounds a little more.
Yeah,
Spanish.
but here's why you get away with it, by the way. New Orleans is a city of four flags. There's as much Spanish culture down here because Creole culture is a mixture of French, Spanish, and God knows whatever else got over the fence. I mean, all kinds of crazy
Voodoo.
Kentucky and Tennessee stuff, and then they got the Haiti guys and all that stuff. So le bon temps roulé, you say it as you want to say it. Be a New Orleanian wherever you are, is what I tell people.
You do you, boo.
You do you. It's very New Orleans, by the way. Thank you, Marshall, for the phone call. Be safe, be well, and do good work, as they say. Thank you, sir.
All right. Hope to see you at the party.
Oh, you will.
Yeah, that'd be great.
We got one more phone call, Lindsay, and then I want you to be able to get enough time to breathe into your final thoughts. Jump in the phone call. Who we got here?
Oh, Jody in Florida.
All right, Jody. Go on.
What up,
Gator
Jody?
man.
Are you wearing a tank top, and are you drinking sangria?
Yes.
No and no, but I wish. And I just went through St. Augustine, and I thought about stopping, but if I did, that would be a bad thing because I wouldn't get done what I had to get done today. I would have been done, but I wouldn't have got done what I needed to get done. See what I'm saying? So.
I see what you're saying. We haven't talked to you, or I haven't talked to you in a minute, Jody. It's good to hear your voice.
Well, it's always good to hear yours, but I sent you a message a month ago, and you still haven't replied, so
I don't really check. Where'd you send it?
Facebook. You didn't check over there.
Yeah, I don't check that. Sorry. I'll give it a look-see. I'll look through it. Was it something life or death? You're still alive, so.
Yeah.
Okay, I will
Just
check it today,
basically
my
a
friend.
howdy. Yeah, just basically a howdy, but so I heard Jimmy mentioning about getting a tattoo if he gets down to 180 pounds. So I have
185.
85.
185. Okay, I have a tattoo idea for you there, Jimmy. Considering everything that as smart as you are, I'm figuring a back piece of Einstein or the Encyclopedia Britannica. That's what I'm seeing.
I like it. Or Einstein reading the Encyclopedia Britannica.
There you
perhaps.
go. There you go. I mean, does that fit or what? You know,
He's
and
staring
now
blankly. So.
I'm really in the mood for some ink therapy. It's been about, since my parents passed away, because I got my last two done in memory of them. So, and that was in 19. So I'm in the mood for it. And there's a really good studio down here in Jacksonville, so I'm thinking about going in there. Maybe on my time off, because I'm running straight through until August 6th. Then I'm either
I
going to
feel like I'm going to end up, Jim, with a lot of tattoos. If I say this, every director's like, I'll get a matching one with you. I'm going to be like Post Malone. I'm going to have 70 tattoos, me, and matching with every different driver who listens to our show. My mom will be so proud.
I'm
when you
proud.
and I first started talking, I sent you the picture of that wildlife totem pole that I have on my back, going right up the spine of my back. And now I have the one on my left arm that takes up, the one tattoo takes up half of my left arm, and the other one takes up half of my right arm. Not counting the other ones that I have, just those two alone. Each one takes up a half an arm. So, you know.
So there.
But that's what
There you
happens
go.
when you sit in a chair for 7.5 hours to 8 hours at a time. You know, that's a lot of work.
I call that dinner. Jody, we got to get you out of here, brother. We got to wrap this up. We love you, my man, with the big old totem tattoo on the back. By the way, get that tank top and that sangria in your hand sooner rather than later, okay?
Yeah, buddy.
All right, y'all. Have a good one. Love you guys, too. Talk to you next week.
Love you. Bye.
Lindsay, I have one small piece of information that just struck me as peak Lindsay Lawler. The guy playing Superman opens today, right?
Yeah.
Do you know what his dad did, what his grandfather created?
No.
Choose Your Own Adventure.
Oh, I love Choose Your Own Adventure books. I love that just as a metaphor for life in general.
He is the inheritor, and his dad actually picked up the pen as well too. So basically, the guy who actually is playing Superman is the progeny of the Choose Your Own Adventure books. I thought you of all people would just love that. Isn't that cool? There you go. Go on. You got a few minutes
All
here.
right, let's wrap up. Dolly Parton, how she just said how she is remembering still Carl Dean just here at the beginning of the summer in June. She said that she went to Ringgold, Georgia. She went to the church where they were married, and she went back and revisited that church together. They were married there on May 30th of 1966. So she went there on their anniversary, took a little week. She said we would always go down to Ringgold, Georgia. So in and around our anniversary every year, I will continue to do that. She might not be writing any new songs, but she is, as I said, going to be doing a residency in Vegas starting from December 14th to December 4th, my birthday, to December 13th. Thinking about going. She hasn't worked in Vegas in years. She also, Jim, this is pretty cool, heavy metal legend Ozzy Osbourne, Dre and I were talking about this the other day, played his final concert with Black Sabbath on last Saturday, July 5th. And Dolly Parton was one of the several people who paid a tribute. She did a little video montage that said, "Ozzy, I will always love you. I assume this won't be your last show. Whatever you do, I will be there. I love that Dolly Parton is a fan of Ozzy Osbourne. Of course she is. She's amazing." Finally, on this day in 1947, born in Detroit, Michigan, was singer-songwriter and friend of the show, Jeff Hanna. He's best known
Very cool. Happy
for his
birthday, Jeff.
association. Happy birthday, Jeff. He is part of the Nitty Gritty Dirt Band. He wrote Bless the Broken Road with other friend of the show, Marcus Hummin. They both recorded it. Happy brother to you, Jeff Hanna. Ladies and gentlemen, that is your country and Western music news here on Road Gang Radio. That's the end of our show. Coming up next, Trucking with OIDA. They're talking to Bill Taylor, trucker turned musician on America's Got Talent. That's going to be a great show. But they'll find ways to make it trucking related. Don't you worry, everybody. Everybody just calm down.
Everybody take it easy. War's over. We'll get new parts for your head. Laugh a while you can. A monkey boy. By the way, everybody needs to check that film out now. We got something going here, by the way. Something big is brewing in the Big Easy. Lindsay, when do you get back in town?
We check out of the Cape Cod tomorrow and start our journey back and venture our way through New York, probably Indy, and make our way back. So I'll be back to Nashville either Monday or Tuesday,
Okay,
depending on how long this road trip takes.
The moment you can actually talk with your legs actually beneath you need to give me a call so we can work out you getting your butt down here and just enjoying a party for a change as opposed to having to plan it. Okay?
I can discuss that today, Jimmy Mack.
Let's do that today then. Guys, go have a great day. Thank you, Brad, for taking the ride with us, by the way, earlier. Say bye, Brad.
Goodbye, Lindsay Lawler.
BB the King in the house. Everybody, if you want to meet the man, the myth, the legend, you got to get down onto the party July 23rd in New Orleans. Everybody have the best day. Get home safe. I'll get home safe. Jim, you get home safe. I love you.
I love you too. Destination 1000. Trucker Bosun says let's get by 1000 by airtime Monday. We're at 982. I love you, Lindsay LaRue.
Mwah. Bye.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
The proposed speed limiter mandate is gone for now. Senator Steve Daines of Montana joins the show to talk about his plan to keep it gone forever. We'll also have a look at how truckers are coming to help those in need in Texas, and in it for the long haul, a visit with a musician making music from behind the wheel. Welcome to Trucking with OIDA. I'm Scott Thompson.
And I'm Ashley Blackford. How you doing today, Scott?
Doing just fine. How are you, Ashley?
Wonderful as always.
We've got a lot of stuff coming up today.
Yeah, we got a good show. We'll cover the news of the day here, of course, including a new recall of tens of thousands of PACCAR trucks and a warning about a new scam that's going around.
Plenty of news to get to. Of course, we've also, as we mentioned there, got Senator Daines of Montana coming up as well to talk about how he and his colleagues approach trucking issues in general, along with his attempts to kill an idea of a speed limiter mandate for good. So that's a good talk we're looking forward to. Also, Long Haul Paul, who you've spoken with before.
I did, yes. This guy, he started trucking in like the late 70s. First job, made $5 an hour. Like this guy his heart is in the truck, and he's a musician. So very interesting guy to talk to.
Very interesting guy. Looking forward to that. But before all that, we've talked about this before. We've been watching a tragedy unfold over the past several days. And as always is the case when disaster strikes, truckers are stepping up. Let's turn now to OIDA board member Danny Schnoutz, who's in Texas and has been helping with the response to that catastrophic flooding in central Texas that has killed more than 100 people now. Danny has been doing what he can to help, and he joins us on the phone now. Danny, how are we doing?
Doing great this morning. Thank you.
So your company, Clark Freight, offered and has been hauling relief loads out to areas of need, I should say. Can you tell us a little bit about how that effort began? What prompted it?
Sure. We've offered several loads. We've completed one so far, and others are in the works. But it began with me texting our mayor and a couple of other organizers of groups in our area, and me simply offering. And whenever I did that, one group was already collecting using a small U-Haul, which they quickly outgrew. And the other groups are waiting for a longer timeline to work a later phase of the recovery. So those loads are still coming up.
Do you know how many loads you've hauled?
For this effort, so far, one. For other efforts in the past, it's a lot.
What are you hearing? And for our listeners, can you kind of explain how far you are away from again, that devastating, scene that we're seeing on news reports out there? How far away are you from all of that?
It's a large area, so the range of distance is from 250 to 300 miles from us. We're here on the Gulf Coast, almost can see the water from where we're at, and it's over in central Texas, northwest of San Antonio.
So you're a ways away from it, but obviously when something like this happens, it affects a great number of people across a pretty wide area for sure. You're, going out to help, and your company has been. Talk about how that decision is made, and I know this isn't the first time you've done something like this, but talk about how that process kind of plays out, where you go from, seeing the reports and hearing the reports to actually stepping up and doing something.
Well, that's a great question, and it really starts with understanding the magnitude of what's going on and then where it's at geographically. And since this is to us close, and it's a large event, they're going to need a lot of deliveries of either donations or things that are bought, whatever it is. And, of course, transportation is what we do. So it's no kind of analysis, is no kind of putting pencil to paper. It's just a matter of, is this something that's going to need trucks, and is it within our power to do it? And then we start offering out. And there is a desire to get help out there quickly, but we have to yield to the plan of the organizers that are on the scene so that they're not inundated with supplies that they can't store, that they may not need yet. And there's several different groups that do an excellent job of what's on the ground over there. And we yield to them and bring them the things that have been donated whenever they say it's ready to receive those.
Now, you said you've done one haul. What was in that?
It was a variety of things from dog food to diapers to paper towels and, of course, bottled water. That seems to be the biggest thing that always happens. I also saw some lots of soap in there and some laundry detergent, things like that.
Your company, Clark Freight, I know has done this kind of thing in the past. Can you talk about other disasters, other tragedies that you've helped out with and what that process looked like and kind of what you learned from it?
Sure. There is always a lot of learning that comes from these. They're all different, but there is a basic blueprint for how to help. We've taken loads down from our Mississippi, northern Mississippi terminal years ago down to the Biloxi area. After Katrina, we've taken loads all the way over to Florida in some hurricanes before. We've helped in western Louisiana fairly recently. Most of those are hurricanes. We did help in an Alabama tornado there in Tuscaloosa. And what we learned is you have to be coordinated. And as I've mentioned a few minutes ago, if we show up with trailer loads of supplies that are not needed yet, or there's no place to put them, then we're going to become the storage trailer. And actually, we're adding to the chaos instead of adding to the help. So there's some really well-organized groups, and I try to make sure that one of those groups that I'm familiar with is in the receiving end. And if not, then I get more involved with where are we taking it to, what's going to be available to unload, whether it's manpower or equipment. I get more deeply into that unless I recognize one of the on-the-ground groups that's there to receive it.
Yeah, this is not one of these situations where you see something happen and you just kind of load up your trailer and head out there, right? You've got to make sure you've got that coordination. Right. And you got to make sure also you're doing everything right in terms of regulations and whatnot. I imagine that you will be or have been utilizing hours of service relaxation, orders that are out there.
Yes, for sure. That hours of service waiver actually came into effect on this run. It doesn't always, just depending on the individual circumstances of the driver. But of course, hours of service to us are the regulatory guideline, but what we look for even more so is the safety aspect, which of course hours of service tries to aid with and doesn't always. But we make sure that the driver that's going is a rested driver that's able to handle whatever is ahead, because the roads may not be as clear as we think. The unloading may not be as timely as we expected, and even getting back out. There could be some construction or one-way traffic on roads where the driver's not able to come out the same way he went in. So hours of service available or not, we utilize the waiver, but we are going to send a driver that's ready to handle that extended couple of days for sure.
For anyone listening who might be thinking they would like to lend a hand and help, do you have any advice for them?
Sure. The first thing is, if you've never done this before, you've got to work alongside some groups that are familiar with this, that have a track record doing it. We have done the collecting of items before. That's very time-consuming, and you disappoint a lot of people if you do it in a really organized, common-sense way. Because the good-hearted people that just want to help, they want to bring whatever they have. But there's a time for clothes, there's a time for water, there's a time for all of these things. And as I said earlier, it has to be a coordinated effort. So if you're wanting to help, then join up with a group that's done it before. And that can be a local church. It could be the Salvation Army. There's many groups like Samaritan's Purse. One of them that we deal with a lot is out of Louisiana. And whenever you deal with one of these groups, it's going to go right. And you can learn from that and understand how you can be the most help for the group that needs it, instead of just basically feeling good about doing something, which is good for you, but yeah. We all want to be effective in our help.
Absolutely. Yeah, certainly going to be a lot of need for help out there in the weeks to come. Danny, thank you for sharing your story with us. Thank you for everything you and your colleagues there at Clark Freight are doing to help out as well. And thank you for your time. We appreciate it.
Sure thing. It's good to get the word out. Trucking is full of good-hearted people. Of course, our brother and I own this company, and we're truckers at heart and have been drivers for years. And the drivers that we have here are always excited to go do this kind of thing, and I think you'll find that's true across all of America's truckers. Just good-hearted people ready to help.
100%. Thanks a lot, Danny. We appreciate it.
Sure thing.
And once again, that was OIDA board member Danny Schnoutz stepping up in what, by all accounts, is a horrible situation there in Central Texas. I'm always reminded of that Mr. Rogers thing.
Honestly, I had the same thought. That's kind of funny. Yeah.
And truckers, when disaster strikes, look for the helpers. Truckers are the helpers. So sure. It's always great to to talk to people who are doing that for sure.
Yeah. And if you're in Texas, whether you've been affected by the flooding or you're helping out, we would love to hear from you. You can give us a call at 1-800-324-6856, or if you want to send us an email, podcast@ooida.com.
Yeah, and again, it could be, the situation there in Texas. It could be another disaster. There have been so many, unfortunately, throughout the United States over the past, several years. And if you've been one of those helpers, we'd love to hear from you. Love to hear that story and find out exactly, what happened and how you stepped up and help people out there. So please do reach out. We are going to step out for a very quick break here. But when we come back, Ashley, we're going to have Senator Steve Daines of Montana on the line to talk about the DRIVE Act, his bill that would stop FMCSA from imposing a speed limiter mandate. So looking forward to that. We've spoken with him before. Always a great talk, so we'll look forward to that. Again, Senator Daines is up right after this short commercial break on Trucking with OIDA, so stick around. Welcome back to the show. We're not going to waste any time now welcoming our next guest onto the program. We are honored to be joined now by Senator Steve Daines of Montana, who recently reintroduced a bill that would keep FMCSA from ever imposing a speed limiter mandate. Senator Daines, how are you, sir?
I'm doing well, thanks.
Good. Hey, thanks for joining us again. Really appreciate it. We talked to you a couple years ago. You probably don't remember. I know you've done a.
I was prompted, and I did remember it actually.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, we left a good impression. That's good, right?
Good. You did. I'm back for another try,
Absolutely. Yes. Well, we certainly do appreciate it. You've been keeping busy, it appears, there in Washington, D.C. You got quite a bit going on.
Well, there's plenty going on. It was great to stop the largest tax increase coming at us in American history, which we did with President Trump signing one big, beautiful bill on July 4th. That's a big win for the American people.
We are going to talk a little bit about something more pointed here, obviously. And a couple years ago, we talked to you when you first introduced the DRIVE Act, kind of its first incarnation there. There are folks listening who may not be completely familiar with the DRIVE Act, and we certainly have talked about it on the show quite a bit. But instead of me explaining what this bill would do, I'm going to let you do the honors here. But overall, it's pretty simple, right?
Well, it really is. It's not that complicated. And representing a great state like Montana, where common sense still prevails, this is about common sense. And so this DRIVE Act, this bill I have, would prohibit the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration from implementing any regulations that require semis to have a speed limiter device. That's simple. That's what it does.
Yeah, and really, again, it is super simple. And of course, there are a number of other concerns that are out there, and I know you've heard the concerns from truck drivers, about safety concerns, inconveniences. Talk a little bit about the reasoning behind the bill, because the bill itself, again, is pretty simple, but there are a number of reasons behind it that kind of make it necessary.
Well, first of all, when you have bureaucrats in Washington not understanding what's going on in the real world on the highways across America, that's a problem. I can tell you that when I speak to my truck drivers, my Montanan truck drivers, they know what works best, and they ultimately have the safety of their personal lives as well as those around them at their highest priority. And what Joe Biden proposed were unnecessary and dangerous speed limiter rules on commercial motor vehicles, semis and 18-wheelers. And here's the reality. It would have done nothing more than actually cause more congestion and actually higher crash rates. The reason some want to put these regulations in place is because they want to reduce congestion and lower crash rates. The reality is the rule they were put in place would actually cause more congestion and higher crash rates, literally the opposite consequence of what they were intending to fix, which is typical sometimes with bureaucrats in Washington. So this is something that was supported by the Montana Trucking Association, by the National Association of Small Trucking Companies. And I got to tell you, I was glad to see our new Department of Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy, who I served with in the House once upon a time. He's been a friend for years. He actually rescinded this harmful speed limiter rule a few weeks ago. That's a win right now for those who are out on the roads day in and day out.
Yeah, and to that point, too, Secretary Duffy, in rescinding that rule, I think there may be a misconception out there that by doing that, this issue goes away, and there may be people wondering why a bill like yours would be necessary in that case. I know the answer to this, but for others out there that may not, this bill would essentially, no matter what administration comes out, up down the line,
right?
This bill, if it were signed into law, would essentially bar FMCSA from ever putting a speed limiter mandate into effect. So your bill is still, relevant even after that move.
It is. You've captured it very, very well, Scott. It's, the good news is Secretary Duffy was able to move quickly, basically through executive department action, to change this regulation. The bad news is that the next administration, if one that came in that was to the left side of the teeter-totter, they could put it back in place. So by passing the law, it will codify it, and that will give us insurance that no matter who's in charge in the White House, this regulation would not exist. So that's why we still have to press forward on the change in the law, but at least celebrate the short-term victory from President Trump and his great Secretary of Transportation, Duffy, that we've got this rule rescinded for the time being. Now, as long as you have President Trump in office, let's assume in 2028, when he can't run, that he is replaced by a like-minded type president that understands freedom and understands common sense, we'd be okay. But we have to always anticipate that what if the election went the wrong way in 28? That's why we've got to codify it in Congress now.
We should mention that your bill, again, the DRIVE Act, does have a companion piece of legislation in the House introduced by Representative Josh Burkeen of Oklahoma. Your bill in the Senate, I think at last check, had 8 co-sponsors or has 8 co-sponsors right now. All 8 are from your side of the political aisle. What is it going to take to garner more support? And I suppose, how are you making that pitch to your fellow senators to kind of get on board with this?
Yeah, well, you're exactly right. So far, it's just Republicans that are on this bill with me. But look, we've got to make the safety argument, the data-based safety argument on this to convince my Democrat colleagues to get on board, because they'll have their folks on the left side of the teeter-totter. They're going to fight us on it. I think you got to go back to common sense and look at the data. So that's the argument we've got to make, and to have our listeners who are out there, who are voters, to be voicing their input on this to their respective senators and members of Congress, both Republicans and Democrats. So it's important that the voice of the transportation community is heard, and those are voters. And look, members of Congress, listen to what voters have to say.
With regard to this issue, I would imagine when you talk about this with your fellow senators and their staff, I would imagine quite a few of them don't quite understand the idea of speed limiters. I know you've got a lot of issues that you're looking at on an everyday basis, so I understand that. Is kind of explaining that, explaining the situation to them and explaining what speed limiters would do if there was a mandate. Does that kind of hit home for them? Is there a lot of explanation that you kind of have to do? Because it is one of these things that I think for a lot of people, it looks good on paper and makes sense on paper. But when you talk about the implications that we talked about earlier, the safety concerns, inconveniences, and all of that, it kind of comes into focus a bit better. What are those conversations like?
Well, this is why the best advocates here are those who are on the roads themselves, the thoughtful associations. For me, it's my Montana Trucking Association. Every state has a different type of trucking association. Those are the leaders that understand how to frame these arguments best for members of Congress. So my encouragement would be to work with your local trucking association groups and get them active in communicating their concerns for this regulation and why it's important we codify it. Now, here's another thought, too. We're going to have more data coming out over the course of the next several years, as long as Trump's in office, where we're going to see the effect of not having these limiters in place. And there may be some more data over time that's going to come out from actual data on the roads. But again, I think we need to engage our trucking association in respective states, have them come make the argument to their members in the House and the Senate that this is about actually making the roads safer, and that by putting these limiters in place actually makes transportation less safe. That's the salient argument.
Right. And that one-size-fits-all approach, too, when you look at a state like yours, Montana, you've got a lot of rural two-lane highways. You start putting speed limiters in place in states like yours, that's going to create a lot of problems. And I'm sure the Trucking Association has talked about that as well. But that is something certainly with, more rural states, that would be a huge issue in those places if this went into effect.
Well, it is. I mean, just common sense. Having being 5 generations deep in Montana from my family heritage, having spent a lot of time on the small back roads, if you're driving a commercial vehicle and you're behind a slow moving, let's say there's a farmer or rancher moving equipment on the highway and they're at a lower speed, you got to get around to make a safe pass as quickly as possible. You want to be able to accelerate, make the safe pass when it's clear, and get back into the lane as quickly as possible. The more time you're out there spent in the opposite lane, the more dangerous it is. Yeah. And they're just a common sense example of why you want to have the ability to quickly accelerate, make the safe pass, and get back in your lane. And folks in rural communities understand that, but you got folks from the urban areas who don't quite get that.
Yeah. You mentioned earlier that you I'm not sure how regular the conversations are, but you have conversations with the Trucking Association there in Montana. Sounds like you're talking to truckers on a pretty regular basis as well, obviously your constituents. But what are you hearing from them? Like, what other issues are popping up that they're talking about that have maybe caught your eye? Different trucking issues that you think may be worth exploring down the line here?
Well, a couple things. First of all, the price of fuel always catches their eye.
Yep.
What's happening certainly with input costs. But another one that caught the eye, certainly the trucking community, was the nonsense coming from the Biden administration on EV mandates. I mean, there was a period of time there that Joe Biden was pushing this crazy green, I call it a green hallucination, on our truckers, trying to mandate electric vehicles for our truckers. Yeah. Can you imagine? I mean, I said at that time, I said, find me a trucker who wants to do a long haul from Glendive, Montana to Butte in an electric semi in January. And if I could quote George Strait, I'll find you some oceanfront property in Arizona. I mean, that was nuts what they were doing with that. And so that's where common sense just comes through, that they were proposing ideas that were not going to work in Montana. It's too rural. There's not enough charging stations. It's too cold in the wintertime. I'd like to see liberals driving an EV through a snowbank sometime. So anyway, that was an example of something that caught the eye of our trucking community that we were stopping. Now, I mean, I don't have a problem with electric vehicles, but I don't want the government mandating them on us. Right. As the free markets continue to develop the technology and charging capacity and so forth, and perhaps if you got a fleet of buses in a city where you can charge them during the night and run them on electricity during the day, that might make some sense. But I just don't want the federal government saying you only can have an EV. That would absolutely crush our trucking industry.
Yeah, that technology obviously not quite ready for prime time in terms of commercial motor vehicles for the most part. And obviously President Trump struck down a lot of the emission standards and the rules that we saw out of California, and that's kind of trickled down as well. So, I don't think we're going to see too much of that, at least in the next few years for sure, but definitely an issue worth keeping an eye on. You mentioned something earlier, Senator, and I know your time is valuable, so I don't want to take up too much of it here, but you mentioned the importance of reaching out to your lawmakers and explaining these things to them. And I think we may have talked about this a couple of years ago when we spoke as well. But that conversation and that outreach, talk again about how important that is and what does that look like? What is most helpful for you when you hear from a constituent, a truck driver maybe specifically, about the issues that they're concerned about? What does that conversation look like? What should they be doing out there?
Well, look, you've got to be squawking. The problem we face, and I speak as somebody who grew up in the trades. My dad was a contractor, spent a lot of time in construction sites growing up during my summers. And, when you're working the trades, when you're doing long hauls with trucking industry, look, you're busy in trying to make ends meet when you're in your daily life. You're working long hours, you're working hard, and then where's the time to be heard, to make phone calls with your elected representatives? But I tell you, it's really important to find that phone number. Usually you can find it online. Do a quick search. Just register your voice, make that phone call, because I'll tell you, they've got staff who literally will report whatever's coming in on the phones. I mean, I see that on a daily basis. What are the Montanans calling in about what issue, and what are they saying about it? And the problem is, when good people don't act, we get bad results. And so this is where the common men and women out there who are working hard every day need to take that quick few minutes, make that phone call, make sure your voice is heard, or send that email in if that's the better way to communicate. But then second, again, engage your trucking associations within the respective states. Get involved. Make your voice heard to them, and they can be the voice to carry to Washington. But what makes this country great is when good people get out there on the right side of these issues and make their voice heard, because the other side's squawking loud enough. We need to make sure our voice is heard too.
Well said, Senator Daines. Again, I know your time is valuable. Thank you for your work on the speed limiter issue. Thank you for all the work you're doing out there on behalf of truck drivers, and thank you for your time today. We really do appreciate it.
Scott, appreciate you, and to all the truck drivers out there listening, thank you for what you do. We would not be eating every day if it weren't for the fact we're hauling produce around this country. So a big thanks to our truckers.
Our thanks once again there to Senator Steve Daines of Montana, again, for his work on this matter, and for his time today as well. As for Trucking with OIDA, we've got to take a quick break, but hang tight. We've got more coming right up right after this break.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Pittsburgh Power's OPS EcoPure gives you cleaner oil and saves you money with extended oil drains. The proprietary synthetic microglass bypass oil filter captures particulates down to 3 microns and gets rid of liquid contaminants too. Pittsburgh Power's industry-leading oil analysis allows them to monitor your engine's health and anticipate maintenance needs. Catch potential issues early and extend your engine's longevity with practical solutions tailored to you. Don't wait for breakdowns. Visit PittsburghPower.com and learn about OPS today.
From the highway in Kentucky to the stage in Hollywood, we speak with a truck driver about his journey to America's Got Talent.
Plus, emergency orders in Texas, FMCSA's potential new leader has a date with Congress, and more on this brand new edition of Trucking with OIDA.
Welcome to the show. I'm Ashley Blackford.
And I'm Scott Thompson. Thanks for joining us today. Ashley, we got an exciting thing coming up here in a little bit.
We do. I hope we don't get too starstruck here, but we have a contestant that was recently on America's Got Talent, Bill Taylor.
A truck driver.
A truck driver at that, which is really cool. And we're going to talk with him in a few minutes.
Yeah, and we'll talk about this, of course, but if you have not seen his performance, and
look it up.
There's been one
Please.
Performance on the show, and the first time I heard it, and I'll maybe we can talk to him about this too. The first time I heard it, I was like, whoa.
Immediate, wow.
Whoa, this guy's got something.
This guy's got it.
And he's up there with his band. His father's part of the band. We'll talk about that. Really looking forward to it, though. Yeah. I think, you see these folks on these talent shows, or I guess it's a talent show.
Talent show.
Talent show. You see him on these talent shows, and you can kind of see like a path sometimes with some of them, and you think, oh man, this person could be
this
going.
This is the beginning of something big.
Something big, yeah.
For sure.
That's what this definitely feels like. So really looking forward to talking.
Very excited
with him about that. We got a lot to talk about with him. So Bill Taylor will be coming up later in the show. Before we do that, Ashley, we should probably handle some business here, and that usually means news. We've been following, as we've talked about, the flooding in Texas, Central Texas, for quite a few days now, and we're still keeping track of that situation down there. More than 100 people have been killed. Many more are still missing, so the tragedy continues to unfold there. We spoke with OIDA board member Danny Schnoutz earlier this week about how he and his company are helping with relief efforts, and they're far from alone. And there has been now an FMCSA disaster declaration issued for more than 20 counties in Texas. And for motor carriers, that means the suspension of regulatory requirements for commercial vehicles through August 4th. Truckers providing direct assistance to those efforts, those flooding efforts from regulations, include hours of service requirements, truck inspections, maintenance, and truck parking rules. Danny did mention yesterday that his people were working under that declaration, and it's clear from all the reports that we're seeing down there and what we're hearing as well that those folks are going to need all the help they can get over the coming days, weeks, and probably even months as well. So if you're in a position to help, it would be much appreciated for sure.
Initiative I want to talk about, the Texas Hold'em Initiative. More than 1,000 CDLs have been canceled as a part of this since 2008, when Laredo Sector Border Patrol launched the Texas Hold'em Initiative. This essentially uses existing laws to revoke a license of any person who is convicted of felony smuggling transportation charges while operating a tractor-trailer. 1,053 cancellations have happened. 848 of those have been due to human smuggling and 205 to narcotic smuggling cases. Like I said, this launched in June of 2008. It's a good joint effort between the Texas Department of Public Safety and the United States Border Patrol.
Yeah, interesting to see that how that
Those
plays
numbers,
out as well. Those numbers are unfortunately very high. But truck drivers too. We've talked about this before, but in terms of trafficking, truck drivers really can be the eyes and ears out there for
sure.
If you see something,
Say
definitely reach
something.
out to authorities, and say something, and you could be helping someone out of a very unfortunate and bad situation for sure. A quick one here for our friends who live and work in Wyoming. The Teton Pass and State Highway 22 is back open more than a year after a mudslide caused extensive damage in the area there. We reported on the time of that happening, and that was a bad situation. It's back open now, and actually back open better than it was before. Wyoming DOT officials say the existing Snake River Bridge has been replaced with a 4-lane bridge, and the intersection of state highways 22 and 390 have been reconstructed to improve traffic flow there. They've also got a new pedestrian underpass and 4 wildlife crossings. Crews apparently still have a little bit of work to do on some other projects there in that area, and they've got some lane closures this week due to that work. But again, the good news here is that big stretch of roadway is back open, which is good news for, again, anybody moving through there, and good news moving forward as well.
All I heard you say was Snake River?
Yeah.
Is that what it's called? No.
I don't know if there's any snakes in there. We should ask someone from Wyoming. Let us know.
Judging by the name.
Or it could just snake. I mean, it could be a river that just snakes
true.
around
Yeah.
quite a bit,
That's true.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll go with that.
All right.
There
you go. It makes you feel better.
Story out of Maryland. Multiple trucks have been damaged in what's believed to be an arson attempt at a trucking company there. According to a local news station, the Maryland Fire Marshal's office is investigating. This happened at Murphy's Transport in Ridgely, Maryland. Estimated damages are coming in at $100,000. So that's, of course, under investigation, and they are looking for any information.
I don't know if you remember a few years ago, there was a gentleman who had a beef with a carrier who was lighting trailers on fire.
Yeah, like several of them, I believe.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's gone to trial. I actually would like to look that up. But,
Yeah, I do remember that story.
Yeah, that's a memorable one for sure. And they caught the person they think is responsible. So who knows what's going on with this new situation, but an interesting one nonetheless. Pennsylvania Turnpike. 2 words that probably make quite a few people, I don't know, not feel great. However, if you do travel the Pennsylvania Turnpike, it is about to get a bit more expensive. The Turnpike Commission there approving a 4% toll rate increase starting in January. Although this is an increase, officials are saying this is actually the lowest rate increase since 2014.
I love how they're like, what can we say that's positive?
Yeah, I'm not sure it's going to take the sting out of another increase, but it is what it is.
Yeah. Looking into the EV truck world, construction has begun on a new heavy-duty truck charging facility in California. This new depot is at the Port of Oakland and is part of Watt EV's plan for establishing a zero-emission freight corridor from the Bay Area to Sacramento, Nevada, and beyond. This is the 6th charging facility in the state there. This will be able to apparently charge 25 medium and heavy-duty electric trucks at the same time in 30 minutes or less.
Okay.
Which is interesting because I'm like, I can't charge my iPhone in less than 30 minutes, but we'll see how it goes. Yeah. I guess Watt EV has a goal of 12,000 heavy-duty electric trucks on California roads by 2030 and 100 truck charging stations in operation by 2035.
Yeah, pretty ambitious there. And I just saw, too, that the Port Newark is adding a few new direct current fast chargers as well, obviously to deal with zero-emission drayage trucks that are in that area. So they are popping up here and there and everywhere, and I assume we'll continue to do that as the market kind of demands it.
Yeah.
Looking ahead here real quick, Ashley, to next week, we've got a busy one. Sean Duffy, the Transportation Secretary, is going to testify in front of the House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee on Wednesday. It's going to be his first appearance before the committee. Also, he's had a busy week as the Transportation Secretary Duffy was actually also named the interim administrator of NASA. I don't know if you saw this. They've had some kind of, people moving out of the position there.
As if he wasn't busy enough.
Exactly. Only for a short period of time, but that's interesting as well. And while Secretary Duffy is there as well, Derek Bars, who is the FMCSA nominee for administrator, he's going to have a confirmation hearing on Wednesday as well. So we'll be covering those. There's something else going on next week, too. It's the
CVSA Operation Safe Driver Week. Make sure you're on your best behavior. It goes from the 13th until the 19th. Happens in the U.S., Canada, and Mexico. The Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance puts this on, looking for unsafe driving behavior. Of course, the usual speeding, distracted driving, following too closely, impaired driving. So make sure that you are you should be on your best behavior all the time.
And Q's. Yeah, but, I imagine we'll have kind of some people sitting as well while that goes on.
Yeah.
Looking more to the more immediate future, we're going to take a quick break here, Ashley. But after we come back, Bill Taylor, America's Got Talent, truck driver, musician,
we have so many
singer,
questions for him.
songwriter, lots of questions. We'll get those answers here right after the break on Trucking with OIDA.
Hello. Do you want to introduce us, please?
Yes, sir. My name's Bill Taylor, and this is my band, the Appalachian Heathens.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Welcome back to Trucking with OOIDA. Our next guest has been described as having an authentic American sound that got a standing ovation after his and his band's performance on America's Got Talent. Bill Taylor joins us. Bill, how you doing?
I'm doing lovely. How are you all?
I am
We
good.
are great.
Very excited to talk to you.
Yes, indeed.
Awesome. Me too.
Now, you and your band recently auditioned for America's Got Talent. Your audition on YouTube titled Truck Driver Bill Taylor Pours His Heart into Knockin' on Heaven's Door by Bob Dylan. It's racked up 1.9 million views in 2 weeks. We, of course, want to talk about your trucking career, but I want to start with your singing career. I'm curious, how did that start and when did that start?
So I grew up in a Pentecostal church, and in our church house there was plenty of instruments. You had your drums, your guitars, all that good stuff. So I started singing at an early age. My dad was not a pastor, an evangelist, And, that just got my love for music. But, we started, me and my father, we started going to like restaurants, bars, anywhere that would have us. I'd say about 7 years ago. We were just doing covers starting out and, making a little extra money on the side. And it started, the more I did it, the more comfortable I got with it. I told Dad, I was like, I would like to maybe, try my hand in this, because I went to a concert about 3 years ago, and it's from a little name you might know called Tyler Childers. Yep. And I was in the front row, and I sat and watched that man just have thousands of people in the palm of his hand. I was like, that has got to be an awesome feeling. And I started talking to him. I was like, I want to start writing my own music, seeing what I can do with it. I didn't know if I could or not, but people said they liked the way I sound, so I said, let's give it a try. And we started the Appalachian Heathens almost 3 years now, and it's just grew from there. We've just been grinding, going anywhere that anybody would have us, starting out for a long time. Just trying to get our name out. Luckily, I decided to do some TikToks, and I started just hollering in the woods, doing acapellas, to a lot of covers, and it caught wind. I noticed it started getting popular for me. I do it with a guitar, and I might get a few views, but I go out there and holler as loud as I could, and thousands and thousands would drag out. I was like, well, they must like that pretty good. So one of their recruiters saw one of my TikToks, and she reached out to me and said, would you be even interested in going to Hollywood? I didn't think nothing of it. I was like, yeah, sure. That'd be pretty cool. And about a week and a half later, she's like, well, they want you in Hollywood. I was like, all right.
Did you think someone was like playing a joke on you or something when you got that person reaching out to you? I think my initial instinct would be like, hey, is this for real?
Yeah, well, when she wrote me on TikTok, you get messages a lot of times, crazy stuff, and I was like, I doubt it. But I just wrote her on there. I was like, hey, yeah, cool, here's my number and stuff. And then when she called me and started telling me, I was like, wow, this is for real.
Wow.
And still, even at that point, I was just like, it'd be cool. Either way, no big deal. And then when she asked me to go to Hollywood, I was like, okay, yeah, this is happening.
How long ago was that they first reached out to you?
Man, I want to say last year. The end of last year.
Oh, it's been a while.
Yeah.
So this process has been going on for a while, right? Because the first episode with you in it aired not that long ago, right?
A couple weeks ago.
Right. They take care of you real good, and they'll get you out there a few months prior. So how that all the editing, get everything together. The hardest part for me of all of it is, once you get out there and you get in front of the judges and stuff like that, you do good. Like, they don't give you an exact you're coming back. So I didn't know that it was even going to be aired until the week before.
Oh, wow.
And that's what everybody was asking me. It's like, when you get on? I was like, I'd love to be able to tell you that.
I have no idea.
I was like, I don't know. Like, it wasn't me trying to swindle people. It was legit. But they give me the go-ahead to let people know a week beforehand. And, we got a pretty good little audience to come to one of our local spots, the Bell Theater, and we all watched it together on a big screen. It was a pretty surreal moment for me.
Yeah, and your performance, and we played a little bit here off the top of the, before we talked to you. It's incredible. Yeah. It really is. Anybody listening to it, it's moving, and you got great reactions from the judges and the audience. In the moment, you must have realized, like, hey, we've done something here. This is, we're doing all right. We're on the right track. That must have felt really good.
Well, three things. One, the crowd, the way they popped for us, that was deafening, and it was so cool. Then Mel B had been really, really strict this season. Like, she wants talent on a talent show, and I feel that's where she's coming from. And when she acted the way she did, she's been in music her whole life. And then when Simon was just like, when he stood up and was clapping, I was like, yeah, man.
He's the tough one, right?
Yeah.
He's the tough one to crack, right?
Yeah, and I was like, yeah, I think we did something right here. So,
wow.
I don't want to sound cocky at all, because we're humbled from it, and I'm just tickled that I was able to get on on, in front of that many people to show off what we got in one session versus, the thousands of places we've played. So it was pretty cool. It was pretty cool.
How nervous were you?
Yeah.
I mean, I assume you get there. There's probably some waiting until you get out onto the stage. How nerve-wracking was that?
So it was like every day that I was there. You do a lot of stuff behind the scenes, but just the weight of you might go on at this time. Well, scheduling didn't work out, so you got to go on at a later time, which was no big deal. But yeah, man, you get. I would get myself psyched out, and then thought, no, well, we've got to push you back. I'm like, well, that's cool. But it wasn't that bad until I was finally right there on the side of the stage. Mm-hmm. And we were waiting those few minutes before we come out. Well, I was getting tore up. So when we go out there, I know it don't really show it in the on the show. They're great at making me look good. I was nervous. God, I was nervous.
You really couldn't tell.
I was shaking like a leaf on a tree, man. I was nervous as all get out.
Did it? Yeah.
But for me, once I start singing, that goes away. It's always been that way.
Did it help too? Your father was on the stage, standing right next to you, and they introduced him as well before you played, and you've got other people up there with you as well. I imagine that helped a little bit too, because obviously your father, you trust him, and you know what he's capable of, and everybody else in the band there. Having you all together must have helped a little bit, at least with the nerves, I would assume.
Oh, absolutely. Having my family up there with me and just supporting me and being with me from day one, especially my dad, always believing in what we do and stuff, and just saying we've got it regardless of if we think so or not. We're going to kill it. It helps by far, but absolutely. But compared to me trying to be up there by myself, yeah, it was awesome.
And talk to me about who is in your band.
So we got my daddy, he plays the guitar, Robert Taylor. My best buddy, Joe Cox, he's my drummer. Anna Blanton, she's on the fiddle. Charlie Blanton, he's on the stand-up bass.
And when did you guys all come together and create the band?
Yeah, how'd you find each
other?
other?
And the name, I want to know where you got the name.
Yeah.
Okay, so the original has been changed so much. We've been through a few people, but it originally started with me and a buddy named Derek Emery, and he decided to leave about a year ago. But our core people are me, Joe, and my dad. And then Charlie and Anna have come into the fold in the past year, and 10 times better. We've added another guy on that just did a show with us in Lexington last weekend. That was his first show. He's our steel player. His name's Chad Light. We got the name of the band. It was just me and my buddy Derek just sitting there talking around about what we wanted, and I'd come up with the Appalachian Heathens, and he looked at me. He said, "We need to put the R on the heathen." And I said, "You think so?" He said, "Well, when you ever gonna get your ass whooped by your mama, did she say heathen or did she say heathen?" I said, "Yeah, we said. Well, we pronounce it heathen." He said, "So it needs to be in there." I said, "Well, let's do it."
I noticed that R in there, and I thought, was that a mistake? I mean, obviously it's not. So that explains it, right? That's interesting.
I've had to make some shirts as of late that's got the R in big red letter. You'll see it. I guarantee it. It's got the R a lot bigger than all the other letters, and on the back of the shirt it says, because that's how Mama said it. So might help a few more people.
Hey, Bill, you helped settle another debate. Ashley and I actually, I think a week or two ago, we were talking about Appalachia.
I would say I'm from the East Coast, so I say Appalachian. But yeah, I'm sure this is a word that is debated for sure.
Yeah. So it's you said Appalachian, I think, right? Is that?
Yeah, that's how we've always said it.
Yeah.
But other people pronounce it other ways, right? I mean, I've heard it multiple ways.
Sure.
Okay. Yeah. So it's not really a wrong way.
No. We just there's just several ways to say it.
Appalachian,
Well,
I've heard
it's
too.
just if you're around where I'm at, if you say Appalachia, you might get a weird look.
For sure.
But you're absolutely right, man. I say a million words that probably ain't the right way.
I love it though, and it's funny too because a heathen, right, is kind of, a rude person. I think kind of someone who's not real refined. You are super polite. I mean, I can't imagine any of your bandmates are heathen like either, but it's a fun thing, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, heathen. If you look it up, I think it's just something like godless too, and we're very religious.
Yeah.
It's just one of those things. That's what you're called when you're being mean as a kid. That's what I call my kids, bunch of heathens. It's been around as long as I can remember, and it was for Derek as well. So it just stuck, and now it's grown a new thing. People put it on their skin for good. You've got people that call themselves part of the heathen army, and it's pretty cool.
How many kids do you have?
I have two. I have a little grown boy.
Nice.
They must be. I imagine they were pretty excited to find out their dad was going to be on national TV.
You'd think so. I think they've saw me play on these stages so much they don't comprehend really at this point like how big it actually was, because I had this conversation with them like, yeah, Daddy's on TV. My girl looked right at me. She's like, well, that's cool, man.
Good for you.
Way to humble you.
Yeah.
She's like, that's cool, Daddy. I was like, hey, thanks. Yeah, thanks for bringing me right back down, old girl.
Well, they're going to get to see more of you. They'll get another shot, right? I mean, you got more episodes coming up. Or can you talk about it? Yeah.
Should be on the lives is all I can say. The lives is what will be next after the the pre-recorded of the judges finding people. That'll be a little bit later. I can't really say much about it yet.
Yeah.
But everybody just keep an eye out for it. Be ready to vote, and holler at your boy when you do vote. That'd be pretty good. We need as many as we can.
Yeah.
You said it's been a little while since you filmed that. When did you go to Hollywood and do that first audition?
If you can talk about it. We don't want to get you in trouble.
Yeah, no.
I'll be honest with you, I don't really know if I can or not.
Okay. All right. No, that's fine.
Contracts were involved, and I'm not a very smart fella.
No, we do not. We do not want to get you in trouble.
No, we do not want to get you in trouble at all.
It.
Yeah, for sure.
Were you a fan of the show before? Like, had you watched it a lot? Or?
Yeah, and I've always been a fan of the singers. Like old boy last year that won doing the Journey song.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man, that was cool. Yeah, it's kind of weird to think that it's 20 years old, considering that I remember season 1.
Time flies.
So I'm 35, and it don't feel real old, but my kids always let me know how old I am. They didn't know what a landline. They were crazy about it when I was telling them about a landline. It was like, what?
What? You mean it had to plug into the wall?
Yeah, you got something. I told them, I said, wait till I get to explain to you how our internet works.
Or what life was like before.
Before it, yeah.
Before you could Google everything. Yeah.
Hey, simple and better times. But for an artist, I thank God for the internet.
Well, yeah, because you think about that 30 years ago, someone like yourself, the road to where you are now would have been a lot different. I imagine it would have been harder in a lot of ways. But this really opens up so many opportunities for you, right?
Yes, sir. Yeah, back then you had a lot more grinding. You had people willing to, for me having kids, it would have been really hard for me to want to, go out for months at a time just trying to get a name going in anywhere that would have me to sing. So the internet helps with that a lot.
Real quick, Bill, because I think we're going to have to take a quick break, but I wanted to ask you something before. Again, we played, your performance on the show, Knocking on Heaven's Door. You could have chosen any number of songs, especially with your voice and the talent of your band. How did you land on that particular song? What made it say to you, hey, we got to do this thing?
You always want to try and find something that is unique with your voice, and then I wanted to find something that it was something that kind of that like a take you to church kind of moment.
Mm-hmm.
And that song has been sung. My dad sung that song as long as I can remember. So it's one of those special ones. I've always loved Bob Dylan. I've always loved GNR's version of the song.
Yeah.
So when we got to put a little bit of those songs together with the hey, hey and all that. I thought it was a good choice. I had the option to go with an original, and maybe later this season, who knows what happens, we might get to.
Yeah.
We might throw that one in there. But I think it was a good choice. I wanted to pick something too that would be familiar to people, and I think ultimately it was a pretty good choice.
You said earlier, you were watching. I can't remember who it was, but they had the crowd kind of in the palm of their hand, and if you go watch your performance, the same thing.
Yeah, you definitely had the crowd for sure.
Yeah, they were. I mean, the reaction shots of the crowd when you saw the people in the crowd. I mean, some people were like almost like they were stunned. Yeah, like the voice that was coming out of you. It was really cool.
It was really cool. Bill, we got to take a short break, but we will be right back after this.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Welcome back. Truck driver Bill Taylor still on the line with us, talking about his recent audition on America's Got Talent. Bill, I want to talk about the reactions from the judges. I wrote down a few quotes of what they said after your performance. Howie said a great American sound. Simon
love this one.
Described it as musical Levi's. What was going through your head when you heard him say that? I've never heard him say that.
Yeah. I love
Just that I needed to make a sticker as soon as possible.
Yes.
Musical Levi's.
Musical Levi's.
Yeah, put that on a shirt. Absolutely.
That's a good idea.
Hey, we've already got one where it's like a back pocket of a Levi jean that says that's like embroidered our name in it.
Love it.
That is smart.
Now some of the things they said, man, I was just kind of in awe. To be honest, that's the best words. I was just in awe because you expect critique, and maybe down the road I might get some, but I feel like we, with the Mel saying she feels like we're a tight, well-rehearsed band, that's 110%. She hit it on the money. We want to be perfect. We don't want to, even if it's a mess up that only us as musicians is going to hear, we don't even want to do that. Like, we want it to be as best as it can because we're entertainers.
How did it feel? A few of them said that, it was so American. It was so authentic. Mm-hmm. How did that feel?
I felt good because I'm from the Appalachians, and all we've ever played is, like bluegrass, folk, country type stuff. We like to tell stories in our originals. And for them to say that, it just means we're on the right track. I think that they liked that we were, it was just the full band. There was no tracks. We was just playing our heart out. And that's what I want to be considered. I want to be considered as American as possible.
Yeah.
And Mel B, she said she's so excited for you guys. Sophia said this is the kind of stuff that deserves to be on this stage.
Wow. What a great voice. Howie.
A great voice and a great American sound.
Yeah. That was like musical Levi's. It was just so American and so authentic. I loved it. Genuinely loved that. Your voice is fantastic.
I think, you know what, that was really unexpected.
Thank you, man.
You're all really good at what you do. I can see you're a very tight, well-rehearsed band. And I'm just really excited for you guys. Very excited for you guys.
I'm very excited too because I think you guys made the best decision to come to AGT. The whole thing was perfect. This is the kind of stuff that deserves to be on this stage.
Okay, right, we're going to vote.
Hearing that must have been a boost for the band.
And that's what's great about that show, too, is that you've got people from all walks of life. You've got musicians. They've got, people who are doing things with fire and whatnot. It's really a cool experience. Was there another performance or a performer, that you were watching from the sidelines and you thought, man, that's really cool? Something maybe different or...
Oh, yeah, man. I've always been a big fan of magicians. I've never even tried to look it up of how they do stuff, but just
it is impressive.
The sleight of hand they do making stuff appear. Me, as like I said, I'm 35. My inner child comes out like, how are they doing what they're doing right now? They've had a few dancers already on there. Those guys with skates, freaking flying in the air. There was one woman had something attached to her hair. Flying around up in there. I said, man, that's too cool right there. That's exactly what it's talent, dude. It's extreme talent.
We're not going to see you right now.
Another one I really liked was the light show.
Yeah.
The ones that the guys and gals that are dressed up all in lights and just create a whole artistic performance with their bodies is pretty awesome.
I know you can't tell us what you're doing next, but you're not going to be on a unicycle or,
swinging by your hair.
Yeah.
By your beard. You have a great beard, by the way.
I might be trying to juggle one hand strum a guitar. You never know.
I'd like to see that.
Was that the biggest crowd you've ever played for?
At this moment, yes, ma'am. It was.
But you're expecting more, I think, from the exposure you've gotten here.
Well, I sure hope so.
Yeah.
I want to stay humble. I don't want to exceed any kind of expectations. So whatever comes of it, I'll take it gladly. It'd be awesome. My thing, and even like I said on there, is if I could make a living singing and providing for my family, I would be completely okay with that.
I noticed on the YouTube audition, I don't know if you've gone through the comments. Usually I would say avoid the comment section, but your comment section was
unanimous.
Incredible.
Yeah.
And a lot of people said that they liked that they liked that you just want to provide for your family and do what you love.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. There was, I think, almost 1,000 comments. I did not see a single negative one on YouTube, which is quite shocking for a video, I'm sure.
Yeah. Have you gone through the comments?
Well, not really on YouTube. I need to get on there. I'm bad for just staying on Facebook. Like, I'll throw stuff on other sites, but dude, after I post like once or twice, it starts getting old. There's so many sites to look at, and Facebook has got over 10 million right now, and that's kind of where I've just been keeping it. And comments have been pretty good on there too. There's a few, you're gonna have your naysayers, but hey, any comment's better than no comment.
Yeah. No bad publicity, no such thing as bad publicity or something like that.
That's right.
You talked about providing for your family, and I think we should underline the fact that while you're going through this, while you're on national TV, kind of gaining a bigger following, you're still working as a truck driver. In fact, you're on the job right now, and I know you're in between A and B, but what's that been like, trying to balance those two things? And is your company, are they cool with everything that's going on?
Yes, sir. Like you said, I'm on the road right now just praying to God I keep service with you all. Yeah, man, what's been awesome about it is my boss has been just the best over there. Like, I remember when I first got the call, I was so nervous to even tell him because I've been with this company since November, and it's been great from that first day with them. But, you never know what's going to happen if I say, hey, man, I'm going to have to be gone a week. I'm going to have to be gone 2 weeks, and it not be my vacation. And, the first time was, I think, 4 or 5 days, and he was absolutely cool with it. He and I quote said, there's no way I would want to stop you from trying to live something that's your dream. So
that's great.
That was big. Wow. And then once, everything went good, I started talking to them, I'd let them know as soon as I knew something because I know I'll be out there a lot more. And what did he think about that? And once again, like, you let me know when it is. We'll get somebody in your truck. We'll do what we got to do. You just give me the time frame. So could not ask for a better boss. I really couldn't.
How long you been driving?
I've been driving about 3 years. I started in, I think I got my CDLs in 2021.
Okay.
2022 at the beginning of the year, and I've not stopped ever since. And
you enjoy it sounds like.
I love it. Oh, I love it. Wasn't too big about OTR. I did that for almost a year, and found me a local job. Only thing that stunk about that local job is it didn't really pay too good, but I stuck it out until I found these guys. Now I'm getting home every night.
Nice.
Getting to lay down in my own bed every single night. So it's just, it's the best job I could ever want as far as trucking.
Did driving OTR, did it keep you away from, obviously, from family, but also from the music as well?
Yes, sir. You're going out. For me, it was 5 days a week. I know that's chump change to some of these drivers out here that I respect, tenfold. But for me, man, with my kids still real little, especially my daughter calling, crying, wanting me to come home, stuff, just stunk, dude. And once you did get home, you ain't got time to go play. You want to spend all your time with your family.
Yeah.
And a lot of those gigs, kids can't be there. So, of course, I'm always going to pick my family over anything.
For sure.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So.
And I think it was Simon who asked about, if you had a regular job. So you got to talk a little bit about that. I thought it was interesting that they did kind of focus on you being a truck driver, even in like the YouTube audition title, calling you that. What was, talk to me more about that.
I don't know what their catch at it was. I think they're just proud of, drivers in general. And I think they should be. Without us truck drivers, you're not going to get nothing. The country shuts down if we're not moving.
Mm-hmm.
And I think they respect that. I know a lot of people do understand the sacrifice truckers make being gone all the time. It's a good paying job, but that pay's got a price. And that's a lot of less time being home. And I think that they just respect that. Yeah.
I'll just say too, I think it's refreshing to have that have that said on national television. Because I do think a lot of people obviously appreciate everything that truck drivers are doing out there to keep store shelves stocked and, keep America moving. But to have that message out there from, this national TV show, I think really makes a difference too. And hopefully it'll make people appreciate the profession even more, maybe people who haven't thought about it before.
Yeah, I think it's great, man. A lot of people know what we do, but if they don't, I'd appreciate it. I know that a lot of people, they get mad at truckers on the road and stuff, but I try to, even when I'm in my car, I try to teach my family, they need over any little thing like that. Like, they might be having a hard day. They're on their 9th hour that day on a, 10, 11 day go at it, and their beat, just let them respect them. You know what I mean? Just respect the trucks on the road. Appreciate what they do for you,
And what is it you haul?
So I take mobile homes. I haul mobile homes out of Tennessee, and I'll go either north or south.
So you're not far from home, too far from home, at any point.
No, every now and again, like I said, you get to be home. It's very rare. Since I've been here, I may have done 4 overnight, so it's rare that you're out overnight. But yeah, I'm in the Carolinas a lot. I'll go up towards Ohio and Michigan, places like that. But yeah, today, like I'm doing 2 runs from Tennessee to Kentucky, and I'm on my 2nd one right now.
Now, I'm curious, you've mentioned your family a lot. What was your wife's reaction to all of this?
Yeah.
Just a lot of crying and a lot of I told you so's.
Wait, the
from
good,
her,
the good kind of I told you so's?
Oh, a lot of I told you so's from her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. She's like, I was like, man, can you believe this? Like, I tore up. She's like, yeah, honey. I've told you this from over and over. You can do it because she's my biggest supporter for sure.
That's awesome.
That's great. You know, Simon asked you too, I think and I'm paraphrasing, but asked you, what the big dream is. And I think you said something about it'd be good to, see your band's name up in lights or something to that effect. I guess I could ask you the same question. What is the big dream here kind of moving forward now that you've, I feel like, kicked a door open or, at least opened a door a little bit, because it looks like you could be on a path towards something much bigger. What is the big dream?
Yeah, so I mean, again, if I get offered a big deal, I'm not going to pass it up.
Yeah.
But if I could get, my name out enough to be able to take me and my band members on the road and make a living doing something that we dream of doing, not considering it a job whatsoever, that would be enough for me. Like, I don't have to be big time, everybody knows my name all the time musician. I don't care about that. Again, I'll take it. I'll take it real quick, but I don't really care. Like, as long as I can provide for my family, I'm happy.
That's got to feel like more of a possibility now than it did just a few weeks ago, I would imagine.
Yeah, man. Yeah. It's been a whirlwind, to say the least, brother. It's been a whirlwind on people reaching out to my two guys that look after me. And it's been nothing but positive. We never had a merch store up till about a week ago. Wow. That's pretty cool.
Tell us a little bit about that. What can people find there, and where can they go if they want to check out that stuff?
I'm glad you asked. Go to BillTaylorMusic.com. You can see what our tour dates are. There's going to be a lot more of them coming up, just the ones that we got so far. You can see, bios, videos, all of our, social media links. And there is a big button on there that says store. So if you want to purchase some kind of Bill Taylor or the Appalachian Heathens merch, it's right there. We'll be glad to take care of you.
Musical Levi's.
Yeah, boy.
Yeah. Are there albums and stuff on there too that people can, go or download from wherever if they want to check out your music?
Yeah. If they want to check it out, it's on there. We've got an EP and we've got 3 singles at the moment up on anywhere you stream music. Spotify is my choice, but anywhere you stream. And I'm also working on an album right now that we're hoping to get out at the end of this year.
Nice.
What helps the most for a band like yours in terms of getting a better foothold? Is it people going to the merch store and picking up a shirt? Is it people buying the music? Like what helps you the most, I suppose, at the place you're in right now?
Okay, so for us, buying merch when you coming to a show, one is just crazy, because if, like last week, we sold out our first show ever that we headlined. That sold, more merch than we'd ever sold in our life. But it also put out there, hey, this band just sold this popular venue out. So both of those are huge. Coming and supporting, which is number one in my book. Buying the merch. And then if you're going to stream music, if you do it like Apple or iTunes, where you can actually buy the music, that helps us digitally more than anywhere else. Because not saying no names, because I appreciate all of them. They're streaming my music, but anywhere where you can get it like a monthly deal and you just download it for free, we do get a percentage, but it's low.
Yeah,
extremely low. So when you buy our music, it's directly supporting your favorite bands.
Yeah.
Now, I know we've asked you a lot about, what you thought of things and how you felt. What did your bandmates feel? What was their experience like?
I think it's just everybody's still trying to pinch themselves and wake up, because it's not anything that we've ever done. Like this last venue, I'd be lying if I said that AGT wasn't a big helper in getting that name out. Man, they're just in disbelief, but just as proud as I am. I'm big on like doubting myself and telling people I'm not worthy of this. So thank you. They always got especially Joe. He's my best friend, like a brother to me, and he'll hit me, man. He's like, you gotta quit talking like that, buddy. He said, you deserve this. We deserve this. He said, we're going to the moon, baby.
Yeah, you are. I mean, you are. Anybody that listens to you and your band perform, they can't say that you haven't earned this and you're not worthy, because it's very clear from the first. Honestly, the first time I heard you sing, the first note that came out of your mouth, I was like, "Damn,
Wow.
this guy's got something," you know. So
I
yeah,
appreciate
definitely, take those compliments, and you've definitely earned them. You know, as we kind of close things out here, Bill, and really we appreciate your time, because we know you're busy and you got a lot of stuff going on. But any message out there that you'd like to convey to our listeners, whether it be about trucking or about music or what have you, anything you might want to say to them here as we kind of say goodbye to you?
Just all the respect into the world to my sisters and brothers that are out here rolling 18 wheels. It's not an easy job, and I know it first and foremost. I'm proud of you. I respect you, and give it hell. For music, anybody that's starting out that wants to do it, just do it. Have confidence in yourself and just see what happens. And don't be too upset when you get the door cut and you're the only one there playing for yourself. So just keep those dreams alive. If you got that dream, just go for it, man, because that moment on that stage was a big one where I felt like, man, I feel like we've done something huge here. So keep your dreams alive.
Yeah, you
grind and put out as much content as you possibly can.
Good advice.
Yeah, you got at least two new fans over here for sure. We're going to check out that shop too. BillTaylorMusic.com is the place to go.
Yes.
Yes.
Bill, like Scott said, we really appreciate your time, and we'll definitely be following your journey.
And rooting you on.
Hey, thank you all. It was an honor to be on here. When my manager told me about it, I was like, yeah, throw me on, big dog. I'd like to talk to them people.
That's awesome. We appreciate it.
We do appreciate it very much. Thank you so much.
All right, we've got to take a short break, but Trucking with OOIDA will continue right after this.
Allen and Company and Big Al will be at the I-80 Truckers Jamboree. See you there.
Penske is the trusted source for quality used trucks. Whether you search our website, call our sales staff, or bid at our online auction, you are sure to find the right used truck for your business. Visit PenskeUsedTrucks.com to view our inventory and learn more.
High heat and low lubricity can break your diesel fuel down fast. Summer driving means crowded roads, more stress, dust, and a bigger risk of costly engine damage. Howe's Diesel Defender protects from the inside out, cleaning, lubricating, and fighting injector wear. Visit HowsProducts.com.
Are you tired of the IRS following you around like a dark cloud? Call 888-557-4020 and get your life back.
At Truck Stop, we built a better load board for carriers like you. Sign up today and access over 600,000 loads on the most trusted online load board. Learn why the best in the business rely on Truck Stop to make more money and start driving your profit today.
Welcome back to Trucking with OIDA. Ashley, how great was Bill Taylor?
Oh my gosh.
Really enjoyed
First
that.
off, I could have talked to that guy for his accent alone was amazing.
Yeah.
But just like, gosh, the heart behind what he does, and you can just tell he's so passionate about it, and he's so excited.
And he's so, good.
Yeah, he is very, bearing the lead there. But yeah, no, he's very good.
Yeah, I am very much looking forward to seeing how far he goes.
Mhm.
You could sense that obviously he was there, so he knows more than than he's telling us, and things have been filmed already. But I get the sense, just from hearing him sing that he's going to be going.
He's
going to
be going for a while. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So if you like that conversation and would like to support Bill,
check out his
and
website.
his band, the Appalachian Heathens.
Heathens.
I think it's Heathens. Yeah. The
R.
The accent's a little different. Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. But if you want to support them, BillTaylorMusic.com is a website. Obviously, America's Got Talent.
Yeah.
Will continue on. They've got a voting situation that you can vote in.
We'll definitely be keeping tabs on our buddy Bill.
Yeah, and we'll
I definitely
hopefully
want to know how it goes.
Have him back on the show. We were kind of joking a little bit, but when he starts playing Madison Square Garden in these huge arenas or something, don't forget us.
Exactly.
Don't forget about us. So
I
looking
think
forward to that.
Good.
Yeah,
I'm curious, Scott. If you were to be on America's Got Talent, what would be your talent?
Well, is having no talent a talent? I don't know.
I don't know.
What about you? I don't know how to even answer that. The thought of being on a stage with like that many eyeballs on me, not just in the audience, but at home
yeah.
with the cameras. Like, I don't think I would. You would think that because I'm speaking now and like I kind of do this.
And you've been
that,
on TV.
Yeah, but it's a different thing. There's not like a studio audience.
Yeah, I wouldn't like the studio audience. It never bothered me being on TV, but having an audience, wouldn't like that.
Yeah,
that would stress me out.
Also to my discredit, I guess, I don't have anywhere near the amount of talent that Bill Taylor and his, his bandmates have either. So
I've never heard you sing, so maybe.
I mean,
I wish I could sing, but
no one's
I
going to
can't.
pay me to sing. But
Okay.
yeah,
Wow.
I think what he said though too, it was interesting that the nerves, those butterflies
Yeah.
are just like they feel like they're.
But he seemed so chill, so calm.
Yeah.
But yeah, I that's
well,
what
I think
always
once you start like doing what
Yeah.
you are there to do, and
yeah.
the instinct kicks in, the muscle
Yeah.
memory, and
You
obviously
just kind of
he's
go with it.
super talented. So. I don't have a talent to be on. There's a reason
Okay.
I'm not on America's Got Talent,
And you're sitting here.
and apparently you too. Apparently, there's a reason you're
I
not on
guess
America's
so.
Got Talent.
Here
too.
we are.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. We'll keep everybody updated too, and we will pull him back on the show if and when.
Yeah, definitely.
He
no matter what, the guy's going places.
He is going places, and he is places. And
Yeah.
go to the website and check out where he is. He's playing with his band. I know they've got some. I looked at it. They've got some tour dates in Tennessee, Kentucky, I believe.
Nice.
So they're around if you want to go listen to them.
Awesome.
Yeah, absolutely. Ashley, we talked about next week. It's going to be a busy one with Transportation Secretary Duffy being on the Hill. We've got Derek Bars, FMCSA Administrator nominee, appearing before Congress as well. CVSA Operation Safe Driver Week.
Yes.
We've also got a couple things in the works here. I'm going to be speaking with Will Cook, who's a truck driver. He's an author, really an advocate who can tell us kind of about why he's doing what he's doing in terms of trying to get people involved in trucking matters. So looking forward to that. That'll come up next week as well. I know you've got an interesting story cooking too.
Talking to Wyoming DOT, everyone loves a superload.
Gotta love a superload.
Probably not if you're driving behind it. But,
yeah, sure, yeah.
But yeah, talking to Wyoming DOT, they recently just did one. They have a couple more this summer. So going to be talking to them. Really excited about that. They're always fun to learn about.
Fascinating.
Just like the logistics of it all.
Yeah.
So much goes into it.
And the planning.
So much goes into it.
Yeah, the planning is the big part of it, for sure. Yeah.
So that will definitely be interesting. We're also going to catch up with Marty.
Yes, Marty Ellis.
He will be with the Spirit Truck at the Walcott Jamboree at Iowa 80. I saw a few
Through the
pictures
weekend,
posted. Beautiful sunset. Did you see that?
No, I didn't see that.
It was really pretty.
I've seen a sunset before.
Well, no, this picture. Just look it up. I don't know if Marty took it, but it's a great picture.
on the Facebook page.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
But no, looks like a fun time. So I'm excited to hear how that goes.
Yeah, it's always good to talk with Marty. He'll be there at the show. Maybe eating a pork sandwich.
We'll see. We'll find out if he ate a pork sandwich.
Checking out the old antique trucks. I always love hearing about those and which one maybe caught his eye. So we have a lot coming up next week. Before that, the weekend, which hopefully we will enjoy. But when we come back next week, we'll have a lot of show in store for you. Ashley, thank you very much.
It's been fun.
It's been fun. Thanks to everybody listening, and we'll see you next time. Today's episode of Trucking with OIDA was brought to you by a dedicated team of people that includes Jim Fetzer, Keegan White, Tennille Flick, and Kim Boren.
Got thoughts? We'd love to hear them. Call us at 1-800-324-6856 and leave us a message. Or you can send us an email to podcast@ooida.com, and we might include it on the show.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
In trucking, financial security and retirement isn't a guaranteed destination. That's why Truckers Wealth is here. A financial hub designed for you, Truckers Wealth combines expert advice and tailored solutions. Tax-free wealth plans grow your nest egg. Guaranteed income retirement accounts provide stability, and no market risk accounts protect your investments. That's hard-earned money, a steady stream of income, reliable growth. That's a retirement. That's a destination worth investing in. That's Truckers Wealth. Truckers-wealth.com. Experts dedicated to your success.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the Chicken Parm Stack, the Big Country Combo, or the Ultimate Smash Melt. The Ultimate Smash Melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.